Soul Wanderer, The Fireheart Chronicles, Book 4. Written by Juliana Haygert. Narrated by Joanna Roddy. Chapter 1. From under the farthest archway, I watched as Oscar, Artan, and Tomas pulled the open Verdon to the center of the square. Pain snaked into my chest, and once more, I realized my life sucked. Being the Heart Maiden could be an honor, but it was probably the worst thing that had happened to me. Everything changed when I found out I was a Heart Maiden. I was stripped of my college and dance classes and sequestered inside an enclave, aka my beautiful prison. I found love, but he lied to me and pushed me away. I had believed my relationship with my mother was on the mend, until I found out she was still lying to me. She knew who my father was, someone I knew, but she never told me. I had tried to help my friends and had only brought tragedy to everyone. Now, my best friend Ellie had been banned from the enclave, and she wasn't talking to me. Ryan and Tomas had recovered, but they too barely spoke to me. And Sloane was dead. My heart squeezed as it always did whenever I remembered that horrible mission. Over a month had passed since we returned. During that time, 2 big snowstorms had hit Connecticut. I had turned 21, but hadn't celebrated my birthday. Christmas and New Year had passed, and I had moved to a small cabin at the edge of the enclave. Sloane had been buried, but because of the snow, the ceremony in honor of his passing had been postponed. Until today. The snow had stopped a few days ago, and the tziganes had been working around the clock to shovel it all from the main paths around the enclave. Now, under gray skies and a biting cold wind, Oscar, Artan, and Tomas brought the Verdon to a halt beside the empty fountain. The Verdon was covered with a white sheet, and on top of it was Sloane's picture and some of his things, his sword, a necklace, and some books. The tziganes gathered around the Verdon. Everyone was here, even the Belleville tziganes. Theron, Ramon, Rye, Cora, Nico, Shay, Jamie, Brenna, Neil, Dolan, Sheila, Marie, and Anne. Ryan walked forward and rested her head on Tomas's shoulders. Darcy knelt beside the Verdon and lowered her head, crying. Letting out a wail that cut through my soul, Layla, Sloane's fiancée, threw herself on top of the Verdon. Zora, Sloane's mother, grabbed the young woman's shoulders and pulled her back. Both of them embraced each other and cried. My heart sank. By Saint Sarah La Kali, if I could go back in time. To be honest, I didn't know what I would have done differently. Would I have not lied to the Elder Council so they allowed us to go on the mission? Would we have not snuck out if they hadn't allowed it? No matter how I replayed it, my friends and I would have left and the outcome would have been the same. My friends. After the main mission, I had taken advantage of their distress. I had distanced myself from them, and they had left me alone. Sometimes I thought they blamed me for what happened, but I also felt guilty about it. The only ones who still tried to talk to me were Ramon, Cora, and Rye, and even then, Cora and Rye were merely polite, greeting me whenever they saw me. Ramon, however, was training with me now that Artan and Theron were acting weird, distant. As if sensing my distress, Sheila came up to me. With a soft smile, she stopped by my side. The old woman, with her soft wrinkles, her long, gray, braided hair, and strong presence, had a way of soothing me like no one else could. "Want to talk?" she asked. I shook my head. We had already talked, and she knew what was going on in my mind. The guilt consuming my soul, the sick feeling in my gut. I couldn't shake it off, no matter what I did. We had also talked about the fact that she was my puridaj, grandmother. I confess that had been one blessing from our last mission. I had always admired Sheila and thought of her as a warm, caring woman, and she had always treated me like I was her purishé, granddaughter. The news that Dolan, her son, was my father had been a surprise to her, too. But now that we knew the truth, our relationship had only grown deeper, stronger. In the distance, the tziganes stepped forward one by one, laying white flowers on top of the verdon. I glanced at the white rose in my hand. I don't think I can do this. Sheila took the flower from me and put it together with hers. I'll do it for you. Thank you. Why don't you come over tonight? Sheila asked, still smiling. Have dinner with us. You know I shouldn't. That didn't stop her from inviting me over every chance she got. I'll only make the others uncomfortable. This distance you've created is nonsense. They've been wallowing in their pain for long enough. If you speak to them, they will realize that they miss you. They will welcome you back. I don't think they are ready. Then forget about them. Ramon, your dad, and I would like to have you over for dinner. I swallowed hard. My father. Despite it being almost 6 weeks since I found out Dolan was my father, our relationship was still awkward. We had talked a few times, and he had explained to me he was glad I knew, but I wasn't ready to open my arms and call him Dad. I appreciated the support, the visits while I was training with Sheila or Ramon, and the invitations for dinner, but it would be a long time before I saw him as my dad. As for my mother, she stood in the middle of the crowd around the verdon, waiting for her turn to place the white flower on top of it. She and I had talked the day after I came back from Maine, after the council agreed to let me have the cabin at the edge of the enclave. With the punishments they had assigned to me, I thought they wouldn't concede that one request, but they did. Speaking of punishments, I have my last session at the infirmary tonight. Oh, Sheila's brows curled down. Then your punishment is over? I nodded. If they don't come up with more, yes. Because of my lie and our actions during the mission, my friends and I had been punished by the Elder Council. Their punishments only lasted a week, while I was still laboring away. For the most part, I helped out with random tasks around the enclave, like doing dishes for the elders, organizing books at the library, helping out at the infirmary, cleaning the dance studio after the little girls had classes, and being allowed to dance. A stabbing pain started in the back of my head, and I hissed, bringing my fingers to my temples. Sheila rested her hand on my arm. Pain again? I blinked fast and tried pushing through it. I didn't want to have an episode in front of Sheila. It happened before, about 2 weeks ago, and she had freaked out. I had lied about the pain, the hallucinations, the dizziness, and the sleepless nights. But I had told her about Damara, that she had been able to reach inside my head before. Since then, Sheila had been working with me on strengthening the walls within my mind and keeping the crazy Heart Maiden away. Crazy Heart Maiden, like I was turning out to be. The episodes were getting worse and more frequent. I wouldn't be able to hide the symptoms from the Elder Council much longer. Someone would find out, and then it would be my end. I couldn't let that happen. Just a regular headache, I lied. My soul lost another piece. I had promised myself I was done with lies, and yet I couldn't stop. The crowd is thinning. You should go and give him our flowers. Her dark eyes shone with worry. Are you sure you're all right? I forced a smile. I was sure she could see right through it. I'm fine. With a sigh, Sheila patted my arm, then walked to the center of the square. The pain in my skull increased, and I rested a hand on the stone wall beside me to steady myself. I better leave before I collapsed in front of half the enclave. But as I was turning, I caught sight of movement under the shadow of the archway across the square. A moment later, a tall man stepped forward, out of the shadows. He halted away from the crowd, and I realized I had never seen him before. He was wearing black clothes, and the hilt of 2 swords peeked from over his broad shoulders. His dark brown hair was on the longer side, curling under his ears and against his neck, and his piercing eyes stared straight at me. I squirmed under the fierceness of his gaze. His eyes still on me, he took another step forward, then halted again. I frowned, a little disappointed that the Elder Council and I were on such bad terms. They hadn't even told me we had visitors from other enclaves. Well, they had never actually cared about me. To them, I was just a tool. A tool they would get rid of when my craziness surpassed my usefulness. Frowning, I broke Mr. Intensity's stare and turned, and came face to face with Artan, Kizzy, Ryan, Tomas, Darcy, Oscar, Layla, and Zora, Sloane's family. My throat went dry as they walked past me, barely looking my way. I wanted to say something, to ask for forgiveness, to say I was sorry, but sorry didn't cut it. Their beloved Sloane was gone, and sorry wouldn't bring him back. Hot tears burned my eyes as I marched away from the main square. Tired of crying, I wiped furiously at my face. I was done crying. Like sorry, crying wouldn't bring anyone back. All I could do now was fling myself into my job as Heart Maiden and try to move on. Mirella. Her voice sent a shudder down my spine. I didn't stop or slow down. In fact, I rushed my steps, but she caught up with me. Please, Shay, talk to me. My mother's tone was filled with sugar and honey, but it didn't affect me at all. Please me. She sighed, and I thought she would give up, but that was wishful thinking. We need to talk. Let me explain why I didn't tell you. You'll understand. I only groaned, tired of the same excuses. She had uttered the same ones every time she lied to me. Stop, I muttered. Just stop. My mother balled her hands into fists. You can't ignore me forever. I glared at her. Watch me. I turned right at the next corner and ran down the street, hoping the rubber soles of my boots were enough to keep me from slipping on the recently shoveled stone pavement. But right now, my rage and frustration spoke louder. Maybe if I fell on my butt and hit my head hard on the street, I could black out and forget everything. Head. Hurt. I skidded to a stop and gasped, realizing the pain from my episodes had started when I was in the square with Sheila, but it had retreated. That had never happened before. I tried to remember if I had done anything differently, like uttered some chant or grabbed a magical object, but everything had been the same. Then how had the pain stopped? Why wasn't I writhing on the cold ground right now? Mirella, are you okay? Leander asked from a few feet behind me. Shit. In my frustration, I had forgotten I had a tail. This morning, Leander and Lash had been assigned to follow my every step. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, not even looking at them. A second later, I forgot about the warriors and thought about the pain that had started and stopped. Curiosity welled in my core, but I wouldn't find any answers in the middle of the street. Trying to avoid my friends and any other tzigane, I continued walking to my cabin. The back of the enclave opened to a large forest, which was also protected by tzigane magic. I loved coming here to breathe in the fresh forest scents, even during winter, and organize my thoughts. Bonus points for the faint sound of a small waterfall a ways behind the trees, which kept going strong even in winter. Even though I had come here often, I had never noticed the small cabin to the left, hidden behind a scarce line of trees. When I asked the council for a house, they were skeptical about giving a townhouse to one person. Since they didn't have many empty houses anymore, it was a waste of space, they had said. That was when Oscar, the enclave's rombaro, remembered the cabin. When I first came for an inspection, the cabin looked old and abandoned and had cobwebs and dust everywhere. But with the help of Ramon, Dolan, and Sheila, I had been able to clean it up and bring in some furniture. Now, I loved it. There was a nice-sized front porch with rocking chairs. On the inside, the cabin was simple. An open area with a living room with a small stone fireplace to the left, a kitchen and dining area to the right, and a bedroom and bathroom to the back. It was more than enough for me. Breathing in deeply, I sat down on the porch steps and looked out to the trees and the gray skies. It would snow again soon. Ugh, I hated snow. I missed the warm weather of Florida. I closed my eyes and imagined myself back on the golden beaches of the South, where I had been a high school student and a ballet and flamenco dancer. Nothing else. Back then, my only worry was my bad relationship with my mother. There had been no tziganes, no heart flowers, no alchemists, no revenants, no Damara, and definitely no sickness that would take over me and either make me completely crazy or get me killed. With a heavy sigh, I opened my eyes and gasped. The man, Mr. Intensity from the square, stood at the tree line, his eyes focused on me. Wary of his sudden presence, I stood and called my magic, ready to defend myself if necessary. Holding my gaze, the man took a step toward me. "Mirella?" I whipped toward Ramon's voice at my right. A second later, he appeared on the stone path we had made to connect to the street after I moved in. Leander and Lash were a few steps in front of him. "Hi," I answered, breathless. His brows furrowed as he took me in. "What's wrong?" The man. For a moment, I forgot Mr. Intensity. But when I turned around to look for him, he was gone. Mr. Intensity had vanished. Chapter 2. That was strange. Had I imagined Mr. Intensity standing by the forest's edge? Had I imagined him in the main square earlier too? Was he now a part of my hallucinations? But I hadn't fully entered an episode when I had seen him. Unless I was now hallucinating and seeing things without the crippling pain and dizziness that came beforehand. It was a possibility. After all, my episodes were supposed to get worse and worse. Maybe seeing things that weren't there was the next symptom. "Mirella," Ramon called, bringing me back from my dark thoughts. "What is it?" "Nothing, really." I pulled my jacket tighter against myself. "What brings you here?" "First answer me. Why the hell are you out here in the cold?" I smiled at that. The cold sobers me up, and it kept me sane longer. Or at least it seemed to. "You're crazy," he muttered. If only he knew how true that statement was. "I came to see how you're doing." Suspicion snaked its claws through my chest. Did he know about something? Why? He rolled his eyes. "You're my fen, Mirella, and you're going through some trying times. Can't I ask you how you are?" A loud sigh of relief escaped my lips. So, he was talking about that. Okay, I could handle that. "I'm okay." It was an automatic response. I wasn't really okay. I didn't think I would ever be okay again. I'll be okay. Don't worry too much. Easier said than done, he mumbled. Ramon was still a mystery to me. A couple of months ago, he was closed and quiet and grumpy. I had this idea that he hated everyone and everything, and he was always in a bad mood. Turns out, Ramon was closed and quiet, but not grumpy. I had perceived him that way because, in the few situations in which we had interacted, he seemed to have a problem with the entire world. But after he found out he was my half-brother, Ramon started opening up, or at least trying to reach out more. And after he turned into a werewolf and became isolated from the tziganes, who were afraid of him, he had told me he now understood what it meant to be different. In my case, I was the Heart Maiden, something good. In his case, he was a werewolf, a natural enemy of tziganes. Thankfully, the Elder Council had understood the situation, and after talking to and testing Ramon, they concluded he was mostly in control of his shifting and could stay in the enclave. The decision hadn't agreed with everyone, and he now spent more time alone than before. Hence, why he stopped by to check on me often. I gestured to the front door. Want to come in and have some hot tea? Ramon shook his head. No, I came to invite you for a training session. I frowned, thinking of my schedule. We all had the day off today because of Sloane's ceremony. The only thing I had planned was my night shift at the infirmary, my last punishment session. Without anything else to fill my time, I nodded. All right, I'm up for it. Great, then meet me in 15 minutes at the training center. He spun and marched away to change, and I did the same. But I froze on the porch when I remembered Mr. Intensity. Holding my breath, I glanced around, searching for him. But he was nowhere to be seen. There was only Leander and Lash. Certain Mr. Intensity was a hallucination, I shook my head and entered my cabin. Here. I handed a small thermos to Leander when I exited my cabin. I pitied the warriors for having to stand in the cold to tag along with me. Though the warrior's uniform was weather-resistant, it wasn't enough for the bitter cold of a January in Connecticut. Leander looked at the thermos. What's this? Tea. I gave Lash a second thermos bottle. It's very hot. Lash's brows furrowed. Because it's damn cold out here, and I wish you two were inside where it's warm. I could simply invite them to come inside with me, but the cabin was too small, and I would feel uncomfortable with them so close. Besides, their orders were to not only guard my back, but also to check the surroundings every few minutes and make sure no suspicious tzigane, gajo, or creature got too close. You know what? Never mind. If you don't want it, just leave it there. I gestured to one of the rocking chairs on the porch. Lash clutched the thermos closer. No, it's fine. Thank you. Yeah. Leander looked everywhere but at me. I didn't blame them. Tomas and Sloane were his best friends. One had been badly hurt, and the other died because of me. Unfortunately, the enclave didn't have many skilled warriors. Otherwise, I would have asked him to be excused from guard duty, like Tomas had been. Thank you. Ducking under my heavy coat, I climbed down the porch steps. Silent even on the slippery stone path, the warriors followed me as I made my way onto the enclave streets. Because of the cold, there weren't many tziganes out, which I was thankful for. However, the training center was quite full, probably because there wasn't much to be done outside other than shovel snow or throw salt on the stone paths so it didn't ice over. Apparently, the warriors got bored easily because many of them had come to train. I froze when I saw Theron in one of the rings in the main area, and Tomas and Artan walking around the weightlifting equipment. Shit. Hoping they hadn't seen me, I rushed down the hallway and into one of the studios in the back. It could be used for yoga or Pilates or stretching, but it would have to be enough for sparring this time. Although it didn't have a door, the archway was wide, and it was still out of sight. Knowing I needed some space, Leander and Lash stayed outside, hanging in the hallway. With the training center full of warriors, who would dare attack me? Unless the warriors themselves turned on me. After the main mission, that was a possibility. Enough with the bad thoughts. I slipped off my coat, cleared my mind, and started stretching. I couldn't help but think of dancing whenever I stretched, even if I would be sparring instead. I hadn't danced in so long that I wondered if I still knew how. I was sure my soul and heart hadn't forgotten. Dancing was a part of me, and even if I never danced again, I would always love it. I thought you would be here. I glanced up and saw Ramon stepping into the studio. I raised my hand in greeting. Hi. He pointed to the archway. If I had known they would be here. I shook my head. It's all right. I can avoid them, but I can't hide forever. Are you sure? We can come back later. I gestured to my yoga pants and thermal top. We're already dressed and here. Might as well go with it. One corner of Ramon's lips curled up. My heart squeezed. He looked so much like Theron when he did that. The sharp face angles, the dark eyes, the full lips. Ramon only needed to let his hair grow to his shoulders, and I could call them twins. With his easy half grin, he took off his jacket and joined me in the middle of the room to stretch. 5 minutes later, Ramon shot up and faced me. Ready? I pushed to my feet. Ready to have my ass handed to me, you mean? You're getting better. I snorted. You don't need to sugarcoat it. It's true. He stanced himself, feet apart, hands up. Ready? I rolled my eyes but mirrored his stance. Ready. As much as I hated hand combat, I knew it was a necessity. My magic had been taken from me multiple times in battle, and I hadn't been able to do much. I needed to be able to defend myself. But if I ever got good at it, I definitely wanted to learn how to wield a sword. Ramon and I circled each other. He feigned to the left, but I didn't fall for it. I feigned to the right, and he didn't fall for it either. For a long time, we danced around the mat, our eyes locked on each other. He flashed an image in my mind of him swiping my feet from under me and throwing me on the mat. I groaned. Are you giving me a heads up? Since finding out he was my brother, Ramon and I had been testing our mental connection. We couldn't talk freely like Theron and I did, but we could conjure images in each other's mind at a certain range. I liked to think it would come in handy in sticky situations. No, I'm trying to distract you. I rolled my eyes. He really My thoughts came to an abrupt halt when hands closed around me and something hard crashed against my legs. I lost my footing and fell on my butt. Pain spread up my spine. Not quite as I had pictured it, Ramon said, a teasing tone as he scrutinized me. Ow. I made a face, mad at him. You're using your werewolf agility and speed. Not fair. His brows pinched together. You won't fight normal people out there. He offered me his hand. I slapped it and got up on my own, my butt sore. Shit. I hate it when you're right, I groaned, as déjà vu hit me hard. I had said, or at least thought, the same thing, whenever Theron or Artan mentioned I had to know how to protect myself and had to quit whining, or whatever. Why did these men like to see me beat up? Was it that amusing? Ready? Ramon bent his knees and brought his fists back up. After rolling my shoulders, I got into position. Ready. Or at least, I pretended I was. He came at me again, fast as lightning. I was able to sidestep him, but before I could react, he spun around and got an arm lock around my shoulders. I jerked, trying to free myself from his hold, but his arm was like a steel bar. I couldn't do anything. "Relax," Ramon said, his voice calm. "We've practiced this. You know what to do. Just shut down the doubt and believe your body will remember what to do." I groaned. Ramon let out a soft chuckle. "Come on, Mirella, just do it. Relax." Closing my eyes, I exhaled and relaxed my muscles. I flooded my mind with images from our earlier classes, where he taught me these moves, and I kept freezing and messing up. This time, I would do it. Snapping my eyes open, I dropped into a wide squat, fast and hard. Ramon's hold was gone. With fluid movements, I brought my elbows up and hit him hard in his kidneys. Then I stepped back and punched his solar plexus. Ramon had been ready and hardened his stomach, but air still forced out of his lungs. With an impish glint in his dark eyes, Ramon lunged at me again. This time, I didn't think. I just acted. I blocked his incoming arm, pushing it to the side. I stepped into the open space I had created and brought my elbow to his ribs. Ramon tried to get me again by closing his arms around me, but I spun out of the way just in time. To finish it, I landed a side kick to his knee and another one to his shoulder. He smiled at me. "Finally, you're getting it." Out of breath, I waved him off. I had struggled with most of these movements in the first 2 months of training. They were so different from dancing ballet. The foot position, the way the leg had to turn in certain kicks, it all had felt unnatural for a ballerina. But the flexibility helped, along with my tenacity. It must be the new instructor. It was only half a joke, but my progress did coincide with the change. "Keep going, and soon you'll be able to fight me for real." My jaw dropped. That wasn't for real? He chuckled. "I was holding my strength and agility a little." "A little?" I prodded him. Now I wanted the truth. "Just a little." Which meant he held a lot of it back. "By Saint Sarah la Kali, I'll never be able to do this." "Oh, come on, you're doing fine, Mirella. Don't be so hard on yourself." I turned on my heels and said, "I call for a water break." I grabbed my water bottle from the inside pocket of my jacket and took a sip while Ramon watched me. I frowned, remembering something. "When is the next full moon?" His eyes darkened, and his jaw popped with the question. "In 10 days. I nodded but didn't push the subject. Ramon had been a werewolf for about 6 weeks, and even though he now could shift at will, there was still one time each month when he couldn't, during the full moon. So far, we had had only one full moon. Not sure what to expect from the new werewolf, the Elder Council had ordered Ramon to be locked away in the strongest cell in the prison building. Good thing, too, because Ramon had lost all control. He became a real monster, and if it weren't for the enchantments reinforcing the cell, he would have broken out and attacked us all. I was sure he didn't like spending a few days each month in the prison, but right now, it was better than having him running amok and causing panic. "There must be a way for you to control the shift during the full moon," I pondered. Why hadn't we thought about this before? We should research it. I had been thinking about that, but I'm not sure it'll work. Why? I became a Rouve from whatever experiment the Red Alchemists performed on me. We have no idea what exactly they did. I bet there's no way to control the beast within. You won't know until we try. A sliver of excitement danced inside my chest. Researching a way for Ramon to control the shift during the full moon was something more for me to do, something to occupy my mind and time. I don't care what you say. I'm doing it. He snickered. You're stubborn. Is that supposed to be something new? Ramon shook his head. All right, enough. Let's keep training. Yes, sir. I performed an army salute before joining him in the center of the room again. Ready? I spread my feet apart, the left one slightly in front of the right one, and brought my fists up, protecting my chest and neck. Ready. The next second, Ramon lunged at me. I sidestepped him and landed a roundhouse kick to his stomach. Then, I dropped my leg behind him and hit the back of his neck with a knife chop. I was stepping out to punch him in the ribs when he twisted around and grabbed my wrists. Like he had taught me, I swung my arms inward and... pain exploded inside my head. Groaning, I dropped to my knees as my sight darkened. Mirella, what's going on? Kill him. Finish him. He's a monster. Kill him. He'll betray you. He's evil. Kill him. The voices filled my head along with white-hot pain. The pain spread down my neck and chest, making it hard to breathe. Mirella? He lowered his guard. Do it now. What are you waiting for? Kill him! I pressed my hands to my eyes, willing the pain and the voices away, but they kept coming, whispering in my ear. He's the enemy. He's evil. Kill him now. Tremors overtook my body, and I fell to the ground, unable to hear or see anything other than dancing black stars and the whispers. The pain twisted my muscles, and I was sure I would pass out at any moment. My limbs went numb as I gave in to the pain and the whispers. If they wanted to take me, then so be it. I was tired of hiding and fighting this disease. Suddenly, a breath of fresh air filled my lungs. The whispers retreated, my vision cleared, and the pain faded. Are you okay? I blinked, trying to get my bearings. I was on the floor, and strong arms held my back up. You scared me, Ramon said, startling me. He was kneeling in front of me. Then, who was holding me? Slowly, I turned my face to peek at the person whose arms were around my shoulders, and I found a man with fervent hazel eyes staring back at me. Mr. Intensity. Chapter 3. Heavy footsteps rang in the hallway, a moment before Theron burst into the studio. What happened? What was that? His eyes widened when he saw me on the floor, but then narrowed when he found Mr. Intensity holding me. Who are you? So, everyone could see him? He wasn't part of my hallucinations like I had first thought? That was a relief. Ignoring Theron, Mr. Intensity hooked his arms under my arms and helped me up. Are you all right? Yes. Even though I was relieved he didn't live in my head, I had no idea who he was. I took a wide step away from him. Instantly, Ramon and Theron flanked me. But, who are you? The man didn't seem fazed by the two warriors sizing him up, or four if you counted Leander and Lash, who had stepped into the room with Theron. My name is Kane, he said, his voice rough and deep. It matched his sharp face and the 5 o'clock shadow on his angular chin and jaw. What are you doing here? Ramon asked. He was tense beside me, ready for a fight. Theron was the same. How did you get in the enclave? The man was obviously Tzigane, but he certainly wasn't Lovell or Belleville. I just got here, he said simply. I arrived this morning, actually. Theron crossed his arms and stuffed his chest. How come we haven't heard anything about it? Kane jerked his chin toward the warriors standing by the doors. Those two know. They were present when the Rombaro and the head of the Elder Council greeted me earlier. Ramon glanced at Leander and Lash over Kane's shoulders. Is this true? Yes, the warriors said in unison. Moving enclaves isn't common, Theron whispered to Ramon. I know. I'm sure there's a good story there, Ramon whispered back. Kane cleared his throat. If you have a question, ask me directly. Theron huffed. Why are you here? It's none of your business. Ramon narrowed his eyes. Really? I said you can ask a question, not that I would answer you. We're warriors of this enclave, Theron started, his tone firm. We're in charge of its protection, and you're a stranger, so you better tell us exactly who you are and why you're here, or... Kane turned his hazel eyes to me. I think taking care of the Heart Maiden is more important right now. Ramon put a hand on my back. She's fine. Kane tilted his head, his gaze still on me. She doesn't look fine. Theron looked at me. His jaw hardened as he took me in. My forehead was damp with cold sweat, my hands still shook a little, and my breathing was labored, as if I had run 10 miles. He threw a glare at Kane. She's none of your concern. We'll take care of her, Ramon said at the same time. A corner of Kane's mouth curled up, revealing a tiny white scar on his top lip. Theron grabbed my wrist and pulled me closer. The Heart Maiden is my priority. I'll take care of her. What? Rage bloomed in my chest, and I did my best to keep it down as I stepped away from him. What is up with you? You haven't talked to me in over a month, and now I'm your priority? You want to take care of me? Theron couldn't hold my gaze as he said, You're the Heart Maiden. Everyone should take care of you. Bullshit, I hissed. Kane's eyes were still on me. Mirella, you should rest. Would you like me to accompany you home? Beside me, Theron fumed. He was only doing this, pretending he cared, because a stranger was here. Kane's presence bothered him that much? It would be my delight to use that then. I stepped to Kane's side. I would like that. You should stay here. Theron reached for me. I took a step back, getting out of his range. Don't even try it. Ramon let out an exasperated sigh. Mirella, Theron is right. You should stay with us. Theron is right? You're only defending him now because he's your brother. He's your fault, too, Ramon said. I flinched. It was hard to remember he was my brother when he barely looked at me. A string of curses sprang to the tip of my tongue, but I didn't want to act like a child in front of Kane. Instead, I swallowed the curse and glanced at Kane. I'm ready to go. Mr. Intensity offered me his arm, and I took it, hooking my hand around his elbow. Mirella, Ramon called one more time. I didn't look at him as I said, I'll see you later. Kane and I walked out of the studio room. Leander and Lash turned to follow us. Stay with her, Ramon said to the warriors. And pay attention to that guy, Theron said, his voice tight. I don't like him. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Thankfully, Kane didn't seem affected by their words. Once we were out of the building, I dropped my hand and took a step to the side, putting some distance between Kane and me. The proximity and friendliness had been a show for Theron. I had learned my lesson when it came to men. Philip and Artan made sure of it. I wouldn't let my guard down easily. Besides, he had been following me earlier, hadn't he? That already told me I shouldn't trust him. A few yards from the training center, I halted and faced him. Why were you following me earlier? Most of the day had been gray, but the sun had peeked through the clouds every few minutes. And as Kane tilted his head and stared at me, sunlight flooded his face, giving his skin a golden glow and his eyes a fiery shine. I couldn't deny he was handsome. in a sexy, manly way. I would rather talk about that somewhere else. He glanced over my head to the warriors standing a few feet away. Mysterious much? But I didn't know this man. I wouldn't fall for his trap. It's okay. I retreated a step and he frowned. By the way, sorry about Ramon and Theron. They can be a little protective. Kane nodded. Understandable. Besides being the Heart Maiden, you're their fen. I would probably do the same. I scoffed. I wish it were that simple. I shivered. Shit. In my rush to get away, I had forgotten my coat in the studio. But I wasn't going back for it now. The trek to my cabin would take less than 10 minutes. I could endure the cold for that long. Besides, I could warm myself up with my fire. Well, see you around. Channeling my magic, I turned to leave. Here. I glanced over my shoulder and saw as Kane slipped off his jacket, and before I could protest, he draped it over my shoulders. Now it's warm. Heat spread to my cheeks, not because the jacket was thicker than I first thought and warm since he had been wearing it, but because he was acting like a gentleman. I wasn't sure I could handle that. Naituk, I whispered, still not used to some tzigane expressions. But I shouldn't take it. I started taking it off, but he put his hands on my shoulders. Keep it. His proximity was as intense as when he had been watching me from afar. His scent, from the jacket and from himself, hit my nose, a mix of vetiver and wood and musk. It was quite intoxicating, and I felt the need to lean into him and take a good sniff. Surprised by my reaction, I took a step back. The words were a jumble of nonsense in my mind. I should go. I thought I said that before, but I couldn't be sure. As I spun on my feet, a wave of dizziness made me lightheaded, and my knees wobbled. Careful there. Kane hooked an arm around my waist and held me up. He didn't ease his grip, and I was once more affected by his proximity. I felt like a fly caught in a spider web. You're still weak. Let me help you. I should have told him no, that I could do it, or tell him Leander and Lash could help me. But the words got stuck in my throat. I let him hold me and guide me to my cabin. My mind kept conjuring every scenario. Kane was a disguised alchemist sent to kidnap me, or he was an engaged tzigane who wanted to play with the Heart Maiden's feelings. Or, unlike Philip and Artan, he was simply here to destroy me. Once we were inside my cabin, he would pull out his twin swords and slash my throat. I shook my head, trying to be rational for once. Not every man who approached me wanted to trick me and take advantage of me, right? This man could simply be a good man, like Ramon and Rai and Tomas, and he was just trying to help the Heart Maiden. It was a shame my shielded soul and heart weren't happy with that explanation. Kane halted before the cabin's porch. I turned to him. What is it? I can sense your apprehension, he said, his eyes impassive on mine. Did he stare at everyone with such fierceness? Did he make everyone dizzy with a simple look? I said I would bring you home safe, and here you are. He placed a fist over his heart and bowed his head to me. I hope to see you again soon. Surprising me, he spun and marched away. Wait, what had just happened? For some reason I couldn't explain, I didn't want him to leave. Kane, wait. He stopped and glanced at me. Why don't you come in and have some tea? He frowned. Are you sure? I don't want to impose. I swallowed hard and opened the front door. I'm sure. With deliberate steps, Kane followed me inside. He closed the door and I took off his jacket and handed it back to him. Thanks. Naituk. The half grin was back. Not used to tzigane words? Something like that. I stopped in front of the fireplace and lifted my hands. A small flame appeared between my joined palms. I threw it at the firewood, and warmth filled the room. That's a neat trick. I shrugged. I don't really need the fireplace, but I like to see it on. It's cozy. I gestured toward the two couches beside me. Make yourself comfortable while I make the tea. Instead of taking a seat, Kane followed me into the kitchen. How can I help? I showed him the kettle, the mugs, and the wooden tea box on the counter. Everything is set. We just need to warm the water now. I placed my hand on the kettle, and in 5 seconds, the water inside was boiling. Another cool trick. Smiling, I took the mugs and the tea box to the rectangular dining table. I opened the box's lid. Choose. Taking a seat at the table, Kane picked a strong black tea. He put the tea bag into the mug. I poured the hot liquid over it. He wrapped his hand around the mug. Naituk. I sat on a chair across the table from him, hoping the distance reduced whatever effect he seemed to have on me, and chose an herbal tea. So, are you going to tell me why you were following me? He finished taking a big gulp from his tea, then snickered. Directly to the point. I'm tired of lies and tricks, so the more direct you and I are, the better. His amused expression faded. I like that. I was never one to like lies either. I wondered if he was speaking from experience. I guess everyone in the world had been hurt one time or another, some more than others, and a few of us were hurt and lied to all the time. My walls shook, but I placed invisible hands on them and held them up. All right, let's start with something easy. Who are you, and where are you from? His back straightened, and suddenly he seemed too big for my simple dining chair. I'm Kane Mazrek, and I'm from the Panel enclave a few hours north of here. I was a warrior there. Are you here visiting someone? Not here. I left my enclave a couple of months ago, and I have been visiting friends at different enclaves. I sipped from my tea. Why did you leave your enclave? His brows pinched. My ex and I got a divorce a couple of months ago. I swallowed a gasp. Divorces were a rare thing in the tzigane community, and from the little I had heard, divorcees were seen as evil beings after that. I didn't feel at home there anymore after that, so I decided to move. I rent a mountain house for now. Which made sense. He drank from his tea. But I'm looking for a place to call my own. My heart tugged in sympathy. Like me, Kane was lost and trying to find his place in this big world. However, my place had been chosen for me. He was free to go and do whatever he wanted. If he wasn't lying to me. Perhaps he was spinning a tale to make me feel sympathetic toward him. I steeled myself. You said you're visiting friends at other enclaves, but not here. Why are you here then? His eyes fixed on mine, and the intensity in them only grew. My throat went dry. How was he doing that? How was he making me flustered with only a look? And on top of that, there was no denying how handsome he was with his chiseled face, 5 o'clock shadow, and piercing eyes. Even the little scar on his top lip and the small black hoop on his right earlobe added to his charm. My cheeks heated. I felt a strong pull to come meet the Heart Maiden, he said, his tone serious, resolute. I guess everyone in the tzigane world has heard about how a beautiful girl who didn't know she was tzigane suddenly became the Heart Maiden. But I felt this compulsion to come see you with my own eyes. I swallowed, but my throat was so dry it hurt. I took another sip from my tea. Kane went on, still holding my gaze. I'm glad I wasn't disappointed. Disappointed? I had many faults, I knew that, but I was curious about what he was expecting to find. Beautiful, energetic, and kind. Those are the words I've heard the most wherever I go. The heat in my cheeks increased, and I was sure I was as red as a lobster right now. Please stop. You're exaggerating. No, I'm not. He finally broke the stare and stood. But I see you're embarrassed, so I'll stop. For now. He took the empty mugs to the sink and started washing them. I shot up. You don't need to do that. I want to. I stared at his wide back, totally confused. What was going on here? Who was this man? What pull was this? Why was he saying these things to me? I had promised myself I wouldn't fall for this kind of trick again. So why did I feel like I was on a train running out of control? Like I would crash and burn? Besides, wasn't I going crazy? I needed to keep my distance from everyone. If it wasn't because of the craziness and the fact that I could hurt them, then because the Elder Council would kill me in the end. Anyone close to me would be hurt when it happened. What was I thinking? I didn't want to die. I wouldn't let the council kill me. But what was the other option? Embrace the craziness and become like Damara? As if she would let me live. The moment I ran away from the council and the enclave, she would be on my tail, ready to take my powers and kill me. Kane turned around, his brows furrowed again. What is it? I shook my head once. Nothing. You know what? You haven't rested yet. He stepped into my personal space and clasped my upper arms. Come on, let's sit down. Like a big dummy, I let him guide me to the living room, where he pushed me down on one of the couches. He fluffed a pillow behind my back and grabbed a throw blanket from my bed and covered my legs. Better? I stared at him. Why are you doing this? I hadn't intended to ask that, but the words flew out of my mouth before my brain registered anything. Kane folded his big frame and knelt in front of me. Are you feeling better? He was dodging my question, so I would dodge his too. Besides, I didn't want to give him an opening to ask me what happened. I already had Sheila and Ramon pestering me about the pain and the hallucinations. I always told them the same thing. I wasn't sleeping well, I was too tired, or I had no appetite, hence the weakness. I didn't need one more person prodding into a truth I wasn't ready to share. Nobody needed to know about the Fireheart fever. Not yet. His face was a foot away from mine, and I couldn't help but inhale sharply. He was too handsome. If he turned out to be kind and good and caring too, I would be in big trouble. I scooted farther back on the couch and brought my legs up, like they were a shield in front of me, and wrapped my arms around my knees. You should go now. If I need anything, I'll let Leander and Lash know. Kane narrowed his hazel eyes, but didn't question me. If you insist. When he stood to leave, an urge to reach to him and hold him hit me hard. Why was I being like this? Like a desperate woman in need of a man? Hadn't I had my heart broken and betrayed too many times? Shouldn't I know better than to fall for a pretty face? Moreover, I was a strong woman, at least I would like to think I was, who didn't need a man to stand beside her. Maybe friends, but not a partner. Right now, I didn't even have those. Kane put his fist over his heart and bowed to me. I opened my mouth to tell him to stop doing that, but he was out the door before I could say anything else. I woke up with a start, my mind hazy, my body feeling heavy. Why was I sleeping on the couch? Confused, I reached for my phone to check the time. I gasped. Holy crap! I had slept through the evening and night? And on this couch? No wonder my back felt sore. However, as I considered, I realized I hadn't slept this well and this long in months. That didn't make sense. I threw the blanket aside and wobbled to the bathroom, where I took a nice hot shower and changed into clean clothes. Then, with my hair damp, I went to the kitchen and prepared a quick breakfast. As I sat at the table and sipped from my tea, I frowned, finally letting my mind wander through the events of the previous day. Sloane's ceremony, the pain that had come and gone, the mysterious Mr. Intensity, and sleeping so well it made me worried. What the hell was happening here? I didn't have the will or the energy to wonder about it. Instead, I grabbed 2 mugs and prepared tea for the warriors. By this time, Leander and Lash would be back for their daytime round, and with the cold outside, I was sure they could use some hot tea. Holding the 2 mugs by the handle with one hand, I pushed the front door open. "Good morning, who wants tea?" I almost dropped the mugs when I saw Kane standing at the top of the porch steps, his back straight and his chest stuffed, as if he too was on duty and protecting me. He glanced at me over his shoulder. "Good morning." What are you doing here?" I glanced around. "And where are Leander and Lash?" He jerked with his chin to the side. "Lash is there." I followed his direction and saw Lash standing a few feet from the cabin, his eyes on the trees beyond. And Leander was patrolling the back of the cabin. Frowning, I dropped the mugs on the small round table beside the rocking chairs. I only made 2. If you want one, I can make another one." "I'm fine," Kane said, his tone gentle. "Nightuk." Lowering my gaze, I retreated into the cabin. What was he doing here? Why was he guarding my place with the warriors? Why did he look so good doing it? I shook my head, shooing those thoughts away, but it seemed I couldn't run away from him and his intensity. Kane held the door before it swung closed, and he took half a step inside. "Can I come in?" Yes," I muttered, still confused. Kane entered the cabin and let the door fall closed behind him. "Did you sleep well?" I walked around the couch, putting distance between us, and crossed my arms. Yes. In fact, I was still shocked I had slept so well. It seemed so. My brows curled down. "What do you mean?" "The 2 warriors who were here during the night told me you usually don't sleep, and if you sleep, you have nightmares. They mentioned having to wake you up once or twice before. But last night, it seemed as if you were quiet all night." "You mean, it couldn't be. You were outside all night?" His piercing eyes on mine, Kane nodded. "I was." I opened my mouth to ask him why. Why was he being this kind, this considerate? Why did he care so much? Why would he spend the night outside in the cold to watch over me, even though there were 2 poor warriors who had been assigned to do just that? But my words died in my throat as a loud noise resounded from the distance. "What is that?" Kane went rigid. "Sirens. Something is wrong." Chapter 4. I practically jumped up from the couch and rushed to the door, but Kane put his arms out, blocking my way. "What are you doing?" "I need to go check what's happening." "I don't—" The door burst open, and the sound of the sirens increased tenfold. Kane had one of his swords halfway out before Leander and Lash stepped into my cabin. "Are you okay?" Leander asked, his eyes searching me. Despite all the hatred he probably possessed toward me, he couldn't help his duty as a warrior. He had to protect me first. "Yes? What's going on?" I tried to spy outside the door, but besides the trees around the cabin, I didn't see anything suspicious. Lash put his hand on the hilt of his sword. "We don't know." I took a step forward. "We should go find out what's happening then." "No, Mirella," Leander said. It's safer if we stay inside, ready for battle, until someone comes to find us and tell us to come out." "That's bullshit," I snapped. "If they are in danger, we need to help." "Mirella," Kane started, his tone hard. "Leander is right. We don't know what's out there. Going to help could make things worse. Regardless, you're the priority right now. We keep you safe in here until we know it's safe out there." "But—" Lash closed and locked the door with a definite click. "Please, Mirella, don't argue with us." Could I take the three of them? I didn't know how good of a fighter Kane was, but judging by his powerful body and stance, I was sure he wouldn't be an easy opponent. I guessed my only option was if I caught them by surprise, and I probably couldn't stun them. I would have to distract them and run. Was it worth it, though? I would probably spend a lot of my energy trying to get away from them. What if whatever was going on at the enclave needed my magic? I had to save my power for a true menace. But I didn't think I could stay here and wait. "I understand your concern, but we can't hide." I tried making them see my reasoning. "What if our enclave is being attacked like Cora's was? We should be out there helping the tziganes escape." Leander shook his head. "No, we should be taking off, just like Cora and Rai and Nico did. That was the only reason they survived." I didn't bother correcting him. Nico had been kidnapped by the alchemists, and Cora and Rai were with Wesh, Nico's brother, who betrayed them in the end. That wasn't the point. "We won't run away," Kane said. "Not yet. We'll wait for a while until someone comes to check on the Heart Maiden." Defiant, I lifted my chin. "And what if they don't come?" "Perhaps I should go check and report back," Lash suggested. Kane rubbed his chin. "That might work." "But you have to stay in the shadows," Leander said. Ignoring my presence and my comments, the three of them talked about how to sneak into the enclave unseen. So much for a powerful Heart Maiden. So easily ignored. I plopped down on the couch and crossed my arms. Not a second passed and I shot to my feet again. A new energy pushed against the cabin. "There's someone coming." Kane pulled out his twin swords. Leander and Lash held theirs up, and the three of them spied out through the windows. "It's Tomas." Leander opened the door as Tomas reached the porch. I rushed to the door. "What happened?" Tomas put a hand over his chest, breathing fast. "Mirella, you'll need to come see this." By the time we reached the main square, the sirens had been turned off. On the way to the main building, we had passed many tziganes who were rushing into their houses and locking themselves in. What was going on? I had asked several times, but Tomas said he didn't know how to explain. "You should see it," he kept repeating. Kane stayed by my side the entire trek. His swords were in his hands, and his eyes darted side to side, as if he expected the enemy to jump in front of us at any moment. I expected that too. But when we marched into the main building and nothing had happened yet, I wondered if the sirens had been set off by accident, and now people were panicking without a reason. Tomas halted before the half-open doors to the Elder Council room. "In here." I advanced, but Kane grabbed my arm and held me back. "Let me check first." Slowly, he slithered forward and opened the door. Then he straightened and stepped aside. "Please, come in." Leander and Lash stayed at my back with Tomas, while I strolled into the council room with Kane behind me. A knot appeared between my brows as I took everything in. Everyone was here. Well, almost everyone. I could see Sheila, Dolan, Ramon, Cora, Rai, Artan, and Darcy standing in front of the council table. "What's going on?" I asked, approaching the group. "Mirella, oh, Purishe, you're okay." Sheila ran to me and embraced me tight. Dolan placed a heavy hand on my back, as if relieved too. The rest of the group turned to me, and that was when I saw it. Neil, Oscar, Dika, and several other members of the Elder Council sat in their chairs, but they didn't move. They didn't blink. They didn't even seem to be breathing. My breath caught. Are they alive? We just checked, Artan said, already in charge. They are alive, but they aren't responding to anything. I frowned. Does anyone have an idea of what happened here? Darcy let out a long sigh. I have read about a similar occurrence. Artan turned to his grandmother. Buridaj, why didn't you say something? Because I'm still hoping this is something else, she said in a low voice. I always hated the old hag, but right now, she looked so defeated, with her face paler than usual, the wrinkles around her eyes more pronounced, and her shoulders sagged. You said you read about this? Sheila asked. What did you read? Darcy pursed her lips and shook her head. The old hag had always been strong. I couldn't endure her looking this pitiful. Puridaj. Artan placed a hand on her shoulder. Please, tell us. She let out a long breath. If this is that same occurrence, this is caused by old, powerful magic. And what is it exactly? Kane asked. Artan shot him a glare. Who are you? How did you get in here? I rolled my eyes. Not now, Artan. I stepped to Darcy's side. Please, Darcy, tell us what you know. A sudden fire appeared in her eyes. This is a spell that sucks the souls from the bodies of the victims. The one who casts the spell can use the magic in the soul to increase his power. So, you're saying whoever cast this spell is holding all these souls hostage? Sheila asked. With a sorrowful glance at her son, Oscar, Darcy nodded. So, we need to find whoever stole the souls, Artan mused. Do you have any idea who it could be? Dolan asked. Help! The air around the council room crackled with anticipation as we all turned to the door. Nico rushed in, his face gaunt. Help, he repeated. Something is happening. What is it? Artan asked. As the Rombaro's son, he oversaw the enclave now. I didn't know if that was good or bad. I went to visit Julian and... He shook his head. When I entered the house, I found everyone frozen like statues. His eyes widened, and he pointed to us. Like that! Like them! I glanced to the doll-like Elder Council members. What does this mean? That this is spreading? It's not a disease, Darcy said. It's not contagious. Someone is actively doing this. Artan snapped to attention. Ramon, Leander, Lash, Tomas. He rattled out the names of all the warriors present in the room. Spread out through the enclave. Check how many people have been affected by this. But be on guard. If you see something or someone suspicious, call for backup immediately. The warriors bowed their heads to their leader. Then they marched out of the room. Some warriors, Kane muttered by my side, leaving the Heart Maiden unprotected. Well, you're here, aren't you? I joked. He turned his eyes to mine, and I gasped from the intensity in there. Always. What did he mean? Before I could make sense of his words, another tzigane ran into the room. Mirella! Theron halted right in front of me. I was ready to dismiss him, but the timbre of his voice and the paleness of his skin told me he wasn't kidding right now. I need your help. What is it? He swallowed hard. It's Ellie. I didn't know if I should punch Theron or kick him. The only option was to maim him because why the hell had he risked bringing Ellie inside the enclave when he knew she had been banned? Before, when I defied Darcy, the situation was different. But after our trip to the main enclave and all our punishments, I knew Darcy meant business. The moment Darcy sent Ellie off, I knew it would take work to bring her back again, if ever. "I can't believe you did this," I hissed as we ran to his house. The stone path was slick with the remnants of ice and snow, and I must have slipped at least 3 times. Kane reached for me without hesitation. When I bolted after Theron, Kane followed us. Artan yelled for us to stay, but this was my best friend we were talking about. I wouldn't stand inside the council room and do nothing. "It was her idea," Theron mumbled. I resisted for a while, but she kept insisting, saying it was safer to be together here than out there where alchemists could find me. "I always wanted you two to get together, and it seems that finally happened." I glared at him. "But you shouldn't have brought her here. The council could have found out and—" "There's more to worry about now." Theron slowed down as we approached his place, the manor-like house he shared with most of the Belleville tziganes. Dread coursed through my veins as he opened the door to his house and let us inside. I walked into the living room, and my heart stopped. Ellie, my best friend. She sat on the couch like a doll, her body rigid, her gaze to the wall straight ahead, her eyes unblinking, her chest barely moving up and down, the only sign that she was alive. Tears burned my eyes. Without thinking, I turned and did what I had been thinking all the way here. I punched Theron, but he was too fast for me, so I missed his face and punched his shoulder. He stood there, taking hit after hit. "You!" I pulled my hand back and flames appeared in my palm. "Mirella!" Kane wrapped his arms around my torso and pulled me back. "Get a hold of yourself." I stared at the flame in my hand and gasped. My veins hummed with pure magic, and I hadn't even noticed. I had been ready to fight Theron. No, to kill him. My own brother. Eyes wide, I put the flame away and cradled my rogue hand. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean to." Hunched shoulders, Theron nodded. I know. I would probably have reacted the same way." No, he wouldn't. Because Theron was level-headed most of the time. He was a great and fair warrior. Our relationship needed some mending, but I knew he would never do anything to hurt me. But I had almost hurt him. I hadn't been in control of myself or my magic. This had to be yet another symptom of the Fireheart fever. Ashamed of myself, I pushed Kane away. He didn't resist. I turned to my best friend and sat beside her. "Ellie," I called. "Please, come back. Give me a sign you're in there." Was she, though? If what Darcy said was true, she wasn't in here. This was just her body, her shell. Tears brimmed in my eyes. Rapid footsteps rang through the foyer. Kane and Theron snapped to attention. Raising his hands, Ramon slowed down. "Hey, it's just me." Theron relaxed, but only a bit. "What is it?" "I was on my way to the Elder Council room for a report," he said. I sucked in a sharp breath, afraid of asking. "So, what did you find?" Ramon shook his head once. "Half of the enclave is gone." Chapter 5. Confusion reigned in the Elder Council meeting room. After moving most of the afflicted tziganes, including Kizzy, Shay, Brenna, and Marie, to the infirmary, and assigning healers and warriors to watch over them, the remaining tziganes met to discuss what to do next. I had made a quick pit stop and checked on Felix. Since moving to the Level Enclave, the White Lion had been put in a special place reserved for heart animals. It was a big cage on the east side of the Enclave, with plenty of room for him to stretch his legs. But it was still a cage. To my surprise, he was well, totally unaffected by whatever was going on in the enclave. He projected the image that he was fine in my mind, and despite the heavy feeling in my chest, I left him there alone, for now. In the council meeting room, everyone spoke at the same time, retelling how they found their loved ones in the wax doll state, suggesting a course of action, and even pointing out suspects. 2 older men even broke out in a brawl after some heated words, which was quickly broken up by Theron and Ramon. Finally, Artan hopped on the semi-oval table. "Silence, please." The chatter became whispers, and in seconds, the room went silent. "Arguing and fighting among ourselves won't help. We need to stay calm and find a solution." "And what do you suggest?" someone shouted from the back. "Right now, I don't know. We need to figure out more about this affliction first." Artan looked at Darcy. "Poridaj, what else can you tell us about it?" She shook her head. "I don't remember much. I was young when I read about it. I don't even remember if it was a book or a journal or what, and I certainly don't remember if there was a way to undo this. But if you read it somewhere, then this text might still exist," Sheila said. "We should try the library. Any important book or journal would be stored there." "Right, good thinking." Artan nodded. "Sheila, gather a handful of tziganes and search the library." Sheila bowed her head slightly. "Will do." "As much as finding a way to undo this spell is important, we also need to talk about who could have done this," Dolan said. He was right. If whoever had performed this spell was still among us, then it was only a matter of time before more tziganes became soulless. But if the responsible party was close, then did it mean it was one of us? Had we been betrayed? Or someone was possessed? Or evil? I glanced around, trying to read the tziganes' faces. Conscious of my actions, I sent out my senses. Most of the tziganes had been trained to keep their shields up 24/7, so it was no surprise when my senses bounced back, revealing nothing. "I agree, but right now I'm worried about the victims," Artan said. Again, he turned to his grandmother. "How long can a tzigane survive without his soul?" Darcy thought for a moment. "I'm not sure. Maybe a week?" "I think 5 days would be pushing it," Sheila said. Murmurs spread throughout the room. "Then we need to find a way to restore these souls ASAP," Artan said. "Once we find a way to do it, we'll worry about who did it." I frowned, not sure that was the best course of action. If we didn't stop whoever was doing this, then more tziganes would be soulless in no time. Soon, too many of us would become wax dolls, and there wouldn't be enough tziganes to fight back. But as I opened my mouth to protest, Darcy beat me to the punch. "Kane, why don't you explain what you do?" The room went silent again. I stared from Darcy to Kane, feeling blindsided. For someone who was easily 6'3", Kane straightened his spine and seemed to grow another inch or two taller. He faced the crowd, totally calm. "I'm a master slayer." A collective gasp rang through the crowd. I blinked. "Sorry, but I haven't been a tzigane for 6 months and don't know everything. Can someone explain what a master slayer is?" One corner of Kane's lips curled up as he looked at me and said, "I study and fight supernatural creatures and afflictions." "Is this like your special power?" I asked. Most tziganes had a special power. Artan had his air magic. Cora had her earth magic. Some could teleport or move objects with their minds. And in my case, I had fire magic. "Something like that," he said. "Wait," Artan said. Everyone's attention turned to him. "Isn't it convenient that you arrived yesterday, right before we were plagued with this affliction?" Yes! He's the one who did it! He's guilty! Get him! Shouts came from the crowd. It can't be him, I hissed to Artan. Artan turned his fuming eyes to me. Why not? He must have done it during the night. I shook my head. It wasn't him. Mirella, Kane muttered. Why not? Because he spent the night at my house, I told him. Artan's eyes widened, and he pulled back as if I had slapped him. What? It wasn't Kane, I said out loud this time so everyone could hear. I can vouch for him. Not that my word meant anything nowadays, but the only ones who knew about my lies to the council were my friends and the Elder Council, and half of them were frozen at the moment. That seemed to appease the clueless tziganes. Artan glared at Kane. I still don't trust him. Kane didn't seem bothered by the statement. I've heard of Kane, Darcy said. I was stunned that she was defending the same person as me. Usually we were at odds. Kane used to be called to different enclaves to solve mysterious cases. It's a coincidence he is here today, but a fortunate one. Rye stood by my side and crossed his arms. And what do you know about this affliction? Everything about him screamed he was as suspicious of Kane as Artan was. I would like to know that too, Ramon said, his tone harsh. He too wasn't going easy on Kane. For some reason, hearing from Ramon made me think of Theron. But he wasn't here. But Kane either wasn't bothered by them, or he was good at disguising it. He faced the men, as strong and stoic as the other warriors. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I think I am now. I haven't been confronted by this affliction before, but one of my old mentors has, and he had me study it. He paused. We need to kill the person who's stealing the souls. That's the only way the afflicted tziganes will get their souls back. Brow furrowed, Artan said. So, we need to find whoever did this. 2 birds with 1 stone, I said. Kane nodded at me. Exactly. And how do we find out who is responsible for this? Ramon asked. Leave that to me, Kane said, his voice full of confidence. Artan groaned. All right, Darcy said. As an Elder Council member, I appoint Artan, Kane, and Mirella to work on this case and find the soul stealer. I glanced from Darcy to Kane to Artan and back to Darcy. This wouldn't end well. Chapter 6. The tziganes were ordered to stay in larger groups, making it harder for the soul stealer to act. I still snickered at the nickname since it made it sound like a demon was behind it all. Which wasn't impossible. Since finding out about tziganes and alchemists and Heart Maidens, I had also faced revenants, forest protectors, wyverns, and even a dragon. Oh, and my half-brother was a werewolf. Demons weren't too far down the list of my future meetings, I was sure. Slowly, the Elder Council meeting room emptied. Before Leander and Lash left, I asked them to go check on Felix again. Maybe even take him to protect the tziganes at the infirmary with them. I didn't like leaving him alone like that. The last ones out were Artan, Kane, and I. The tension was thick around us, and almost suffocating once we were in the hallway. I cleared my throat. We should... Artan turned to me. Can I talk to you? He closed his hand around my wrist and pulled me back. Lips pursed, Kane took a step toward us. No, it's okay, I told him, before being dragged back into the council room. I jerked my hand free of Artan's grasp and glared at him. What is it? His fists clenched, and his amber eyes gained a dangerous glint. He spent the night at your cabin? The man just showed up. You know nothing about him. And you spent the night with him? So, that was what this was about. I crossed my arms and lifted my chin. That's none of your business. None of my business. He's a stranger in my enclave. Moreover, he's still the prime suspect in my book. Even your grandmother is vouching for him. She has been mistaken before. This is ridiculous. Do you hear yourself? If I didn't know better, I would say you're jealous. His jaw ticked and his nostrils flared. For a moment there, I thought he would lunge at me. Then, he let out a long exhale. Until we rule him out as a suspect, I want you to stay away from him. My jaw hit the floor. Excuse me? That's an order. You know me better than that. I never followed the Elder Council's orders. Do you think I'll follow yours? Besides, I know you're acting like this because you're jealous. So no, I won't stay away from him. I spun around to leave, but Artan grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. What? Yes, I'm jealous, he barked, his face inches from mine. I'm jealous, and I don't want you to be alone with him. Fury ricocheted inside me. I broke free of his grip and took a large step back. It was all I could do not to conjure flames and burn his face. I don't care if you're jealous. That's none of my business anymore. I took a long breath, filling myself with determination. As for you, you lost the right to tell me what to do a while ago. I didn't wait to see his reactions to my words. I spun on my heels and marched out of the room. To my surprise, Kane wasn't in the hallway, and my heart sank. I was sure he would have waited for me. Or perhaps not. What was I to him anyway? Nothing. And now he had a mission. A mission that had already started on the wrong foot with Artan and me arguing and Kane disappearing. By St. Sarah la Kali, could things get any more complicated? We had work to do, even if we weren't doing it together. If I couldn't find Kane to search for the Soul Stealer, then I would join Sheila in the library and find a way to keep the soulless tziganes healthy until we saved them. I stepped out of the building, and cold air greeted me. I groaned, pulling my coat tighter and channeling my magic to warm myself up. Still cold? Want my jacket? Kane appeared by my side. I stared at him. I thought you left. He shook his head. I figured you'd want space to talk to Artan, so I decided to wait for you outside. He started slipping his leather jacket off. I put a hand on his chest, stopping him. No, I'm fine. Kane glanced at my hand on his chest. On his fine, wide, hard chest. Warmth surged through my cheeks and I pulled my hand back. Sorry. A lopsided grin appeared on his thick lips. No need to apologize. I buried my hands into the pockets of my coat. Better hide them before they act by themselves again. So, what do we do now? He glanced to the door. What about Artan? Shouldn't we wait for him? I'm not sure he'll be a good partner right now. Kane's brows pinched together. All right, then we should start searching the enclave for the Soul Stealer. He jerked his chin. Come on. He started walking away. I fell into step with him, glad I had worn thick boots with rubber soles. Otherwise, I would have already face-planted on the slippery stones. It hadn't snowed in a couple of days, but a thin drizzle had fallen 2 days ago, coating the stones with ice. Because of the low temperature, most of the ice still held. Kane steered onto the first street to our right, and I realized that for the first time since finding out I was the Heart Maiden, I didn't have bodyguards with me. I frowned, wondering why. Did you see Leander and Lash when you were waiting outside? Ramon sent them to help keep the afflicted tziganes safe, Kane said. Why? They were assigned to stay with me until later this afternoon, and it wasn't even noon yet. Unless, because Darcy told Artan you and me to work together, they thought Artan would take over, as he used to do. Don't worry. Kane gently bumped his arm on my shoulder. I'll keep you safe. My cheeks heated. Why did he make me so flustered? Trying to think of something else, I said, So, you're a master slayer. That's the first time I've heard the term. Are you a specialized warrior? Something like that, he said. Usually, warriors defend the enclave if it's ever attacked, or protect the Heart Maiden when we have one. In my case, I'm like a detective. I don't only kill the monsters, I find out what they are doing and why. I go after clues and try to stop them at the root. If I can, I even go beyond that and find the next group and stop them before they can act against any tzigane. And the afflictions? I only work with curses and evil spells caused by creatures and monsters. Magical spells alchemists and tziganes cast aren't my specialty. And this one is an evil spell. I think so. He nodded. I think some creature infiltrated the enclave undetected and is hiding under the disguise of a tzigane. I skidded to a stop. You mean they are disguised as us? Kane halted with me. Yes. But we just saw everyone in the infirmary and the council room. Yours is the only new face here. Kane cocked an eyebrow. Are you starting to suspect me? By St. Sarah la Kali, no. A faint sound like a chuckle came from Kane's lips. I know, I'm just teasing you. He became serious again. Depending on the creature, they can shapeshift to look like someone you know. So anyone is suspicious, really? He nodded. Yes. And how will you know if a tzigane is really a tzigane or if it's a shapeshifter? Now that I know what to look for, I have methods to unveil the truth. We resumed walking, and my mind spun with the new information. It seemed impossible that a creature could have gotten in the enclave undetected, but one thing I had learned since becoming a tzigane was that nothing was impossible. Just then, a new thought popped in my mind. Wait, don't you have to see and examine the tziganes to find the creature? I gestured to the deserted street. Artan had ordered everyone to stay together and inside. We won't find anyone around. Oh, but we will. If the creature wants to steal more souls, it'll have to venture outside to find the other tziganes. That made sense, but I would rather be inside too. It was too damn cold, and even with sensible boots, I could still fall on my face because of my clumsiness. I thought of something else. What about other kinds of alchemists? Kane's brows slammed down. Other kinds of alchemists? What do you mean? In November, my friends and I went on a mission in northern Maine, close to the border with Canada. On the way there, we encountered alchemists who wore red masks and had a red glint in their shadow swords. When we went into their manor, we saw odd symbols drawn on the floor, with blood. I've never heard of alchemists like that. Yeah, we were stumped too. But I think that could be something for me to investigate. He paused. After we're done with this, I'll look into that. Let me know if you need any help. I'm curious about them too. He gave me a side glance. You helping me? That would be my pleasure. Once more, heat came back to my cheeks. My feelings were drunk. That had to be it. Kane and I turned down another street, one leading back to the main square. And right at the end of the street, Artan and Theron stood side by side, talking. I let out a long breath, not ready to face any of them, much less the two of them together. But something else caught my attention. As we made our way toward the warriors, Kane's body tensed. Suddenly, his eyes glowed orange, and he inhaled deeply. Kane? I whispered, suddenly wary of whatever was happening with him. Then, Kane pulled out one of his swords from his back. Fast as lightning, he ran toward the end of the street. He rammed into Theron and pinned him to the wall. What the? Theron's word became a gurgle as Kane slit his throat. Chapter 7. I couldn't breathe. My hands shook uncontrollably. What? The words got stuck in my throat. No. It had to be a trick of my mind. Another hallucination coming to haunt me. Because there was no way in hell Kane would kill Theron. It couldn't be. Eyes wide, Theron's hands flew to his neck, but the cut was too large, and blood seeped between his fingers. Theron's legs gave out, and he slid to the ground. I dashed to him and knelt by his side. No, I cried, reaching for his neck. Maybe I could stop the bleeding with my fire. I had done it before with Artan's wound. It had to work now, too. Kane put a hand on my shoulder. Mirella. I flinched at his touch. Waking up from his shock, Artan drew his sword and pointed the blade to Kane's chest. Stay away from her. He pushed Kane a few steps back. Any last words? With my panic, the fire flickered in my hands. We need a healer. No, wait, Kane said, his voice calm, as if he hadn't just killed my brother, as if he wasn't afraid Artan would end him in 2 seconds. Look. As if on cue, Theron's eyes changed. The warm, dark brown turned into black. Next, his skin gained a gray hue. His hair disappeared, his hands elongated into claws, his mouth widened, and he gained sharp teeth. I jumped back, sure I couldn't be seeing it right. Artan dropped his sword and whispered, A revenant? Yes. Kane turned to me, his eyes sympathetic. I'm sorry I scared you. That wasn't my intention. It's okay, I said automatically. The image of Kane slashing Theron's throat was etched in my mind, and it would haunt me like a nightmare. But I was relieved it had been a misunderstanding. Wait. Artan raised his hand, as if asking for a minute. So, there was a revenant inside the enclave? Yes. Kane cleaned his sword on the revenant's clothes and sheathed it. I'm missing something, I said, still trying to catch up with what had happened here. My brain kept replaying Theron dying by Kane's hand, and I couldn't shake it off, slowing down everything else. Revenants can shapeshift? Since when? Only older, more powerful ones can, and they can only shapeshift into the person they have power over, Kane explained. Artan put his sword back into the scabbard by his waist. So, this means we solved the case? We caught the culprit? This revenant had Theron's soul and now it should be back. Not exactly. Kane shook his head. The revenant doesn't steal the soul of the person it shapeshifts into. It has to keep that person safe. If the person dies, the illusion is shattered. I frowned. What does that mean? Shape-shifting revenants can only steal a couple of souls at a time, which means Theron's revenant is holding him prisoner somewhere safe, and it must have stolen someone else's soul. So, my brain was in knots now. You're saying there are more revenants inside the enclave disguised as us? And they have taken the souls of the tziganes who are now in the infirmary, frozen like statues? Yes, Kane said. I don't know how many souls each of them took, so they will keep doing it until they fill their quota. Artan pointed to the dead revenant on the ground. I bet this revenant also had Ellie's soul. My eyes widened. You're right. We should go check on her, Kane suggested. He didn't have to tell me twice. First, Artan called 2 warriors to get rid of the revenant's body. It had to be beheaded before disposed. Then the 3 of us rushed to the infirmary. When we arrived in the back room, Ellie was seated on a bed, and tziganes surrounded her. What happened? How are you back? Do you remember anything? How did you come back? Ellie recoiled with each new question, and she shrank even more when Darcy approached her and asked the same questions as the others. A protective force overtook me, and I pushed through the crowd. "Excuse me." Ellie's eyes widened when she saw me. I stepped right next to her and took her hands in mine. "Are you okay?" Tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm not sure. I'm confused. What's going on?" I turned to Darcy. "Can you please help me here? We need some space." Lips pressed into a thin line, Darcy stared at me. I thought the old hag would argue with me, but then she opened her arms wide and guided the crowd back. "Let's give her a moment." Mutters rang through the large infirmary as the tziganes retreated, and there were even some appalled gasps when Darcy pulled the curtains around Ellie's cot, closing us in. This wouldn't stop them from hearing us if we didn't whisper, but it helped with the curious eyes. Ellie glanced from Darcy to Artan to Kane, then to me. "What's going on? Why am I here?" "Sorry for all the questions, but I need you to answer some of them," I said, trying to force some gentleness in my tone. Ellie and I hadn't been close lately, and now I was butting into her life as if nothing had happened. I hoped she didn't resist it. "But what do you remember?" She closed her eyes for a moment. "Theron brought me to the enclave for dinner. After, we went for a walk in the woods. He said there was a waterfall in the valley that was pretty during the winter." Her face paled and her eyes bulged. "Then, we were attacked. It was dark and it was fast. I didn't see much. Theron fell on the ground and something jumped over me." She put her hand on her neck. "I think it bit me." I leaned closer and examined her neck. 2 small white marks indicated the bite had almost completely healed. "Shit. Do you know when you were attacked?" She frowned. "I'm guessing last night?" It didn't make sense. "What day was it?" "Friday, the 9th. "Shit." Artan sighed. "Today is Wednesday, Ellie." What? It can't be." She glanced at us, lost. "What happened? What attacked us? Where is Theron?" I let out a long breath and told her everything we knew so far. Beside me, Darcy's eyes widened more and more with each word that came out of my mouth. I didn't spare any details as I told them about finding out that Theron was a shape-shifting revenant, how Kane attacked him and scared the hell out of me, how the revenant shifted back to his original form, and the conclusions we got from it and Kane's explanations. "Oh my God," Ellie whispered. "Are you saying there are revenants disguised as tziganes in the enclave?" Darcy asked in a hiss. She looked livid, as if the revenants had dared to rain on her parade, and she would annihilate them all with one glare. "Yes, and they're the ones taking the souls from tziganes." "But why?" Ellie asked, her voice still low, shocked. "That's the question that has been bothering me," Kane said. "The few times I heard about cases like this, revenants took 1 or 2 souls and then left. They didn't linger, disguised for almost a week, and take so many souls at once." "Something doesn't make sense," Artan said, "but I can't pinpoint what." Ellie held on to my hand. "What about Theron? You said he's probably safe, but somewhere else. What's going to happen to him?" I couldn't help but look at Kane and Artan. "We'll come up with a plan, but I'm sure we'll go after him." Even though I didn't know how. How would we find where Theron and the others were being kept? Tears slid down Ellie's cheeks. "Please, save him." I squeezed her hand. "I will, I promise." Because we had to, right? I couldn't imagine not saving Theron and the other afflicted tziganes. "Here." Darcy handed a teacup to Ellie. I stared at the old hag, taken aback by her kindness. She hated my Gajo best friend. This will help calm you down." With a weak smile, Ellie took the teacup. "Thank you." After telling Ellie to rest and not worry about anything, Darcy ushered Artan, Kane, and I out of the infirmary. Out in the cold, Darcy pulled us aside so no one would hear us. "What did you give Ellie?" Darcy turned her eyes on me. "A calming elixir. She'll fall asleep and rest for a while." I thought so. I was thankful, though. Ellie seemed distressed by the news. Then, Darcy's gaze hardened. "I told you not to bring her here anymore, didn't I?" I raised my hands. "Hey, it wasn't me. She hasn't talked to me since we got back from Maine." "It was Theron, Puridaj," Artan said. "The two of them have been dating, and he brought her here to spend some time with her." 1. I was glad Theron and Ellie had finally surrendered to their feelings and started dating. 2. I wanted to lunge at Artan and slap him. Way to hand over his friend. Couldn't he have lied? That was rich, coming from me, the queen of, I won't lie anymore, but I can't help lying. "What?" Darcy let out a thin shriek. I flinched in surprise. "They what?" She shook her head once. "You know what? Never mind. I'll worry about that later. We have more pressing problems now." She looked to the three of us. "So, what's the plan?" "We haven't had time to discuss it yet," Artan said. "All right," Darcy said. "Keep this quiet until you come up with something. I don't want panic spreading through the enclave." "Actually," Kane started, "I already know what we must do." Artan glared at him, but Darcy looked pleased. "And what is that?" "Most of the time, my Master Slayer powers can detect the shape-shifting revenants when I'm close enough. I just have to search the enclave until I find one to interrogate." "Interrogate a revenant? Are you serious?" Artan asked, a bite in his words. "That's the only way for us to know where they have taken the other tziganes," Kane said. Like before, he was calm, not one bit afraid of Artan's wrath. Darcy nodded. "Yes, we have to find out where they are. Do that." She let out a long, exasperated breath. "Ugh, I need to go back to the infirmary. Let me know if you find anything." Darcy went back to the infirmary. Artan shifted his weight and crossed his arms. "What now?" Kane offered him a knowing grin. "Now, we go hunting." Chapter 8. First, Artan called all the warriors to the training center. Kane and I hung in the back, while Artan spewed things about increased security and a new patrolling schedule while he worked on finding out what was causing the inexplicable affliction. The less they knew, the better. Meanwhile, Kane's eyes glowed orange again as his powers kicked in. His enhanced senses traveled the room, looking for a disguised revenant. As he had told me, depending on how powerful the revenant was, it might be able to cloak its mutation, so Kane could miss it at first. The more he analyzed one's aura and senses, the less margin for error there would be. At the end of the meeting, Artan asked Tomas, Ramon, Cora, and Rai to stay behind. "Where's Theron? Why isn't he here?" Ramon asked when we came together in a circle in the middle of the room. Of course he would realize that his brother, a great warrior, was missing from the meeting. "I'll get to that," Artan said, before looking at Kane. "They were all good?" "From what I could sense, yes," Kane answered. "What are you two talking about?" Rai asked. "About that." Artan ran a hand through his hair. "There are revenants inside the enclave." Cora's eyes bugged. "What?" "And they can shapeshift," Artan said. "Shapeshift into what?" Tomas asked. "Into us." Artan paused. Everyone else seemed shocked about the revelation. "Wait," Rai lifted a finger. "Revenants can't shapeshift." "The older, more powerful ones can," Kane said. "I just killed one that had shapeshifted into Theron." "Wait, what?" Ramon barked. Let me explain, I said, before Ramon let out his wolf side and lunged at Kane. I explained all we knew. Revenants kidnapped some tziganes and shapeshifted into them. Then they came into the enclave and began stealing souls unnoticed. That is crazy, Cora whispered. So what do we do? Tomas asked. I just divided the warriors into groups to guard the infirmary and the houses where the tziganes are. Earlier, they had been ordered to stay in larger groups. I hoped they obeyed it. You guys will help us patrol the enclave, looking for suspicious tziganes. Like, Cora asked. I mean, they won't have a sign pointing to them saying, "Here, it's me." Kane snickered. It won't be that obvious, but there will be signs. For example, even older and more powerful revenants can't stand the sun for long. They will also be acting odd, different. They will try to sneak out to get more souls, or to escape. Are there any physical traits we can watch out for? Tomas asked. Kane shook his head. No, unless you want to purposely anger one of them. If you start a fight, the revenant will lose control over the shift and reveal itself. But we can't go around starting fights with everyone, Cora said. Right. Kane dipped his chin. The best option is to observe. If you see someone acting odd, then let me know. I can use my powers to find out the truth about that person. Artan cleared his throat. Maybe it was me, but I thought he looked a little disconcerted over not being the one calling the shots. All right, we'll always walk in pairs or more. Tomas, you'll go with me. For a moment, two opposite feelings blossomed in my chest. The relief that Artan hadn't chosen me to go with him, and the disappointment that Artan hadn't chosen me to go with him. Despite everything, it seemed I was still hurt over the failed relationship. Cora and Rai, Ramon, you go with Mirella, and Kane, I'll have either Leander or Lash to go with you. Of course, he would still be that petty and tell me to go with my brother instead of the new hot warrior. Well, maybe that was good. I probably needed some distance from the new hot warrior, too. Since he arrived, I felt compelled to be close to him. If I stopped to think about it, it made me look desperate to be with someone. First Philip, then Artan, and the next victim was Kane. Although, I had been the victim in the first two cases. Would Kane turn on me too? What the hell was I thinking? I shook my head, shooing those thoughts out of my mind. Everyone dispersed, going on the patrol in the assigned area. Everyone but Kane. You know Leander and Lash, right? Ramon asked. Do you know where to find them? From what Artan said, they should be guarding the infirmary, Kane said. He shifted his gaze to me. Be careful. My cheeks warmed. I will. Kane placed a closed hand over his heart, bowed to me, then spun around and marched out of the training center. Ramon cocked an eyebrow. What was that? The heat in my cheeks increased. Nothing. Or at least, I was trying to pretend it was nothing and it didn't affect me. But the truth was, I didn't like to see Kane walking away. I wanted to go with him. Right, Ramon dragged out. I'll let that go. For now. Shall we? I nodded and followed him out of the building. The cold blew in my face, and I groaned, tired of the bitter winter. I had to convince the entire enclave to move down to Florida. It would be so much better if we didn't have to worry about snow. If they complained about it being too hot, then I would settle for Virginia. It probably still snowed there, but it couldn't be as much as here. Tired of slipping on the ice, I raised my arms beside me and sent my fire to the pavement. Invisible heat spread around us, clearing the ice in our path. Nice. Ramon took a large step to the side. Just be careful. You're immune to your heat, but I'm not. Sorry. I toned it down a notch. No, it's okay. It's cool. He glanced at me as we walked down the first street we were supposed to patrol. I'm sorry for yesterday. I guess I let Theron's mood seep into me and I acted like a jerk. I halted in my steps. By Saint Sarah la Kali, that wasn't Theron. What? Ramon's eyes went wide. Holy shit, you're right. Ugh. He shuddered. I can't believe I sided with a revenant. I resumed walking. We didn't know. Damn, how can we not know? It's so crazy. Not even Kane had known. Probably because he hadn't expected it and had his guard down. He wasn't out sensing shape-shifting revenants then. And, as he had mentioned before, some more powerful revenants could cloak their auras, making it hard for him to detect them. I know. He paused. I can't believe Theron is locked up somewhere, like a prisoner. Letting go of my fire, I reached over and placed a hand on Ramon's shoulder. It's okay. We'll find him. He nodded. I know. Then he glanced at me. And how are you? Any more episodes since yesterday? No, I said too quickly. It was true, but I didn't feel comfortable talking about this. Nobody else knew the truth about these episodes. It felt like an impossible weight on my shoulders. I didn't know how long I would be able to carry it alone. I'm fine now. Ramon didn't say anything, probably because he knew it was a matter of time before I had another explosion of pain and hallucinations. That, plus the tremors and the insomnia, were really taking their toll on my energy lately. Soon we turned onto the street where my mother's house was, and my heart tugged. I hadn't seen her in the infirmary or at the council meeting earlier. Although we weren't getting along right now, a need to go check on her bloomed in my chest. I couldn't stop it. I sped up. What is it? Ramon asked, following me. I haven't seen my mother since the ceremony yesterday morning. I just want to make sure she's okay. Then let's go. I paused at the front door, unsure if I should knock or go in. Since I had left 6 weeks ago and hadn't looked back once, I decided on the former. Holding my breath, I knocked on the door. A couple of minutes passed and nothing happened. Mom? I called, hoping she could hear me from inside. Maybe she's at a friend's or helping at the infirmary? A sick feeling started in my gut. She didn't have any friends, and even though she knew some healing spells, I had been there to check on Ellie and hadn't seen her. Something was wrong. I used my keys to unlock the door and pushed it open. Holding my breath, I stepped into the foyer. Mom? I heard shuffling from the kitchen. Mom? She peeked her head around the wall, her brown curls falling to the side like a curtain. Her eyes widened. Mirella, my dear, I didn't expect to see you here. She glanced to the guy behind me. Sostimos, Ramon. Ramon nodded at my mother. Hello, Ms. Reyes. What are you doing? I asked, walking into the kitchen. I stilled, and my jaw hit the floor. The place was a mess, with pots and pans on the counter, the cabinet doors open, and everything inside disorganized. The food in the pantry was on the floor, and there were dirty dishes piling in the sink. What happened here? My mother grabbed a dirty dish towel and began drying the plates on the island, plates that were already dry. Nothing, she muttered, her back to me. More than the messy kitchen, my mother was messy herself. Her curls looked like they hadn't been brushed in days and probably not even washed. Her dress was inside out, and she had no jewelry on. This was so unlike her. Mom? Something is wrong. Please talk to me. She threw me a quick glance over her shoulder. It has been hard. Ever since you left home and stopped talking to me. She clutched the dish towel and turned to me, but she looked down at my feet. What are you doing here? I thought you were still mad at me. My brows furrowed. I am still mad at you. I'll probably be mad at you forever. But I was worried about you. I wanted to check on you, make sure you were all right. She tilted her head. Why? Did something happen?" Her eyes twitched and her hands shook. My mother looked sick, like mentally sick. Either she had really broken down when I left, or... "Mirella?" Ramon rasped through tight lips. "I think..." I gulped and took a step back. "I know." My mother's eyes darkened. "What's wrong, my sweet me?" Despair clutched my heart. "Mom?" The black in my mother's eyes spread, taking over the white. She smiled, showing off her fangs. "I'm here, my dear." A loud hiss was my only warning before she jumped over the island and lunged at me. Ramon rammed into me, moving me out of the way before not my mother got her claws on me. "Move, Mirella!" he shouted, pushing me back. But I couldn't. I couldn't stop staring at the creature that had stolen my mother's appearance and still wouldn't let go. It was her hair, her face, her body, but with evil black eyes, razor-like teeth, and elongated fingers like claws. Black veins peeked from underneath her dress, spreading over her neck and arms. It really wasn't my mother. I twisted out of the way as not my mother came at me again. Ramon and I retreated into the living room, our eyes locked on the monster advancing on us. "What do we do?" I asked. Ramon pulled out his sword. "We get it." I grabbed his arm. "No, remember, we need it alive." Besides, it was still wearing my mother's body. Most of it, anyway. Kane had already killed Theron in front of me. I didn't need to see Ramon killing my mother. I wasn't sure I could survive that. The not my mother let out a shriek and rushed to us again. I quickly raised a shield of fire in the middle of the living room, careful to control the fire so it wouldn't catch on the furniture and spread. Not my mother let out a horrible growl that raised the hairs on my neck. "My sweet me." That was my mother's voice. "It's me, my dear. I thought you had forgiven me." My chest seized and my power flickered. The shield faded into amber smoke. Not my mother bared her fangs and flew at me. "Mirella!" a new voice boomed. Eyes glowing orange, Kane burst into the room. He wrapped an arm around my waist and twisted me out of the way. He handed me off to Ramon, drew out his twin swords, and advanced on not my mother. His sword in hand, Artan appeared a few seconds after Kane and went for the shape-shifted revenant too. "No!" I reached for them, but Ramon held me back. "It's not your dodge," he told me. I knew that. I really knew that, but I still didn't like the thought of having her hurt. Kane and Artan moved as if they had choreographed their moves before coming to save the day. Kane landed a powerful sidekick to not my mother's chest, and she skidded back, right into the chair Artan was holding out for her. He held her shoulders, and she jerked, trying to get rid of his grip. Kane unhooked something from his waist, and a rope broke off from his thick leather belt. He quickly wrapped that rope around not my mother, tying her to the chair. "This won't hold it for long," Artan said. Ramon turned to me. "Mirella, is there more rope here?" I blinked. He shook my shoulder. "Mirella, rope!" The daze in my mind lifted. "In the storage room behind the pantry." Ramon let go of me and ran to the back of the house. 30 seconds later, he came back with a reel of rope. They tied not my mother's hands, chest, and ankles. "This should hold a little longer." Kane took a step back and examined the ropes. "But it won't last forever." Not my mother shrieked, a thin scream that hurt my ears, and jerked on the chair. For now, it was too tight, and she barely moved, which made her madder, and she screamed again. I placed my hands over my ears, wishing I couldn't hear her, that I couldn't see her. "How did you two know?" Ramon asked, coming to stand back with Kane. Artan was the next one to walk around not my mother's chair and side with the others. I remained in the back, behind the guys, afraid to look at the thing pretending to be my mother. Kane here didn't show up to get Leander and Lash, so I went after him, Artan said, never taking his eyes from Not My Mother. My sixth sense flared up. Kane glanced back at me over his shoulder. The glow of his eyes dulled, and I could see sympathy in them. A need to check on the Heart Maiden hit me hard, so I came. I'm glad you came, I whispered. Me too. He turned back to Not My Mother. All right, speak, monster. Where are the tziganes being held? From between the guys, I saw as Not My Mother's features smoothed, the black covering her eyes faded, revealing a beautiful hazel hue. The fangs were gone, the claws retreated. In the chair, there was only a woman who looked and sounded like my mother. Mirella, help me, she begged. Tears sprang to her eyes. Please, my sweet me. I know we haven't had the best relationship lately, but you shouldn't let your friends hurt me. I don't deserve this. Shut up, I hissed. Kane leaned over Not My Mother. Stop playing around. If you want a clean death, then tell me where you took the tziganes. Not My Mother's lip trembled. I have no idea what you're talking about. She tried spying at me around Kane. Please, my sweet me, help me. Kane slammed a hand on the back of the chair. Don't talk to her. Me, Not My Mother called, her voice breaking with a sob. Please help me. Even though I knew it wasn't my mother tied to that chair, my heart was breaking. Kane held out his swords. His eyes glowed orange. The same orange shine appeared on the sword's blades. Mirella, I think it's best if you leave. Something got caught in my throat. What? Why? Because you won't like what I'll do next, were his harsh words. Swallowing the lump that was making it hard for me to breathe, I nodded. Without another word, because I couldn't speak, I rushed out of the house, almost losing my footing on the ice on the front stairs. Outside, I took a big lungful of cold air. Hands shaking, I tilted my head up to the gray skies and blinked fast, trying hard not to cry. I had no reason to cry over a revenant that had shapeshifted into my mother, but I could cry for my real mother, who was locked away somewhere. By Saint Sarah la Kali, I hoped Kane found where the revenants had taken them. I couldn't bear much longer knowing my mother and Theron were in danger. Mirella, Artan called. I glanced at him and found him right beside me. I had been so deep in my mind, I hadn't noticed him approaching. Are you okay? I inhaled deeply. No, but I will be. A knot appeared between his brows. You know, even though we have our differences, I'm here for you if you need to talk. I glared at him. Are you serious right now? As far as I knew, he still hated me for Sloane's death and Ryan's injuries, and even Tomas's. He had asked me for space and time before, and now he was telling me he was here for me? The guy was bipolar. Artan, please, stop with the push and pull. Just push and keep pushing. That's what I want. For goodness sake, even his fiancée was soulless in the infirmary right now. He should be watching over her, not bothering me. I spun around, almost fell when I slipped on the ice, but was able to regain my balance, stuff my chest, and march away. Mirella, he called out again. Thankfully, he didn't follow me. Artan let me go. Chapter 9. Not knowing what to do, I went to my cabin. It was odd not being followed by warriors or having them standing outside in the cold, guarding me, ready to protect me. But it was also freeing. For the first time in months, I was truly alone. Doing my best to keep the thoughts of Kane interrogating Not My Mother, and of my real mother being in danger somewhere else, I made myself some gentle calming tea and hopped into the old clawfoot tub. I heated the water with my fire until it was scalding hot, almost boiling, but it didn't hurt me. In fact, it only soothed me. Fire was part of me, and I was part of the fire. Following Sheila's teachings, I emptied my mind of everything except my shields and meditated. I didn't know how long I stayed like that, resting, frozen, just trying to exist, until a knock came from the front door. I jumped out of the tub and wrapped a terry robe around my body. I stepped out of the bathroom, but didn't advance. "Who is it?" "It's me," Kane's voice. "Can I come in?" I looked down at my wet curls and the robe. Deciding it wasn't important, I crossed the room and opened the door for him. "Hi." His hazel eyes traveled the length of my body, up and down, then locked on mine. "I see this as a bad time." "Not at all." I stepped back. "Come in, close the door. Just give me a minute while I change." "Sure," Kane said. I turned to go back to the bathroom, but a hand closed around my wrist. "Mirella, wait." Kane dragged me back, right into him. He wrapped his strong arms around me and held me tight. "I'm sorry." My throat went dry. For what happened to your mother," he said, his low voice right at my ear. "Even if you're not getting along with her right now, it must not have been easy to see that revenant take her form." His words brought back the pain and shock from before, and my eyes filled with tears. Letting go of my "I don't really care" facade, I held on to him as if he were an anchor, a safe harbor. I hadn't been touched like this in weeks. I missed having someone who cared about me this much. I inhaled deeply, taking in more of his woody and musk scent, and let myself relax in his arms, against his hard chest and wide shoulders a moment longer. After all, he was a stranger, and after everything I had been through, I knew better than to hand my heart to any handsome man who crossed my path. There was something about Kane, though, something I hadn't experienced before. With Philip, he had to insist for us to go out, and even after our first date, we encountered bumps in the road. Let's not talk about the end, when he revealed he was an alchemist and tried to kill me. With Artan, it all began with him being a jerk who snapped at me every 3 seconds. It took a while for me to finally understand he was being like that because he was trying to keep his honor and keep himself distant from me. That and the fact he was engaged. He was trying to honor that too. Until he wasn't. But Kane? Kane arrived yesterday and he had come right to me. He wasn't pushy, but he was right by my side most of this time, like a pillar I didn't know I needed. Scared of the feelings stirring in my chest, I pushed back. I was a little disappointed when Kane didn't try to hold on to me. "I'm gonna..." A little embarrassed to meet his eyes, I looked down and gestured to the back of the cabin. "Be right back." "Okay," Kane whispered. I grabbed some clothes from my bedroom and raced back into the bathroom. I put on my ripped jeans and a thin, dark blue sweater, combed my hair, and looked at the mirror to make sure everything was in the right place. When I exited the bathroom, I found Kane rummaging through my kitchen. It was quite amusing to see a man that size, dressed in black, with twin swords strapped to his back, in my tiny kitchen. "What are you doing?" He glanced at me. "You don't know this, but I can cook. At least, some specific dishes. And since I'm sure you haven't eaten anything in quite a while, I thought I could try to make my famous pasta carbonara or fettuccine alfredo for you." I crossed my arms. "Don't you have more important things to tell me about than cooking and eating?" "We can talk about those while we're cooking and eating." He stopped and looked around him. "Okay, I can't find where you keep the spices. Come help me." Despite everything, he was right. It had been a while since I had eaten, and now that he mentioned food, I realized I was hungry. Here. I pulled out a thin, secret cabinet beside the fridge where I kept all the spices. I had found the hack online, and Ramon and Dolan had built it for me. What do you need? He offered me a lopsided grin. It depends. Are we making carbonara or Alfredo? I rolled my eyes, but indulged him. Since I had bacon, we opted for the pasta carbonara. We moved around the kitchen in synchrony, as if we had been cooking together for a long time, while doing the small talk thing. I had learned Kane was 27. His parents were still alive, but they didn't get along, especially after his divorce. Same for an older brother, who also wouldn't speak to Kane since then. He didn't seem to care much, but I could tell it was a lie. Like me pretending I didn't care about my mother. I was mad at her, but even while trying to keep her away, I cared about her. I would always care. I wanted to pry more and ask him about his divorce, but I decided to keep those questions to myself, at least for now. The mood around us was light and comfortable. I didn't want to sour it by bringing up what was probably an unpleasant topic. When dinner was done, we sat down to eat at my small kitchen table. I tried a forkful and practically moaned. Holy shit, this is amazing. I stuffed my face. Kane chuckled and his entire face lit up. Although he offered those half smiles left and right, I had this impression that he didn't really smile or laugh much, and I was incredibly proud to have him chuckling at me. I'm glad you like it, he said. So, since you've been wandering around looking for a place, have you thought about using your skills for a living? His brows turned down. What do you mean? I mean cooking. I'm willing to make you an offer. A big smile took over his lips, making the thin white scar almost disappear. Like your personal chef? Exactly. His smile faded, but his hazel eyes gained a deeper gleam. If that's what it takes for me to stay beside you, I'll take it. I gulped, almost choking on the pasta. Heat crawled up my face, because of his words and because of embarrassment for coughing so much and almost spitting the pasta out. I took a long sip of water. You didn't even ask about the pay. For you, I'll do it for free. And there he went again. Why? Why was he doing this to me? Clearing my throat, I stood and took my plate to the sink. Kane was right behind me. He took the plate from me. I'll do the dishes. I reached for the sponge by the sink. You cooked, so I'll clean. Kane grabbed the sponge before I could. We cooked together. Then we can clean together. Fine. I'll wash and you dry. He threw the dish towel at me. Once I stood by his side and he passed the first plate at me, I couldn't hold it anymore. So, are you going to tell me what happened with not my mother? He cocked an eyebrow at me. Not my mother? Shit, I hadn't meant to say that out loud. Yeah, that's what I was calling it in my head. Well, I tried forcing it to speak and tell us where the tziganes are being held. Since you haven't rushed us to get a team together and go after them, I'm guessing it didn't say anything. Actually, it did, but it's only a clue. I froze. It spoke? Where are they? It seems the tziganes are being held in a revenant coven in another state a few hours away. And why aren't we there already? Because I don't think we should go. I gaped at him, nearly dropping the plate in my hand. Why? Why not? Because I think we need to find the leader of this group before we make any moves to rescue the tziganes. I asked the revenant about the leader and other revenants who had infiltrated the enclave, but it didn't budge. But you see, if we kill the leader, the other shape-shifting revenants will reveal themselves, and we won't risk anyone else losing their souls while we are away. It made sense. Of course it did. But my mind wanted to go save my mother and brother first. How could I stay here, trying to stake out a revenant leader while my mother and Theron were gone? Gruesome images of all that could happen to them filled my head, and my stomach turned. I don't think that's a decision we can make alone, I finally said. We should gather the others and talk about this. Kane agreed with me, and soon my small living room was crowded. Artan, Ramon, Darcy, Dolan, Sheila, Kane, and I. Sheila took over my kitchen and made tea for everyone while we discussed the matter. Let me see if I've got this right. Standing beside the fireplace, Artan crossed his arms. We know the revenants have been keeping the tziganes at their coven a few hours from here. He turned his cold eyes to Kane. And you want to stay here and kill the other revenants first, is that right? Calm as usual, Kane dipped his chin. Right. But what about the hostages? Ramon asked, probably thinking of his brother. Our brother. We can't leave them there. We could divide into 2 groups, Dolan suggested. One goes to rescue the hostages. The second one stays and tries to find the shape-shifting revenants. Darcy shook her head. We don't have many tziganes we can trust right now. Besides, not all of us are warriors. Sheila brought a tray with the mugs to the living room and deposited it on the coffee table. But you have your magic. So have I. We may be powerful, but we aren't that young anymore, Darcy said. We don't know how long we would last if a real battle started. That makes sense, Artan said. Besides, we don't know how many revenants are in this coven, Darcy continued. If you are going there, you'll need all the swords available. Good point, Dolan said. All right. Is this a vote? Then I vote to go rescue the hostage. And what will you do with the other tziganes who are here? Kane asked, his voice gaining a hard edge. We keep everyone together. That way the revenants can't steal any more souls, Artan said. My Puridaj, Dolan, Sheila, and other warriors I assigned can keep everyone safe. Kane shook his head. It's too risky to leave the enclave exposed to save the hostages, even if these are your friends and loved ones. We aren't sure how many people were taken yet, and how many revenants are hiding in the camp. He looked at Darcy. What if it's way more than you can handle? We'll find a way to protect ourselves, Darcy said. Just worry about rescuing our people. Don't you get it? The veins in Kane's neck were about to burst. You will be overrun if we don't deal with the problem here first. And you don't get it, Ramon snapped. It's our family being held as hostages. He shifted his eyes to me. Mirella, it's your Daj and our Fal. We don't know how they are. What if the revenants are torturing them, feeding from them? My heart squeezed. Kane let out a low groan. Look, I put up with you so far because you're Mirella's half-brother, but for fuck's sake, stop. I can't take another word from a roof. Ramon bared his teeth, his fangs elongating as he called on his wolf. Come and make me stop. Kane reached for the swords in his back. My pleasure. I jumped in front of Kane and held onto his arms. With his strength, he could fling me aside like a fly. But thankfully, he stilled and looked at me. Stop, please. He's a Ruv, Kane snarled. I know, but he wasn't born this way, I said. He's a good guy, regardless of what he is. I trust him, and so should you. Besides, he's my brother. I'm a master slayer. Finally, Kane let go of the hilt of his swords and lowered his arms, but his stance was still tense, ready for a fight. Ruvs are high on my kill list. I flinched at Kane's words. The spell he had had over me before faded. If these were his true colors, then I was happy to say I wasn't one little bit attracted to him. Then you should revise that list. Not all werewolves are evil. Never mind that I didn't know other werewolves, but Kane didn't need to know that. Next you're going to say not all revenants are evil either. That's different. I was losing my patience with him. Revenants are monsters. There isn't 1 ounce of humanity in them. But enough, Dolan shouted, cutting Kane off. I don't care if you like roofs or not. Ramon is a roof and a tzigane. We all accepted that. You're the stranger here. If you don't want to comply with our rules, then please, you know the way out. I stared at my father, shocked by his harsh words. I had never seen him so agitated and upset before. Kane groaned. Fine. We have bigger problems right now. Artan cleared his throat. So, what's the decision? Are we going? Ramon and the others said yes. Kane uttered an adamant no. Then everyone turned to me, waiting for my answer. What? The majority had voted to go. Would my word change anything? Mirella? Sheila asked. We would like to hear from you. I gulped, suddenly nervous. On one hand, I agreed with Kane. Leaving the enclave unprotected while there were revenants hidden here was a huge risk. But on the other hand, I had to take into consideration what Ramon had said. It's your dodge and our fall. We don't know how they are. What if the revenants are torturing them, feeding from them? I shuddered, afraid of closing my eyes and seeing them wherever they were, however they were. His hazel eyes intent on mine, Kane gave me a slight shake of his head. But when I glanced at Ramon and saw the desperation in his eyes, in his entire face and body, I knew my answer. I say, we rescue the hostages. Chapter 10. If it had depended on me, we would have left right away. But because the drive would be almost 5 hours and we didn't know what would be waiting for us, Darcy was able to convince her grandson, the assigned team leader, to stay for the night and leave the next morning. And the leader ordered us to rest. Easier said than done. Didn't they know I barely slept these days? They didn't, because almost no one knew. No one was that close to me anymore. 10 minutes before 5 in the morning, Kane showed up at my door. Ready? His voice was tight, and his gaze was hard. He was still mad at me for my decision. I slung my backpack over my shoulder. Yes. He stepped to the side, allowing me to exit my cabin. I locked the door, and once out on the porch, I hugged myself against the cold and instantly called for my fire. Even with the weather-resistant warrior's uniform and a thick jacket, it was still too damn cold. And it was supposed to get worse in a few days when another snowstorm would hit us. I was so freaking tired of snow. Did you sleep well? Kane asked once we started walking. I shrugged. Yes. Something tugged inside of me. Why lie? I thought I was even more sick and tired of lies than I was of snow. Besides, Kane was still technically a stranger, and he would probably move on to another enclave once this mission was over. I would probably never see him again. Letting him know my faults wouldn't be too bad. No, I didn't sleep well. In fact, I haven't slept well in weeks, months. With the exception of the previous night, which was still a mystery to me. He frowned at me. I heard that from the warriors. But why? Have you been worried about something? Yes and no. Now things got trickier. As much as I liked the idea of opening up to him, I didn't want him to start seeing me as the woman who was going irreversibly crazy. I think so. Being a Heart Maiden turned out to be too much. The weight on my shoulders sometimes feels way too heavy. That wasn't a lie. I just wouldn't elaborate on it. He nodded. I can understand that. Not knowing this way of life and suddenly being the center of it all. I guess it can mess with one's mind. You have no idea, I whispered. Mirella, I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to be a jerk to your fall or to you, and I don't really like when I have to oppose the elders. I rarely lose control over my temper, but it's known to happen every now and then. He glanced at me. I'm sorry. He sent out his senses. They washed over me, letting me know he was telling the truth. He really was sorry. It's okay, I said, breathless. I still think this is a bad idea, but I'll do whatever you say. I don't think we have a good option here. We're trying to pick the lesser of two evils. I know. I would have thought that was staying and finding the rest of the revenants, but you're not in charge. Kane and I turned back. Artan marched to us in full warrior's uniform, his sword at his waist and his bag over his shoulder. Kane groaned as Artan halted right in front of him. The two men were equally matched, both tall and strong. If they fought, I had no idea who could win. Honestly, I didn't want to find out. Artan, he cut me off. I'm the team leader of this mission, and any mission, so you better listen to me. I say we're going to rescue the hostages, and I don't want to hear one more zip about staying here. Kane lifted a finger. 1, I'm going along with this because of Mirella. If she didn't seem intent on keeping the peace, I would be breaking your teeth right now. He lifted a second finger. 2, this is the last time I'm saying this then. You're making a mistake. Artan balled his hands into fists and leaned over Kane. By Saint Sarah Lakali. I squeezed between them, pushing them apart. Stop this shit. Kane took a step back, but Artan held his ground. Please, let's focus on the mission, okay? Fine with me, Kane responded. Artan grunted and marched away. Come on. I beckoned the way. Kane stepped to my side, and we both resumed our walk. Thankfully, he was quiet the rest of the way. The sun hadn't even risen yet, and my mind was already spinning. In front of the main gates, Artan's dark blue SUV awaited us. In the end, only Artan, Ramon, Kane, and I were going on the rescue mission. Tomas wanted to come, but Ryan begged him to stay. Leander and Lash had family members in the infirmary, waiting for their souls, and they asked to stay to watch over them. Same for Jamie, whose pregnant wife Brenna and best friend Shay had their souls stolen. Rye volunteered, but Cora asked him to stay. She probably remembered how terribly our last mission went, and was afraid of repeating it. After trying to round up more warriors, Darcy had concluded it was better this way. In the end, we would be divided into 2 groups, but with different objectives. Felix and the warrior group that stayed behind, instead of trying to find the remaining revenants, would protect the tziganes in the enclave, while the 4 of us would go rescue the hostages. However, Darcy had told us that if there were too many revenants for us, we should retreat and come back for reinforcements. I didn't like that plan. Why waste time going there for a reconnaissance mission? But the old hag had been so nice these past couple of days, I didn't want to ruin it by arguing with her. Artan hopped behind the wheel. Ramon took the passenger seat, and Kane and I sat in the back seat. After saying goodbye to Darcy, Sheila, and Dolan, the 4 of us left the enclave and embarked on our mission. Kane gave Ramon the directions he had received from not my mother before he killed her, and he entered them into the GPS. Ramon glanced to Kane. This is in the middle of nowhere. It's supposed to be a revenant coven, Kane reminded him. Then it seems about right, Ramon said. Supposed to be, Artan muttered. A growl started low in Kane's throat. I reached over and grabbed his arm, squeezing it tight. He turned his hazel eyes to me, the hateful glare softening. He let out a long breath and relaxed against the seat. By Saint Sarah Lakali, this would be a long drive. The silence inside the SUV was maddening, so I put on my earphones and listened to new reggaeton songs I had found online. Many had been released in the last couple of months, but because I was so out of the loop, so out of contact with the normal world, I didn't have a chance to follow things like this anymore. I missed when my biggest worry was listening to songs the moment they came out, studying for college exams, and what I would make for dinner. Life was simple then. Even though it had only been 6 months ago, it felt like a lifetime. Deep in my head, I didn't even notice when the sun came up and Artan slowed down and stopped the SUV. Not until Kane touched my arm. "We're here." What? We had already arrived? Confused, I followed the guys. I hopped out of the car and stared at the sight in front of us. A narrow dirt road led deeper into the forest, and a precarious wooden sign was nailed to a tree trunk. 2 miles to Light Grove. Welcome. What the hell? Ramon asked, eyeing the sign and the road beyond. My SUV can't fit through the trees, Artan said. We'll need to walk from here. To this Light Grove place? I asked. Kane glanced at his phone. That's where the GPS is pointing to. Shit. Ramon looked at Artan and gestured toward the road. Go, team leader. Lead the way. Grunting, Artan picked up his weapons from the SUV and started down the dirt road. I waited while Ramon and Kane picked up their swords, strapped them to their waist and back, then the 3 of us followed Artan. 3 minutes down the path, Kane took a step closer, his arm an inch from mine. You're not carrying any weapons. Sadly, I'm a terrible fighter, I confessed. I can barely fight with my hands and feet. Carrying weapons is still an impossible achievement. You're getting better, Ramon said from a few feet to the side. You can hold your own against me. I narrowed my eyes at him. You said you weren't putting your all into the fight. I'm hopeless. I'll help you, Kane said. I stared at him. Once we're back and this is solved, I'll train with you. I swallowed, not sure what to say. Did that mean he was planning on sticking around? But why? I wanted to ask him, but I was afraid of my own feelings. If I confirmed he wanted to stay, I wouldn't try to halt my attraction to him, even though I should, no matter what. After all, I was going crazy. I would either break down and be admitted into some kind of mental hospital, or I would be killed by the Elder Council. There was no reason to open my heart now to have it ripped from me later. A long time passed while we hiked through the forest, following that dirt path as it narrowed and slightly went up a long hill. Finally, Artan halted and looked out to what seemed a clearing. We're here. Ramon, Kane, and I stood beside him and stared at the small village before us. A dozen or so wooden houses, reminiscent of the 1800s, ran along the same narrow dirt road. From the broken windows, the vegetation growing on the sides of the houses and along the path, and the spiderwebs hanging from the porches and roofs, I would say this village had been abandoned for many years, decades even. Is this supposed to be like a horror movie? Ramon asked, eyeing the rotting houses. Ideal for a revenant coven, don't you think? Kane asked. All right, Artan called out. My guess is that the coven should be underground, since most revenants can't stand the sunlight. Let's look for it. Be careful, Kane said, earning a glare from Artan. Revenants are more powerful and resourceful than you think. With deliberate steps, we began our search. First, we agreed to survey the open paths to make sure the village was empty. Then we would look for an entrance to the coven. My mind could easily connect with Theron. If he was close, I could find him. If he was conscious. I sent my senses to him, looking for his mind, but after sending them far and wide, I couldn't find him. That didn't mean he wasn't here. Halfway down the main road, a chill ran down my spine, and I froze. I sent out my senses, trying to catch anything. Suddenly, a force tugged deep in me, and a tingling started in my mind. a warning. "Guys," I called, my voice low. But I was too late. In a matter of seconds, a shadow descended upon the village, shrouding it in darkness. Hands trembling, I conjured a strong flame in my palm and illuminated the abandoned village. Tall creatures with wide shoulders stood on the rooftops. Revenants. No matter how many times I saw them, my stomach always revolved at their sight. Long head, thin chin, decaying gray skin, jagged claws, all black eyes, pointy ears, wide mouth with plenty of razor teeth, and 2 long fangs. Weapons drawn, the guys huddled beside me. "There are too many for us," Ramon said. Artan glanced from rooftop to rooftop. "We'll need to take them all out to get to the coven, and there should be even more in there." Kane shook his head. "I think we were deceived." I stared at him for a brief second, before returning my attention to the creatures snarling at us. "What do you mean?" "I think the information the Revenant gave me was wrong," he said. "It was a trap to take us." "What?" "It probably gave me false information, thinking we would come with a larger team. Then they would overpower us and steal our souls too." "Damn it," Artan said through gritted teeth. Ramon growled. "Then let's show them it's not that easy to take us down." He took off the top part of his uniform and began shifting. A hair-raising shriek echoed through the village. The revenants descended upon us. Chapter 11. Panic spread through my veins. Beside me, Kane's eyes glowed orange. He spread his feet apart and held his swords high. Their blades shone with the same orange shine. Beside him, Ramon bared his fangs and let out a loud howl. On my other side, Artan's amber eyes seemed liquid fire as he prepared for the fight. Inspired by them, I clamped down on my fear and called on my magic as a revenant reached at me with his claws. I stepped back and threw a fireball at him. The creature shrieked, but hesitated for only a moment. I conjured another fireball and put more power into it. The revenant claws whooshed a hair's breadth from my cheek when I ducked and sidestepped it. Then I threw my arm out, digging my palm into its disgusting chest. The fireball exploded into it. Orange rays spread through its gray body as the fire burned it from the inside. It fell on the ground, trembling as the fire took over. A moment later, it exploded, leaving behind only ashes. "Nice," Kane said. But when I looked at him, he was spinning around, swiping his swords wide and cutting through a revenant's stomach. A low hiss warned me of the next revenant jumping at me. This time, I didn't waste time. I cast a strong flame with enough power to burn the revenant until there were only ashes left. The problem with this tactic? It required too much of my energy. I couldn't take dozens of revenants down like this, not unless I was okay with passing out afterward. If I didn't pass out before I was done with them. "We need to move," Artan shouted. He blew a strong wind at the revenants right in front of him, and they retreated a few yards. "Retreat while fighting them. When we have an opening, I'll call and we'll run." "Sounds good," Kane rasped. Ramon let out a quick yelp as a yes. "Okay," was all I said, already tiring from the spell. I kept firing my flames at any revenant who came at me. The guys kept fighting with their swords or claws, and we all kept retreating, step by step, the way we had first come. When we were at the edge of the village, Artan used his air power to push all of our adversaries back. "Now!" he shouted. The guys turned and started running. I lifted my arms and raised a wall of fire. "Mirella!" Kane grabbed my wrist and pulled me with him. "That won't hold forever," I said, knowing too well it would break in a couple of seconds. "Then we better run," Artan said, his voice croaking with the effort. We sped up. My legs were much shorter than the guys, and they were faster. Holding onto my wrist, Kane practically hauled me with him. I felt like I would miss a step at any moment, and the two of us would go tumbling down, losing all the advantage we had gained. For about 5 minutes, we ran free. Then, a revenant jumped on Artan, pushing him to the ground. "Artan!" I cried. "Keep going," he said, using his magic to push the creature away. "I'm right behind you." Ramon turned around and got a second one that was coming for him. He sent an image to my mind, Kane and I running through the forest. Like Artan, he wanted us to keep going. I didn't like leaving them behind, even if I knew they were capable and would find a way to get free from their enemies and meet us. Then, a third one came at me. I slowed down and raised my hand, but before I could do more, Kane acted. Like a dancer, Kane spun me under his arm into his chest. Then he turned around, bringing his sword high and slashing the creature in half. Kane took my hand again. "Come on." We took 3 steps before we halted again. A line of revenants stood in our path. Eyes and swords glowing, Kane sprang at them. But there were too many of them. I raised my hands to send the same spell from before at the revenants, but Kane danced among them, and I was afraid of hitting him instead. Shit. Then, 4 revenants left Kane behind with the other 3 and advanced on me. Now I could decimate them. But they were ready. When I threw my fireball at one, the other 3 jumped on me at the same time. 2 held my arms, holding me down, while the third one loomed over me. It hissed, showing its pointy teeth and fangs. The foul odor from its mouth made my stomach turn. It grabbed my hair and pulled me down, tilting my head up. I winced as it leaned toward my neck. My insides shook, and a whimper escaped my lips. Panic surged again, and for a moment, I lost my grip on my magic. Its breath coated my skin. I snapped out of it and called my magic. Grabbing the first thing I could think of, I heated my skin. I would burn. My skin would become fire, and I would take the 3 of them with me. The revenant's teeth grazed my skin. I focused, calling my magic, making the fire stronger, faster. Then, the revenant fell to the ground. My heart stopped, and my magic faded again. The 2 other revenants followed, their bodies splitting in half as Kane ran his swords through them. He stood tall and faced me. "Are you okay?" My voice failed. My head spun. My knees wobbled. Kane rushed to my side, winding his arm around my waist and pulling me to him. "Mirella, what happened? Are you hurt?" I held on to him, sure I would fall if I didn't. "Just tired, and still in shock, I think." He tightened his arms around my back, crushing my chest to his. I got scared for a moment there, too. He pulled back, and his eyes took in every inch of my face. "I'm glad you're okay." I stared into his hazel eyes, and the gleam in them took my breath away. He was genuinely worried about me. "I'll be fine." A shriek of more revenants coming our way sobered me up. Legs firmer, I stepped back. We should help the others. "As the leader, Artan would order you to run without them," Kane said, his tone firm. "As the Heart Maiden, you have to worry about your life first." I shook my head. In my head, I understand that, but they are my friends, my family. I can't leave them behind. "No need," Artan said as he ran toward us. Still in his wolf form, Ramon appeared behind him a moment later. Artan stared at me. "But Kane is right. You're more important than all of us." "That's not—" Artan cut me off. "We can argue about that later. Now, we run." Once more, we set off. The sounds of the approaching revenants were right behind us, and I was sure they would overrun us before we reached the SUV. Still a little tired and dizzy from the spell, and the shock of having that revenant almost bite me, I lagged behind. Kane grabbed my wrist and tugged me forward. I'll carry you if you don't keep moving. I can't. I could barely speak anymore. Because of me, we fell a few steps back from Artan and Ramon. All right, that's it. Kane halted and reached for my legs to scoop me up. A revenant jumped on his back. Then another. I was thrown back, and Kane was pushed down on his face. Kane jerked, but with their weight over him, it wasn't an easy move. A revenant leaned over him, its razor teeth an inch from Kane's nape. Panic pushed down the dizziness and made me alert, but my magic was still too weak, and when I called on it, it only flickered in my veins. No! I cried. With a growl, Ramon jumped over the revenants, hitting them like a bowling ball. He gained his footing fast and clamped his jaw down on a revenant's neck. Then Kane was on his knees, his swords in hand as he slashed the second revenant when it came for him. Ramon turned to Kane and let out a little yelp. I'm fine, Kane said, his voice low. Naituk. More shrieks filled the forest around us, and I shuddered. Artan showed up. What happened? Nothing, Kane said, taking my hand. Just run. The four of us resumed running. Again. I wasn't sure how much more of this I could take. I was tired. I was dizzy. My legs weighed a ton, and it seemed we still had some ways to go. And all the while, we could hear as the revenants followed us, their shrieks sending my nerves into a spiraling black hole every 3 seconds. A force tugged in my mind, and my senses tingled. The sound of something rushing through the trees flanking us echoed in my ears. The revenants were moving, surrounding us. The guys noticed it too. They looked side to side, probably trying to think of a plan to get us out of there. Besides keep fighting and retreating and hoping we made it, was there another alternative? I inhaled and channeled my power. I dug deep, measuring it. It wasn't much, but it had to be enough. Stop, I said, tugging on Kane's hand. The 3 of them slowed down and looked at me as if I were crazy. If they only knew. Ramon yelped, Kane pulled on my arm, and Artan's gaze turned into a glare. What the hell are you doing? I let go of Kane's hand. Just trust me. It didn't take long for over 24 revenants to surround us. Closing my eyes, I called on my power. I begged. I prayed. I reached into the well deep in my soul and brought out every ounce that was hidden there. Then, I let it out. From my arms and legs, snakes of fire weaved through the ground, forming a circle around us and spreading forward like a huge spider web. The revenants stared at it, probably too dumb to understand what I was doing. Then, I put more power into the snake, and the fire rose over 7 feet tall. My knees wobbled as I infused even more power and made the walls thick enough so if the creatures tried to cross through the fire, they would be burned to ashes before they reached the other side. And, if they even got too close, the fire would act as a magnet and draw them in. The revenants were now locked in their own fire cage. Incredible, Kane whispered from right behind me. I hadn't even noticed he had his arm around me until he spoke. I parted my arms and a narrow path cut through the web of firewalls, leading down the dirt path toward the SUV. It should hold for about 10 minutes, maybe a little more, I mumbled, my tongue twisting. It was hard to even speak. That's more than enough, Artan said. Let's go. I took a step and fell. Kane scooped me up before my knees could hit the ground. I've got you, he said, his voice low. Losing the fight for my consciousness, I rested my heavy head on his shoulder. He placed a soft kiss on my forehead. I'll take care of you. I moved, trying to adjust myself in my bed, but my pillow was too hard. My pillow wasn't hard. And it didn't smell like vetiver and wood and musk. I snapped my eyes open and found myself lying on Kane in the back seat, my head on his thick shoulder, my hands around his strong arms. He spied on me with a side glance. How are you feeling? I straightened in my seat and gathered my thoughts. We had been running from the revenants. Then I used the last of my magic to stop them, to lock them into fire cages. And then I passed out? Now we were in the SUV. Artan was behind the wheel, driving fast down the interstate. He stole glances at me through the rearview mirror. Ramon, back in his human form and dressed in his regular clothes, turned around to look at me. "You're crazy, you know that?" And Kane was beside me. I could feel the tension in his body, and he watched me with vigilant eyes. What? Was he afraid I was going to faint again? "Here." He handed me a water bottle and a small pack of cookies. "You need to recharge." "Thank you." I took the water and the cookies from him. So, I fainted and we left? Did I miss anything exciting? "No." Ramon shook his head. "After your neat little trick, we were able to leave without any other problem." Kane scoffed. "Little trick?" "She knows it was badass," Ramon said. "She's my fen, man. Let me tease her." A corner of Kane's lips curled up. I glanced from one to another. "I thought you two hated each other." "Well, he saved my life," Kane said. "Perhaps you're right, and not all werewolves are evil." I rolled my eyes, because wasn't that obvious? From the rearview mirror, I saw as Artan frowned. Something was bothering him, but I didn't want to ask. Lately, every time we started a conversation, we ended up arguing, and I was too weak for that right now. "You didn't think about Muma, did you?" Shit. No, I hadn't. "Muma Paduri? What about her?" Kane asked. "She promised to come for Mirella next time we messed up a forest," Ramon explained. "I'm pretty sure what she did back there counts as that." "Well, I think she was messing with me when she promised that," I said, hoping I was right. She knows who I am and what I do. She wouldn't hurt me. "I'm not so sure," Kane said, his voice low. "Muma Paduri is a crazy being. She is the forest protector, all right, but she can be pretty evil if the situation calls for it." I shook my head. She didn't come, so we are good. For now. I took a sip of water and opened the cookie pack. "What now?" "We were just talking about that," Ramon said. "It seems it was a trap." "But why?" "We don't know, but we better get back to the enclave ASAP," Kane said. "We should regroup and rethink this entire mission." Artan shifted his weight on his seat. "Rethink. We just need to go back, find another revenant, and interrogate that one. This time I'll do it, and I'll make sure it tells us the truth." How would he know if it was telling the truth? We wouldn't know until we went on another mission to the next place it told us to go. And it could very well be another trap. I hoped Artan couldn't hear Kane's low growl. Without thinking, I reached over and rested my hand on top of his. His growl died, and he turned his fierce eyes to me. He moved his hand and intertwined his fingers with me. "You scared the hell out of me. Are you okay now?" Holding his stare, I leaned back on the back seat's headrest. "I'm still tired, but I'll survive." "How long have I been out?" "About 3 hours," Kane said. So there were less than 2 hours until we were back home. He pointed to the pack of cookies on my lap. "Eat now. You can rest when we get back to the enclave." I liked that idea. I couldn't wait to throw myself in my bed and sleep for a week. But how could I if this part of the mission had failed miserably? We hadn't rescued my mother and Theron, and we didn't even know where they were. We were back at the starting line. I tried emptying my mind and resting a little more, but I was too worried. The next 2 hours dragged, and when we finally turned onto the road that led to the enclave's main gate, I let out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. A couple of months ago, I would have called it a prison. How fast things changed. Artan stopped the SUV at the front gates, but nobody opened them for us. "That's odd," he said. "I'll go check." Ramon hopped out of the SUV and marched to the gate. He knocked, called out, but nothing happened. He had to open it by himself with the keypad code, fingerprints, and magic. Slowly, Artan drove through the gates, but stopped soon after. "Something isn't right." The three of us exited the car and looked around. There should have been at least 4 warriors at the gates, plus 2 patrols that crossed through the nearest street every half an hour. "What's happening here?" I asked, my voice low, my muscles tense. Ramon closed the gates again and came to stand by my side. "I'm using my wolf hearing, and it's all quiet. No voices, no heartbeats for a good distance." "What distance, exactly?" Artan asked. He was in warrior mode, with his body coiled and his hands hovering near the hilt of his sword. "I'm not sure," Ramon answered too quickly. That didn't sound good. Without a conscious agreement, the 4 of us started walking toward the main square, all the while looking around, checking nooks and crooks, spying in houses to try and get a glimpse of someone inside. Per Artan's orders, the tziganes should have stayed together, divided in a couple of larger groups. So maybe they were all on the other side of the enclave, and that was why Ramon couldn't hear them. But even then, weren't the warriors supposed to guard the gates anyway? I felt like I was walking through a ghost town, an eerie sensation crawling over my skin, even more than when we were searching through the revenant village earlier today. In the main square, Ramon closed his eyes and listened. "Nothing," he whispered, as if afraid of saying it out loud. "It can't be," Artan snapped. He marched to the infirmary. Kane went to the administrative building, Ramon took the library, and I checked the dance studio. Nothing. Not one tzigane or heart animal in sight. We met again beside the empty fountain. I gulped, but pushed the words out. Everyone is gone. Chapter 12. It didn't make sense. Where was everyone? The revenants came and took everyone? Even the soulless tziganes? But what about our warriors and magic users, and Felix? Hadn't they fought the revenants? I looked around. There were no signs of battle. No broken windows, no burned stones, no fallen lamps. What the hell had happened? The panic was back. My breathing came out in little rasps as my chest seized. "No, no, no," I muttered, still looking around as if I could conjure the tziganes and Felix back with a simple look. Groaning, Artan stepped right in front of me and pointed his finger at my face. "This is all your fault." I gasped. "What?" "Nothing but bad things happened to my people since you showed up." Kane slapped Artan's hand away and positioned himself beside me. "What the hell?" "It's true," Artan snapped, "and she knows it." "She's the Heart Maiden," Kane said through gritted teeth. "I don't care." Artan's word hurt more than stones thrown at me. "Right now, I think we would have been fine without a Heart Maiden. We were able to survive for almost 2 centuries without one. I bet we could have lived for another 2. I couldn't deny he had a point there. I had brought a lot of sorrow since I became the Heart Maiden, but it was only because alchemists and revenants and other things wanted my blood, which would happen to any Heart Maiden, not only me. Moreover, the enclave had been hit with a heart disease not long ago. If I hadn't found another heart flower, the enclave would have perished this time. They wouldn't have had another 2 centuries. But I didn't bother telling him that. Arguing about this wouldn't change the way Artan felt, or take back his words. His furious stare on me, Artan clenched his fists. "Man, stop it," Ramon said, grabbing Artan's arm. Artan rolled his shoulder, getting rid of Ramon. "You know it's true. Lovell and Belleville could have been enemies, but we were in peace." "That's not fair," I said, the words flying from my throat. My voice trembled. I never asked to be the Heart Maiden. You have no idea how I wish I could pass on the mantle to someone else. Artan glared at me some more. I don't Kane took a step toward Artan. I swear I'm gonna kick your ass. Ramon inserted himself between the two of them. All right. Let's stop this right now. Pointing fingers and accusing each other won't solve our problem. We need to push that aside and think together about our next course of action. He paused, looking from Artan to Kane. Both seemed to be holding on. Good. Now, everyone is gone. How can we find them? It's a long shot, but can we try using our senses? I asked, trying to push the hurt and disappointment away. I had to focus on the real problem here. Maybe we can get a trace of where they are or where they went. It's worth a try, Ramon said. We all closed our eyes and used our senses to try to find the other tziganes. I sent my senses far and wide, to the other side of the enclave, past my cabin, past the valley behind it, past the waterfall, past the forest beyond. I couldn't get a single clue of where the tziganes were. They either had vanished like magic, or they had their auras muted somehow. I opened my eyes. Nothing. Me neither, Kane said. I can try something else, Ramon said, taking off his shirt. My hearing in human form is great, but it's much better when I wolf out. I shivered, seeing him half naked in this cold weather. Do it quickly then, before you freeze. Don't worry, I don't feel cold after I shift. He started taking off his pants, and I turned my back to him. He was my brother, but I certainly didn't need to see his birthday suit. Soon he let out a yelp, and I faced him again. His ears perked up, and Artan, Kane, and I remained quiet while he listened. A moment later, he sniffed the ground. He walked around, as if trying to find a scent. What are you doing? Artan asked. An image flashed in my mind. Ramon as a wolf with his nose to the ground, following a path. I think he got something, I said. Kane and Artan looked at me. I shrugged. He told me in here. I tapped my temple. Ramon followed a scent to the other side of the enclave, right at the edge of the forest, just a few yards from my cabin. Then he began changing back into his human form. I turned around until he had his clothes, which Artan had brought along, back on. What did you get there? Artan asked. It was a strange scent, to be honest, so I assumed it could only be revenants, Ramon said. Normal, non-shape-shifted revenants. Artan crossed his arms. Are you saying normal revenants invaded the enclave and took everyone? That's impossible. Like having shape-shifting revenants steal souls right under our noses, I said, my voice harsher than I had intended. Artan glared at me. He opened his mouth to retort, but Kane was faster and asked, Can you continue following their scent? It ends here, Ramon said. Kane glanced at my cabin. After this ordeal, you're moving back into the middle of the enclave. As you can see, that isn't much safer, I said. He let out a long sigh, but thankfully he didn't push it. What do we do now? Ramon shrugged. I don't know. Suddenly, Kane's eyes glowed orange. I see something. He took a few steps toward the trees. Here. He pointed to the ground. A blood-red symbol stained the white of a small snowbank under the trees. I gasped. He narrowed his eyes at me. You've seen this before? The three of us did, I said. Shit, Ramon cursed. This is not good news, Artan mumbled. What is it? Kane asked. Red alchemists, I said. Remember I told you we found red alchemists on our last mission? They had these symbols drawn on the floor when they took blood from Ramon. Drawn in blood, Artan said. He knelt on the frozen ground and touched the symbol. Yes, it's blood. Wait, Ramon raised his hand. Since when do revenants work with alchemists? Never, Kane said. I've never seen revenants and alchemists work together. And I've never heard of red alchemists until Mirella mentioned them to me the other day. He shook his head. I'm stumped. I'm going to repeat my favorite question of the moment, I said, trying to lighten the mood at least a little bit. It didn't work. What do we do now? I don't know, Ramon and Artan said in unison. I don't know either, Kane said. Then he looked at me. But I know someone who might. Chapter 13. I knew it was a dream, a nightmare, but I couldn't stop it. Lightning cut through the gray clouds over my head. Atop of the fountain's edge, Damara cackled, almost as loud as the thunder that followed. You silly Heart Maiden, she said, staring straight at me. I looked around the square, fear snaking into my veins as I took in the revenants and red alchemists spread through the place. They held my friends and family. One revenant pulled Theron's hair back, revealing his bloody face. Let them go, I croaked, through the pain spreading down my spine. She tilted her head, her long hair falling to the side like a curtain. Where is the fun in that? Her eyes gained a red tint. You need to suffer like I did. You need to go mad with pain and heartache, like I did. Damara opened her arms. Fire filled the fountain. It spilled over and kept coming, spreading across the ground. The revenants and red alchemists didn't seem to mind when the river of fire brushed their feet, but my friends and family screamed. I clamped my ears, as if I could stop them with a simple gesture. Mirella! My mother's desperate voice was like a punch to my stomach. Another one. I spun in its direction. She was being held on her knees by two red alchemists, the fire sizzling her dress and burning her skin. Help, my sweet me! Please, help me! I reached for her, but the fire shot up, closing in on her. Stop, I cried to Damara. Stop this! Tears burned the back of my eyes. Tell me what you want, what I need to do to make this stop. A wide, wicked smile spread through her lips. Surrender. All you have to do is surrender. To you? To the madness. Her voice was a whisper in my ear, in my mind. Closing my eyes, I pressed my fingers to my temples. Get out of my head. Make me, she said in my mind. She pushed and prodded and poked through my head, finding memories I had long forgotten. Images popped in my head. Me in a beautiful pink dress, ready for my birthday party. But nobody came. Me walking down the hallway in school and the kids were pointing at me and laughing, whispering they wouldn't get too close, afraid to be crazy and odd like my mother and me. My best friend Layla and I skipping school to go to the movies. The shock and pain I felt when watching the news and finding out Layla had been killed. My mother in our backyard, having a tea party with her plants. My mother and I inside her old car, fleeing from one town to the next one, as if there was a monster on our tail. Stop, I cried. This damn dream. I had to wake up. Stop. I snapped my eyes open and sat up in bed. It had worked. I had been able to wake up from that damn nightmare. Breathing deeply, I willed my heart to slow down. It was okay. I was in my mother's house, in my old bedroom. Insistence from the guys who didn't want me sleeping alone in my cabin. Even if Damara had been in my mind during the nightmare, she was gone now. I made sure of that by quickly reinforcing the walls around my mind. But it seemed I wasn't supposed to have a peaceful night. Pain stabbed the back of my head and spread through my skull and down my neck. I gritted my teeth, fighting against it and losing terribly. Then the tremors started in my hands, my arms, my legs. I crawled out of bed, intent on going to the bathroom where there was a calming elixir. I knew I shouldn't have been taking too much of it, but I couldn't help it. If I was lucky, it could lessen the symptoms. If it only made the pain tolerable, I would be satisfied. But I was 2 steps from the bathroom door when the pain increased tenfold. Screaming, I curled into myself, trying to contain the pain and the tremors. My vision darkened, and revenants showed up from the shadowy corners of my bedroom. They bared their teeth and scratched their claws on the walls as they slowly made their way to me. One revenant started changing. Its gray skin turned a soft cream color, its limbs shortened, its face transformed. Then, Damara was in front of me, smiling as if it was all a fun game. "You're next," she said, her voice thick and deep. Not human. "No!" I tried screaming, but I wasn't sure I had any voice left. She jumped at me, but midway she became dark smoke. It spread through my room, enveloping me in darkness, and pain and tremors. So much pain. I lost track of time. I lost track of my surroundings. I lost track of myself. I was pure pain and despair and darkness in an endless black hole. Until a small light at the end of the long tunnel appeared. So slowly, the light grew and grew. It seemed closer and closer, too. I tried reaching for it, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. Then, the light exploded around me, and I inhaled deeply, as if I had been underwater for too long. I blinked. The darkness was gone. The tremors were gone. The pain was gone. And right before my eyes was Kane's handsome face. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. It took me a second to get my bearings. Kane was sitting on the floor of my bedroom, cradling me in his strong arms. "What did you do?" I asked, because he had to have given me something, done something, to break through the hallucinations and the pain. He shook his head. "Nothing. I just held you." And he still held me. His warm hands clutched my arms tightly. Embarrassed for being found like this and for being so close to him, I scooted from his lap, putting a good 3 feet between us. "I was about to scoop you and take you to the infirmary. Not sure what I would have done there since the healers are gone, but still, I couldn't bear seeing you like that." He frowned. "What was that?" I didn't know what to say. I was tired of lying, but I didn't want him to push me away because I was going truly mad. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. And that proved to be an error. The images I had seen in my hallucinations appeared behind my eyelids, and the panic came back to my chest, making it hard to breathe again. His heavy hands closed around my shoulders. "Mirella, open your eyes." I did what he asked and found his fierce hazel eyes locked on mine. "Whatever it is, you're okay now. You're here with me, and I won't let anything happen to you." He sent his senses toward me, and the truth of his words hit me hard. Tears sprang to my eyes. "I'm going crazy," I confessed, my voice breaking. "A couple of months ago, I started not sleeping well, or not sleeping at all, and having sudden headaches and tremors and hallucinations. In some instances, I couldn't tell the reality from the visions. Once, I almost attacked Artan when he was trying to help me through it." I gulped. Then Damara started showing up in my head. "Damara? The last Heart Maiden before you?" "Shit, you don't know." Not many people knew. If we told everyone that Damara wasn't dead, the tzigane community would go nuts. Disorder and chaos would reign, making it easier for Damara. "She's alive." "What?" I told him about how Damara faked her death and kept herself alive by taking the power of the heart flower all to herself. She embraced the fire heart fever. Fire heart? I never heard of that. I know, almost no one has. The sickness affects only the Heart Maiden. It starts slowly with insomnia and some headaches, but it can progress quickly. It brings pain, tremors, hallucinations, and eventually turns the Heart Maiden into a lunatic. I explained to him how Damara had visited me during one of my hallucinations and told me to go check the library about the death of the previous Heart Maidens. They were all going crazy because of the fire heart fever. And I mean crazy in a way they couldn't control. No one could. They were hurting their loved ones without meaning to. So the Elder Council put them down. His lips pressed tight and his jaw ticked. You're saying the Council killed all the previous Heart Maidens? The only tzigane who can keep all of us alive and well? On purpose? I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I gestured to myself. And you just saw the symptoms of the fire heart fever. A tear rolled down my cheek. I'm going mad. And if the Council finds out, they will kill me. Kane grabbed my hands and pulled me to him. I ended up back in his lap, my chest pressed to his arms tight around my shoulders. I won't let them, he whispered in my ear. I promise you, Mirella, I won't let them harm you. Even if I have to give my life to save yours. My breath caught, and I stilled. Why was he saying this? Why was he doing this? The only reason that came to mind was that he was tricking me like Philip had done. Otherwise, why was he being so nice and sweet and practically sweeping me off my feet like this? He barely knew me. He couldn't really like me yet, not in that way. Even though I didn't want to, I had to stay away from Kane, at least guard my heart from him, before I got hurt again. I pushed against him, and he let me go. I scooted back again, and a sudden realization hit me. This is the second time the fire heart fever symptoms have gone away when you're close. And besides now, I haven't had any since you arrived. And I was having them almost daily. I frowned. He had been sleeping in the guest bedroom at the end of the hallway when the latest episode began. Or was he? Where were you before coming to my bedroom? About an hour ago, I woke up with a bad feeling, so I geared up. He gestured to his black clothes and went for a patrol around the perimeter of the enclave. But while I was out, I felt uneasy again and wanted to check on you. So you were far from me while I was experiencing the symptoms just now, I mused in a low voice. You mean the symptoms go away when I'm with you? I swallowed, a little nervous. It seemed so. But why? How did he have this ability? Was it part of his Master Slayer powers? He had mentioned he kept creatures in check and studied afflictions, but nothing more. Kane took my hands in his. I'll promise something else then. I'll never leave your side. If that's what it takes to keep your sanity and to keep you alive, then I won't leave you. He squeezed my hand. Unless you ask me to. My throat went dry. By Saint Sarah la Kali, my heart wasn't strong enough. Light filtered from under the window curtains. It's morning, I muttered. Still holding my hand, Kane stood and helped me to my feet. My contact will arrive soon. Why don't you take a shower while I make breakfast for you? I held on to his hand. What if the symptoms come back? I'll be right under your feet in the kitchen, he said. It should be close enough. But if it starts again, shout for me, and I'll rush back. I promise. I nodded. With a small smile, Kane took my hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to my skin. The moment he stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him, despair snaked into my chest. What if it came back? What if I was taking a shower and it started again and I couldn't even scream? What if Kane didn't hear me? Inhaling deeply, I forced my mind to stop. I couldn't surrender to the despair and frustration. Otherwise, I would hide under my blankets and never leave my bed again. Besides, now I had a medicine. I might not understand why and how Kane was able to stop the episodes, or keep them away. I wasn't even sure if it was really him or some coincidence. But that was what I was holding on to now. I had found a way to keep myself sane for longer. And bonus points that way was handsome and hot and made my heart flutter every few minutes. Feeling relieved, I took a quick shower and put on some jeans, a thick sweater, and wool socks and went downstairs. The smell of cinnamon reached my nose before I even stepped into the kitchen. "It smells good." Kane glanced at me from over his shoulders. "I hope you like French toast." He flipped the slices of toast in the frying pan. "It's my specialty." I stood behind him and sneaked a peek. If the smell is any indication, I'll love it. I glanced around. The island already had 2 places set with bowls and glasses and utensils. On the counter, there were plates with scrambled eggs and bagels. "How many people are coming for breakfast?" He offered me a grin. "You better eat it all, since I made it all for you." I gasped, pretending to be offended. I took the plates to the island, thinking about how natural this felt, how comfortable it was to be around Kane. And it wasn't because of his healing presence and touch, but simply him. Us. His intense presence and confident self were a calming, secure balm to my soul. I shook my head. Saint Sarah Kali, what the hell was I thinking? "Eat up," Kane said, placing a plate with 2 slices of French toast in front of me. He took the seat beside me and dug in. Smiling, I did the same. We ate, cleaned up the kitchen, and put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher in a comfortable silence. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so relaxed beside a person. Maybe with Ellie, but even then, I had been hiding some secrets from her in the beginning of our friendship. Right now, I wasn't hiding anything from Kane. After putting on our jackets, Kane and I walked to the main gate where we would meet his friend, who was coming to help us out. On the way, Kane asked me about my childhood, so I made a quick summary of my early years. I had no idea I was a tzigane. I always thought my father was a gajo, and my mother had never even told me his name. In my eyes, she acted super crazy, and I was embarrassed by her. Her motto was not to trust anyone and to not make close friends, which didn't exactly work out since I had met Layla and we had become best friends. But she had died because of me. So, when I was able to, I finally ditched my mother to live my own life, I said, the words bitter on my tongue. My mother and I had 3,000 problems, but she was gone now, taken by the revenants. I had to find her and rescue her and make sure she was safe. I had to have another chance to make up with her. And look where I ended up, near the 2 enclaves my parents are from. If that wasn't fate, then I don't know what is. "I believe everything happens for a reason," Kane said, as we rounded the last turn. The main gates came into view. He looked at me and whispered, "As I'm sure I met you to help you out with your problems." Heat spread through my cheeks. It was becoming a common occurrence whenever he stared at me in such an intense way, or spoke in a way that touched my heart. As we approached the gate, Artan and Ramon walked out from another street. "Everyone okay?" Ramon asked. "No problems during the night?" Kane and I exchanged a quick glance. "Nope, we're good," I said quickly. Artan grunted. "So is your friend supposed to get here soon?" Kane fished his phone from the inside pocket of his jacket and glanced at the screen. "She should be here in 2 minutes." Wait, she? He hadn't mentioned his friend was a she. Ramon and Artan opened the gate, and I shifted my weight, not liking how I felt jealous. Why? I had no right to be jealous right now. A neon yellow Hummer appeared in the distance and came fast toward us. "Is that your friend?" Ramon asked. Kane nodded, eyeing the Hummer. "That's her, all right." The Hummer drifted to a stop a few yards from us, and a tall brunette with an asymmetric bob stepped out of it. She had black clothes that molded to her lean, model body and high-heeled boots. Shit, she was gorgeous. She approached our group and smiled at us. I heard you guys needed help. Suddenly tense, Kane cleared his throat. This is Trina. He shifted his gaze to me, my ex-wife. Chapter 14. All right, I was mad jealous. Ex-wife? Kane had called his ex-wife to come help us? Was this for real? Ramon stared from Trina to Kane, his eyes huge. You were married? Kane nodded. We divorced a few months ago. Artan scoffed. Divorced? That's unusual. Well, it's none of your business, Kane said. Trina looked at him, a certain softness to her warm brown eyes. Artan glanced at me. Trina turned her grin to me. So, you're Mirella Reyes, the Heart Maiden. It's an honor to meet you. She bowed her head to me. Irritation and embarrassment mixed with the jealousy dancing freely inside me. Yes, nice to meet you. Her grin widened. So, you're Kane's new squeeze. I gaped at her. Ramon chuckled. Artan bristled. What the hell, Trina? Kane snapped. What? It's fun teasing you and your new girl. She winked at me. I'm not. Artan cleared his throat, interrupting me. All right, that's enough. Trina ignored him. But you two know the Heart Maiden isn't supposed to be touched, right? Honestly, I never understood that rule. Why can't the Heart Maiden have a man of her own? Can you imagine living her entire life without getting some? Your entire life? She beckoned to me. My cheeks heated up. Trina, Kane hissed. Until now, it was all a story we were told as children, she went on. This girl was seriously shameless. But look at you, our own Heart Maiden. You must be so proud of yourself. I cringed. If only she knew how much I had struggled with that title in the beginning. Trina, you should stop now. Kane's tone was sharp, finite. Ugh, you're still no fun. She rolled her eyes. Artan huffed. All right, enough. Trina, Kane said you could help us. I exhaled a relieved breath. I hadn't been thankful for Artan in a long time, but I was thankful now. Trina shifted her weight and rolled back her shoulders, ready for business. Yeah, when he called, he explained what happened. So you think revenants and alchemists were here? Not just any alchemists, Ramon said. These are different. Trina narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? We call them red alchemists, I said. I explained to her about their red blood mask and the red glow in their shadow swords. I also told her about the symbols we had seen before, and the one we found last night, all drawn in blood. She shook her head. I've never heard of them before. Ditto, Kane said. But I've seen the symbol, and I don't know what to make of it. He jerked his chin toward me, Artan, and Ramon. If they say there is a red alchemists group out there, I believe them. All right, she nodded. If you believe them, I do too. Trina reached into her Hummer and grabbed a black leather satchel. She slung it across her shoulders. Shall we start? Artan questioned her about what she would do and her methods, but after answering 2 of his dozens of questions, Trina told him to shush so she could work in peace. He didn't like it, but thankfully, he fell silent. Slowly, Trina moved through the enclave, looking at every corner, behind every vase, under the porch, beside every step. We followed her around. Artan and Ramon were close to her, trying to figure out exactly what she was doing, while Kane and I stayed a few steps behind. A few minutes into our trek, Kane glanced at me. I'm sorry for before. Trina... He shook his head. She can be cheeky and direct to the point of being annoying. Knots tightened in my stomach. This was his ex-wife. He probably knew her better than anyone else in the world. He knew her personality, her odd manners, her sleeping habits, every curve and scar and beauty mark on her body. I felt sick with jealousy. And then I felt completely stupid for feeling jealous. I had to keep reminding myself that I barely knew Kane. We had nothing going on. I had no right to feel this way. "It's okay," I whispered, still a little embarrassed. I focused on our current task. "So, what exactly is she doing?" "She's scouting the place, trying to find more clues of who was here." My brows curled down. "We already did that yesterday." "We did, but we don't have Trina's power," he said. "Trina's special magic is to see things others don't see or notice right away. For example, if you had a dog's black hair in your black clothes, you probably wouldn't see it. She sees it right away. And this enhanced vision/sense makes her the best tracker out there. And because of that, you think she can track the revenants and the red alchemists?" It wasn't a question, but he answered it anyway. "Yes. If anyone can do it, it's Trina." I wanted to find the snake called jealousy that was running through my veins and squeeze it until it exploded and died. That was it. I was cursed. The moment I became a tzigane and a Heart Maiden, I was cursed. The whole "can't touch me" thing was a curse the Elder Council cast upon me. And now, every man that got too near let me down. Philip was a disguised alchemist out to kill me. Artan was betrothed and never bothered to tell me. And now Kane had an ex-wife who was beautiful and funny and had a special power of her own. Who knew what happened between them? Maybe he still loved her. I shook my head. What did I care? Kane wasn't my man. I admit the thought crossed my mind, and I was attracted to him. But he wasn't my man. All the things he had said to me? Everything could be part of his game. Suddenly aware of how close I was to him, I took a step to the side. I needed to put some distance between us before I really fell for him, and ended up with another broken heart. "Here," Trina called out. She was kneeling beside a short snow mound between two porches. She picked something up from the snow. A broken vial with a single drop of black liquid inside. She sniffed it. "This smells odd, but it's alchemists, all right." Stumped, Ramon, Artan, and I looked at each other. How could she have seen the broken vial under all that snow? This could only be part of her tracking power. Incredible. Next, she found a broken revenant nail, discarded clothes that had been hidden underneath a broken porch step, other broken vials, marks of sword slashes low on a wall, blood-drawn alchemist symbols under benches and pillars and vases, drops of blood, and a dark green powder over the frozen grass. "Perilla." She sniffed the powder. "It's a common herb to make some potions last longer." "That's incredible." Ramon gawked at the collection Trina had acquired while searching the enclave. We had placed them all on the low table sitting on the porch of my cabin. "Indeed." Artan sounded bitter, but he nodded. "We went through the entire enclave last night, and we didn't find anything." Trina shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. "Well, it was dark out, making it difficult to see anyway. But you don't possess my ability. Without it, I would have missed all of this too." She gestured to the pile of clues. "But one thing is for sure. It seems alchemists were here, even if it's the red alchemists you mentioned." "But it's not enough to confirm revenants and red alchemists are working together," I said. She shook her head. "No, it could have been that the revenants attacked the enclave, and the alchemists found out about it and took advantage to attack at the same time. I don't know. Either way, our friends and family are all gone, taken by either the revenants or the red alchemists, or both groups together." I placed my hands over my stomach, trying to calm the sudden nausea. It made me sick to think of what could be happening to everyone. This felt like an echo of the attack at Cora's, Rai's, and Nico's enclave. Only the 3 of them survived there. I didn't want just Artan, Ramon, and I to survive this time. We had to get the others back. Kane rested a hand on my shoulder. We'll find them. I glanced up at him. Once more, I could feel the truth in his words. Even if we didn't succeed, I knew in my core Kane would do everything in his power to make it happen. Let's say the 2 groups are working together, Trina said, snapping my attention back to the problem at hand. Revenants are bloodlusting, cruel, and dull creatures, while alchemists are evil, methodical, and full of rules. They won't endure working together for long. They will turn on each other. Unless these red alchemists are too different from the normal ones we're used to. No, besides the red accessories and the red symbols, they were the same, Ramon said. Because he had been taken by them, he had spent more time with them than any of us. Maybe a little more evil and ruthless, but the rest is the same. We need another clue, Trina muttered, looking around. She closed her eyes, and I assumed she was sending her senses out. She must have picked up something, because her eyes snapped open and she moved with purpose. She marched down the porch steps and into the forest. Slow down, Artan called out, following her. Ramon, Kane, and I rushed after the 2. Trina followed an invisible path through the trees, turning west to where the forest met the enclave's outer wall. Then she halted and pointed to torn bushes and the fallen tree beside the tall wall. She pointed to a faint footprint I wouldn't have seen otherwise. They came through here. We walked past the torn bushes and fallen tree, where the forest thinned. If we kept going in this direction, we would bump into the private road leading to the enclave in about half a mile, and beyond that, the interstate. But Trina halted not even 40 yards from the wall and the enclave's perimeter. We stopped beside her, and Kane asked, "What is it?" "Tire tracks." She gestured to the frozen grass, but other than that, I couldn't see anything. She pointed north, where the interstate was. It went that way. "Toward Broken Hill?" Artan asked. "Why would they go to Broken Hill? It would be hard to hide dozens of tziganes in the middle of town." Trina frowned. About a month ago, I was tracking a group of revenants attacking gajos on the outskirts of New Haven. Because of that, I marked where I thought there was a coven in a 100-mile radius. She pulled out a rolled paper from her satchel. She opened it, revealing a map. "Here." She placed her fingertip over one of the red crosses on the map. "This is in Redford, 1 town over from Broken Hill. I didn't investigate, but I have evidence to believe there's a big revenant coven there." "You think the revenants that were here are these revenants?" I pointed to her map. It was hard to make that connection. It could be any revenant coven. And what if there were more covens she didn't know about? I shuddered, thinking about that. By Saint Sarah la Kali, I hoped there weren't this many revenant covens spread throughout the world. "Being able to deduce things from the clues is also part of my power," she said, smiling proudly. "So yes, I think the revenants from this coven are the ones that tricked you all with shape-shifting and stealing the tziganes' souls." I turned my gaze to Kane. He was utterly quiet and calm beside Trina, but from the little time I had known him, I knew he was calm 99% of the time. "This is the only clue we have," Artan said. "I say we go and check it out." "The last time we went to check on a revenant coven, it ended up being a trap," I reminded them. "So sorry if I'm not eager about this." "That's true," Ramon shuddered. "This time you don't have anything to lose," Kane said. Why did I hate when he so easily sided with his ex-wife? There's no one here we would be leaving behind. That was true. And if it happens to be a trap again, we'll make sure we're prepared. Artan looked at me. "Mirella, what do you say?" My jaw hit the floor. Hadn't he accused me of making everything worse with my presence? That he wished I had never come to the enclave? And now he was asking me what I thought? I crossed my arms and shook my head. No, I'm out this time. No votes for me. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Kane looked at me, a soft glint to his hazel eyes. It wasn't your fault. Artan humphed. All he needed now was to roll his eyes and stomp his feet like a big child. What? I barked. Artan stuffed his chest. Then it's decided. Gear up. We meet at the front gates in 30 minutes. Chapter 15. It was weird having Trina tagging along. As Kane's guest, she came with us when we went back to my mother's house to get ready. Sometimes she dropped a joke about us being a couple, but then brushed it off with laughter or excuses. She was getting on my nerves. My gut twisted when I walked into my old bedroom to change into my warrior's uniform. I hated leaving the two of them alone in the living room. Since the two of them already had their fighting armor and weapons, they just had to wait for me. Together. Alone. Ugh, shit. Stop, Mirella. You don't need a man. You're fine alone. Don't fall for Kane. That's an order. Easier said than done. I slipped into the beige thermal tunic, brown suede pants, and vest. I sat on my bed and laced up the brown combat boots. Then I stood in front of the mirror and pulled my hair up into a ponytail. A soft knock came from the door before it opened, and Kane spied inside. Are you ready? A little shocked and frustrated with his presence, I dropped my hair. Almost, I said, starting over. I gathered my hair in my hands and pulled it up. Kane stood right behind me. Almost his entire head appeared in the mirror above me. His hazel eyes met mine in the mirror. Need help? I frowned. No, I'm good. I hastily finished the ponytail and turned around. Big mistake. He was closer than I first thought, and now my nose was an inch from his collarbone. We should go. I stepped around him, picked up my bag from the bed, and practically ran from my bedroom. I heard his heavy footsteps behind me as I climbed down the stairs. Ready? Trina asked from the foyer. Yes, I muttered. She looked at me from head to toe and smiled. You were pretty before, but now you look badass. I stared at her. What was her deal? Thanks. Not comfortable with this situation, I urged Trina and Kane to exit the house. Once they did, I locked the house and guided them to the main gates. A stronger, colder wind blew, throwing my hair into my face. I shivered and looked up at the gray sky. Weren't we supposed to have another snowstorm soon? I really wasn't looking forward to it, but it would be nice to resolve this problem and rescue the tziganes before the snowstorm started. At the front gates, Artan and Ramon waited by Artan's SUV. Once they saw us approaching, they hopped inside the car, taking the wheel and the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for Kane, Trina, and me. Kane sat in the middle, and I had this vision of him dividing himself in half, trying to decide who deserved his attention. Angry with my thoughts, I turned to the window and stared at the sky. I was supposed to focus on the damn mission. Nothing more. It took us almost 2 long, awkward hours to get to Redford. Trina told Artan to go toward the east side of town, where there were a lot of abandoned buildings, including factories and schools, ideal to reenact action-packed mystery movies. Artan parked the SUV on the main road. From here, we could see the abandoned and unfinished buildings, and spread beyond, a small, simple neighborhood with townhouses and apartments. Now we only need to wait until it's dark and put on some ominous music, and done. We'll be in a horror movie, I said, not at all happy about the prospect of looking for the coven here. I sensed this would be like yesterday. A trap. Kane let out a soft chuckle. I didn't know you had that kind of sense of humor. Artan scoffed. You don't know anything about her." Kane cut him a glare. "And what—" "Please," I said, interrupting him. "Don't start." "Right." Standing in our middle, Trina unrolled the map. "I just know the Revenant Coven is in this neighborhood. Like I said, I wasn't after this particular coven, so I didn't pinpoint its exact location." With a blue pen, she drew a big circle around the neighborhood. "But it's around here somewhere." "Then we better start looking, or we won't be done with it today," Ramon said. "We should split up," Trina suggested. "But it could be a trap," I said, shocked she would suggest something like that. "I know, but we don't have time to go through this neighborhood together," she said. "Not unless you want to spend days here. Like your friend pointed out, we won't be done today if we stay together." I crossed my arms. "I don't like it." Artan sighed. "I don't like it either, but I think it's the best option we have. We split, be careful, and at any sign of trouble, we contact the others." "Exactly," Trina nodded. Having her side with Artan also made me queasy. "Kane and I will go west, and the three of you go north. We'll go east after that." "But you're the only one with the superpower to see hidden clues," I said. "If we split, the guys and I won't see them, and it'll be a waste of time anyway." "You just have to pay attention," she said. "You might not see what I see, but if you pay attention, you might notice something is different, or wrong, or suspicious. Anything that seems slightly out of place. Call me." She picked up her phone and shook it in the air. "Wait, but dividing us in two? That won't be much help." Ramon took off his vest and tunic. "I'll go alone. With my speed, none of you will be able to keep up with me, and I might find the coven first with my enhanced hearing and senses." Trina pointed at him. "What are you doing?" He took off his pants and she gawked at him. I turned my back before I saw anything. "He's a werewolf," I told her. She turned her huge eyes to me. "What?" Ramon groaned as his bones cracked out loud and his limbs changed. A moment later, he let out a low yelp and I turned around. "All right, let's go," Artan said. "Come on, Mirella." I looked to Kane. 1, I didn't want him alone with Trina. 2, he was my safe harbor. What if he went too far from me? I would have an episode and jeopardize the mission. Or hurt Artan. Or both. Kane dipped his chin slightly. "Actually, I'm going with Mirella." Artan pressed his lips into a thin line. "What?" Kane offered me his hand. I took it and stepped right to his side, my shoulder bumping his arm. "Right, we're going. Be careful." Without waiting for an answer or analyzing Artan's and Trina's shocked expressions, Kane tugged my hand, and we began our march. Leaving the west side to Artan and Trina, and the north side to Ramon, we headed east. Kane and I turned onto a wide, uncared-for road, flanked by tall brown grass and deep into the lots, industrial buildings. And I pulled my hand from his. "What is it?" he asked, sounding a little offended. Was he mad I had let go of him? Why? I crossed my arms. "What?" "Did something happen? You've been different since early this morning." I glanced around, trying to focus and take in our surroundings. Broken pavement, dead, dried grass, too much ice on the ground, and lots of big, abandoned, scary buildings. Not more than that on either side. I sighed. Didn't I promise myself I wouldn't lie to Kane? But maybe I didn't need to tell him the entire truth either. I looked at him. "What happened between you and Trina? Why did you get a divorce?" One corner of Kane's lips curled. "So that's what's wrong." I averted my eyes. "Of course not. Why would it be wrong?" I thought he would laugh at me, but instead he grew serious. "Our marriage was arranged when we were little kids. We barely knew each other when we got married, and we certainly didn't love each other." I think that at some point we tried loving each other, but there was never a spark or chemistry between us. Despite all that, I vowed to be a good husband. We're tziganes after all, and honor is a big thing for us, right? However, Trina didn't think that way. I found out she was cheating on me with another warrior from my enclave. Oh, shit. Thankfully, he wasn't a good friend of mine, or that would have hurt more. Trina came to me and cried, saying it was a mistake and begging for forgiveness. But I couldn't. My trust and respect for her were lost. I asked for a divorce, though we lied about the reason to our family. If they found out she had cheated on me, she would have probably been banished from the enclave. So we just said we never loved each other and fought all the time. We would end up killing each other if we stayed together. It was a huge deal, a big shame to the both of us, but at least they didn't banish her. He paused. But the shame was too much to bear, so I left. And the rest you know. I'm sorry, I whispered. It's okay now. Back then, I couldn't even look at her. But with time, I realized I don't care anymore. As I said, we didn't love each other. It all must have happened for a reason. The gleam in his eyes darkened, and I gulped. Was it odd to call her to come help us? A little. It's not the first time I've called on her, though. He seemed nonchalant about it, but I was once more pushing the jealousy away. A few weeks ago, I was working on a case at an enclave on the West Coast and had to call her for help. She came right away and was playful the entire time, just like you saw this morning. To be honest, I prefer it this way than being awkward around each other. Makes sense. I couldn't stop my mind from spinning, though, and all I could think of was that if I didn't fight my attraction to him, I would probably end up being the other. Just like it had been with Artan. Kizzy was Artan's fiancé. I had been the other. Trina was Kane's ex-wife. I would only be the other. Although he did mention he hadn't really loved her a couple of times. Despite trying to ignore my feelings, I hoped that part was true. I'm sorry, I whispered again. One corner of his lips tugged up. I'm not. And there went the warmth taking over my face again. Shit. I averted my eyes before he burned me like even my own fire couldn't, and looked around. The road narrowed, and two large buildings flanked the broken sidewalk. Is everything here abandoned? It seems that way, Kane said. Be alert. This could be the perfect place for revenants to hide. I channeled my magic, filling my veins with my fire just in case. Higher up revenants could mask their signature, but I sent out my senses anyway. I only sensed rats, cats, cockroaches, and other nasty stuff I didn't want to think about. No tziganes, no gajos, no revenants, no alchemists. Damn it, where are they? I don't know, Kane said. I've been sensing the area and haven't found anything. The road narrowed some more. To our left, the building opened to a wide alley. I stopped at the alley's opening and looked out. Darkness filled the alley because of the tall wall flanking it, but I could make out a large metal gate at the end. Opening my hand in front of me, I conjured a flame. Light seeped into the alley, revealing not only the metal gate, but a handful of metal doors and two sets of stairs leading down on each side of the alley. Something tugged at my gut. I think it's through here. Kane drew out his swords. Stay close. Together, we advanced through the alley. We kept our eyes on the other doors, but went directly to the metal gate. Kane tried to push it open, but it didn't budge. I frowned, but pointed toward the other doors. We tested all of them, but like the gate, they were airtight. Next, I directed my flame to the first set of stairs. Tense, Kane went down first. The stairs opened to a small door under the building. There was some snow on the ground in front of it, but my gut kept tugging. I brushed the snow aside with my foot. A blood-red mark greeted us. I gasped. It's one of the red alchemist's symbols. Kane furrowed his brows at me. I thought we were after the revenants. Me too, but this is good too, I think. Holding his twin swords in one hand, Kane grabbed his phone from the pocket in his jacket and pressed a speed dial button. Hey, I think we found something, he said, probably talking to Trina. I'll send you the exact location through text. He turned the call off. They will be here shortly. I reached for my phone to call Ramon, but remembered he was in his wolf form and had probably left his phone in the SUV. So, I closed my eyes and reached into his mind. I pictured myself walking down the road with the buildings, then turning into the alley and staring at the small metal door in front of me. I sent that image to him, sure he would be able to find this place in no time. I placed my hand on the door, trying to sense whatever was inside. Would our friends and family be here? My mother and Theron? By St. Sarah la Kali, I really hoped so. I couldn't handle knowing they were in danger for much longer. Only cold greeted me. I frowned. What did it mean? I reached for the knob. Mirella, Kane grabbed my hand. What are you doing? I don't know. I retreated a step. I wasn't thinking. A sudden crash came from the other side of the door. My stomach tightened with knots. Kane's eyes went wide. We shouldn't go in. But what if it's my friends and family? Desperation to do something surged in me, and if Kane didn't move, I would barrel past him. I had to see what was going on. Kane glanced to the doorknob. Shit. But stay close to me. I took a step closer and stood right by his side, my shoulder brushing against his chest. Like this? With a half grin, he shook his head. Then, his face grew serious, and he reached for the knob. It turned, but it didn't open. Excuse me. I sidestepped Kane and placed my hand on the knob, calling my fire. In 5 seconds, the knob and the entire locking mechanism had melted. I pushed the door open. Let's go. The door opened to a small, dark foyer. I conjured another flame to illuminate our path and raised it in front of us as we stepped into the place. Light flickered off the walls, revealing an archway to the left and a room beyond. A room with shelves covering the walls, full of dark bottles, books, vials with colored liquids, and jars with strange things inside. I didn't want to get too close to find out. And a table in the center of the large room, covered with a white paper and red blood symbols. This is definitely a red alchemist place, I whispered. But there's no one here. I don't have a good feeling about this. Kane snatched my wrist. We should wait for the others. We're better off in numbers. He was right, of course, but that feeling from before, that pang in my gut, came back, and I almost doubled over from its intensity. Wait, there's something here. I illuminated a doorway at the back of the room. Kane resisted my first pull, but when I freed myself from his grip, he came with me. The second room was darker and stuffier than the other one, and upon first glance, empty, until I took a step forward and tripped. With quick reflexes, Kane hooked his hand under my elbow and kept me up. Calling for my magic and making the flame in my hand stronger, I moved my arm down and illuminated the rest of the room. I gasped and jumped back, right into Kane. He wound an arm around my middle. It's okay, he said, turning his nose. On the floor, several red alchemists were covered in blood, their throats ripped out. By St. Sarah la Kali, I muttered, feeling sick. Letting go of me, Kane crouched down and inspected the closer body. It wasn't long ago. Shit. Which meant whoever did this was close. You're right. We should wait outside. I turned to leave, but something jumped on me. I screamed, and the flame in my hand died. Cold hands grabbed my shoulders, but I jumped back. Mirella! Kane's voice rang from somewhere to my right. I'm here, I croaked, trying to make my way toward him. I stepped on one of the bodies on the floor, nausea swirling in my stomach. A growl came from behind me, and I whimpered. The cold hands were back, going for my hair. Panic propelled me, and I bumped into Kane. "I've got you," he said, holding my hand tight. The growl came again, and I shrank into Kane. "Let's go." We rushed to the first room as Trina, Artan, and Ramon Wolf opened the front door, bringing in some light. "What happened?" Artan asked, approaching us. I pointed to the doorway behind us. "Something is coming." Artan pulled out his sword, and Trina let go of the door, and darkness surrounded us again. "Mirella," Artan called. Right. Light. Pushing my fear away, I focused on my magic. I couldn't lose hold or control over my magic every time I was afraid. If that happened, then I was doomed. I took a deep, calming breath and called for my power. A strong flame appeared in my hand. The growl echoed through the room, and a creature jumped from the doorway. I flinched back, and my flame flickered. Artan swung his sword wide. The creature's head fell to the floor with a loud thud, followed by the body. "What the hell was that?" Trina asked. Now that the danger was gone, making my flame stronger wasn't hard. Holding my hand firm, I approached Artan and illuminated the head and body. My stomach turned. Artan fell to his knees. "Sloane!" Chapter 16. No, it can't be," Artan wheezed out. He shot to his feet and raced to the corner of the room to throw up. "Who is he?" Kane asked in a low voice. "Artan's cousin," I said, feeling queasy too. "He died about 6 weeks ago during our last mission. Artan blames me for that." Like a medical examiner used to cadavers, Trina knelt beside Sloane's head and body and poked around. I averted my eyes before I, too, spilled the contents of my stomach. "Heart Maiden, I need your light," Trina said. I couldn't get too close, so I looked around. I found an empty vial like a wine decanter on the table. As if it was a solid ball, I placed my fire in there and handed the vial to Trina. Then I retreated a few steps, needing to stay away from the scene. Ramon shifted back into his human form. He grabbed the pants he had left with Artan and pulled them on before joining Trina in examining Sloane's body. "What are you looking for?" Ramon asked. "Some clues," Trina said. "Like this. See how his skin is gray and clammy? His eyes are too white, and his hair is falling out." "He was just dead," Ramon said in a low voice. "Well, I think he was an undead." "What do you mean?" Kane asked, approaching them. I still couldn't. "I know this may sound crazy, but I think this body was dug up and brought to life," Trina said. "Like a zombie." Groaning, Artan stepped to my side, but he kept his back to the scene. "You mean that wasn't my cousin?" "That was his body," Trina said, "but it wasn't him inside." "What the hell is happening here?" Kane asked. Holding the light I gave her, Trina pushed up and looked around the room. "Give me a minute." She peeked through the doorway and probably saw the bodies of the red alchemists on the floor. She knelt beside one and reached for it. The sickness shot up again, and I pressed a hand to my stomach. "Trina, talk to us," Kane said. "Let us know what you're seeing because we're lost here." "True," Artan said, his voice hoarse. "We came for revenants, but we found red alchemists." He pointed to the shelves with the potions and ingredients, and the papers with the red symbols at the table. Back to the first room, Trina sighed. "A couple of months ago, I was called to track down a group of alchemists who were performing odd spells. I didn't find much, but I had heard rumors that they were experimenting with necromancy." "Raising the dead," Ramon muttered, his tone unbelieving. "That's crazy." She gestured to the body at her feet. "And what do you think that is?" "Please, don't talk about him that way," Artan said. Sorry, Trina snapped. The rumors I heard said a group of alchemists was harvesting the bodies of tziganes, draining their blood for potions, then reanimating their bodies in order to create a dead army. I think this group is the Red Alchemists you told me about. You're saying they purposely brought Sloane's body back to life? I asked, feeling sicker by the minute. Yes? She nodded. I think that when the Red Alchemists went to the enclave and captured everyone there, they must have dug up Sloane's body and brought it with them. Maybe to test it out before they tried it with the others? Artan doubled over. I'm gonna be sick again. On instinct, I rested my hand on his back and sent my warmth into his body to comfort him. I'm sorry. If that is true, Ramon's face paled, then we only have so much time to find the hostages, before it's too late. By Saint Sarah la Kali, now I was sure I would be sick. We need more clues, Kane said, looking around. We need to find out something connecting the alchemists to the revenants, or some direction to where the tziganes were taken. Otherwise, it won't matter how much time we have or don't have. Trina held out her hand, a small rolled paper in between her fingers. I just got this from one of the Red Alchemist's pocket. I snatched it from her. Meet at the first light. I read the scribbled words out loud. What does it mean? That the Red Alchemists and the revenants are meeting up tomorrow morning at first light? Ramon asked. No, I whispered, staring at the paper and thinking. The grammar is wrong. For early morning, for a time, it should have been just at first light. But it's written at the first light. I think it's a place. What? How did you get that? Artan spied at the paper from over my shoulder. Having him close to me made me uneasy, but I pushed those feelings aside since we were on an important mission. Where can dawn be best seen in this town? I asked. I remember hearing something about a national park with amazing views. Trina pulled out her map and spread it on the table and the blood-red symbols. Not 2 seconds later, she placed her fingertip on a spot on the map. Here, a national park with a pylon and lookout area. People usually camp out there to see the sunrise and sunsets over the mountains during the summer. During summer? Kane asked. Yes, it should be deserted this time of year. She rolled up the map. Damn, how I hoped she was right. But even if she wasn't, it was the only clue we had, and right now, I would grab at anything that crossed my path. Eager to move, I gestured toward the door. Then off we go. Chapter 17. Before we left, Artan had wanted to do something with Sloane's body, but we didn't have time, so Ramon and Kane helped him move the body to a corner of the room and cover it with some fabric they found at the back. Later, when all the rest was solved, we would come back for him. This time we'll cremate him, Artan muttered when we exited the basement room. It was well past noon when we got to the national park, but nobody claimed to be hungry. How could we be, when we kept seeing dead bodies and blood and zombies? And soon we would be vampire-like creatures. There was no time or will to eat. We hid behind a big boulder surrounded by low, leafless trees near the lookout and waited. After 2 hours hidden in the cold and under gray skies, we started questioning this choice. Damn it, I was so sure I had gotten the note right, I whispered. I rested my back against the boulder. If the ground wasn't so cold and dirty, I would have sat down. I'm sorry. Lately, I had been wrong a lot, and sorry seemed like my favorite word. No, it's not your fault. Trina leaned against the rock beside me. I was sure it was right, too. Ramon crouched down. Maybe the revenants are just bad at spelling. Kane scoffed. Good one. Ramon chuckled. Glad someone seems amused by my jokes. Artan paced 3 small steps to the right, 3 small steps to the left, taking over the little space between us. This isn't the time to joke. Ever since finding zombie Sloane at the Red Alchemist base, he had been tenser than usual. Harsher. Colder. More hours passed. The sun began to set behind the mountains. I spied from around the boulder, but unfortunately, with the heavy gray clouds, there wasn't much to see. I made a mental note to come back here during the summer and watch the sunset properly. With the sunset came the dark and the cold. I could use my fire to keep myself warm, but besides making a bonfire, which would be too visible, I couldn't do much for the others. Just as I was about to suggest we leave, figures emerged from the trees on the other side of the lookout area. We crouched down, hoping the falling darkness helped hide us. Revenants and Red Alchemists faced each other right in the middle of the lookout area. An alchemist took off his mask and stepped forward. A clothed revenant met him halfway. His body began to change. Its gray gained a rose glow. Its limbs shrank. Its face and pointy ears rounded, and hair sprouted from the top of its head. I gasped. It was Oscar. My dut, Artan hissed. He fisted his hands into balls, and I was sure he would barrel in without thinking, and we would have to hold him back. But to my surprise, he seemed to remember that wasn't really his father. He let out a long breath and remained put. "Where are my tziganes?" the leader of the Red Alchemists asked. "Where can they be exchanged?" "Safe," Not Oscar snarled. "But there will be no exchange. We're keeping those we harvested from the Level Enclave." "That was not the agreement." "We're changing the agreement," Not Oscar replied. "We infiltrated the Enclave. We stole their souls." The leader bristled. "And we invaded it with you and took them all away. If I had known you wouldn't keep your end of the deal, I wouldn't have let you escort them out." Not Oscar tilted his head, showing a smile with too many razor-sharp teeth. "What can I say? Never trust a revenant." "You..." The leader took a step forward but stopped. "The agreement was that half of the tziganes would come to us so we could use their blood for our elixirs and potions, and then turn them into our undead army. And the other half..." "And we would consume the blood of the other half and take their souls to make us stronger. I know, but I'm changing the terms. We did most of the work, so we get most of the bounty." "You might have done most of the initial work, but we deserve the tziganes. With them, we'll create our undead army and bring all tziganes down, which is the bigger priority here." Not Oscar scoffed. "Bigger priority? Who cares about that?" "Our leader won't be happy if you waste all the tziganes on your own selfish needs, instead of helping the greater cause." "Tell your leader to go to hell," Not Oscar snarled, before attacking. The two groups collided in a battle. I ducked further back, as if their strikes could reach us. Artan cast an invisible air shield in front of us. "In case the alchemists use their potions, and they explode near us." "Good thinking," Trina whispered. "What now?" I asked. We had come all this way just to witness the two groups fighting. Although, we had learned they had a common leader. But who was this leader? "Look," Kane called out. We turned our attention back to the fight. There were a few bodies on the ground, but the Red Alchemists had the upper hand. The remaining revenants were writhing on the ground in pain, as if their insides were being melted away. Probably an elixir the Red Alchemists had used. Then the leader held his red shadow sword at the throat of Not Oscar, who had partially shifted back into his ugly revenant self. "Tell me, where are the tziganes?" The revenant tried moving away, but only ended up screaming and jerking some more with another wave of pain. The leader pressed the tip of the sword against Not Oscar's throat. "Last chance, tell me." "The Brookridge School," the revenant said. "They are at the Brookridge School." Kane touched my shoulder, and I almost yelped in shock. "Let's go," he mouthed. Careful with each step, we headed out, leaving the lookout area behind. Once we were out of sight, we ran down the path toward the parking lot. We need to get there before the Red Alchemists and the Revenants do, Artan said. We increased our speed as much as we could. We only slowed down a few feet from the SUV. Reaching for the front passenger door, Ramon looked at us. They mentioned a leader. I wonder who it is. I have no idea who could be leading other alchemists and revenants, Trina said, her brows turned down. It doesn't make sense. Artan and Kane mumbled the same. They might not know who it was, but I had a good idea of who it could be. I just hoped I was wrong. Chapter 18. The Brookridge School was an old prep high school, which had been closed down over a decade ago after some scandal involving teachers abusing the students. At least, that was what Google told me when I searched for it online. It was located outside of town, on a large estate still owned by the family of the school's founders. I know that place, Trina said. During one of my rare outings, I remember hearing that place was haunted. There's supposed to be other abandoned buildings around that area, and all of them are supposed to be haunted. So, abandoned buildings everywhere, I muttered. It's like my life is supposed to be a horror movie. She laughed. Well, your life is supposed to be exciting, thrilling. I frowned. What do you mean? Being the Heart Maiden, you're supposed to go on missions to search for the Heart Flower and fight for us and our honor. I can't imagine anything more riveting. If only she knew how much I struggled with a Heart Maiden life in the beginning. Sometimes I still did. Rescuing me from the depths of my mind, Artan veered the SUV off-road and parked it behind trees near the front gates. In case the revenants and alchemists come before we leave. Good one. This way they wouldn't know we were here before entering the building, and if we had to flee, they wouldn't know where our car was. I stepped out of the SUV and shivered. It was already dark out, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Kane placed a hand on my back. Are you cold? Want my jacket? His attention and care touched me in a way I didn't want to think about. No, it's okay. I channeled my power and filled my veins with my fire. I can warm myself up. A lopsided grin appeared on his lips. Another cool trick. To our side, Artan secured his sword in its scabbard hanging from his waist. Everyone armed and ready? Ramon took off his shirt. Almost. Trina slung her satchel across her shoulders, then strapped 2 small daggers to her thighs. I'm ready. Together, we marched to the wrought iron gates, but retreated to the shadows when we saw revenants patrolling the school grounds. We can't possibly fight them all, I said. How are we going to get in? We need a distraction, Kane offered. I'll take care of that, Ramon said. I'll cause a distraction, and the 4 of you slip inside the school to get our people. I held Ramon's arm. Playing hero again? The Red Alchemists and the dragon weren't enough? Dragon? Kane asked. As a master slayer, he was probably curious about it. Yeah, during our last mission, he distracted a dragon so we could flee, Artan said. Which worked, by the way, Ramon said. He rested his hand on mine. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You better, I hissed. He smiled at me. Now, do any of you have a glass vial I can use? Trina opened her satchel and grabbed a small, pear-shaped vial with a cork. Will this work? I think so. He took the vial from her and turned to me. Can you create a small flame to put in here, but when I take it out, it'll explode and spread? I frowned. You want to cause an explosion? Something like that. I can try. I closed my eyes and brought my hands together. I imagined a small, golf-sized ball made of fire with an unstable core. Once it touched anything other than the glass of the vial or the cork, it would explode and spread, just like Ramon wanted. Or at least, that was what I hoped it would do. I opened my eyes and placed the fireball inside the vial. It should work. Great. Ramon closed the vial with the cork. Then he wolfed out in less than 5 seconds, grabbed the vial with his mouth, and ran to the east side of the school. I was practically biting my nails while we waited in the dark. A long howl sounded in the distance, followed by a huge explosion that shook the ground. Orange fire billowed toward the sky, taking over the forest. "Shit," I whispered, watching the fire. "Muma Paduri might come get me any time now." "We don't have time to worry about that." Artan pointed to the school grounds. "Look, they fell for it." The revenants ran toward the fire, clearing the front gates. And we moved. Artan used his air magic to unlock the gates and pushed it open just enough so we could slip through. Then we set out running across the garden. "Despite talking again about Muma Paduri," Kane said, running right by my side. "But that was awesome. Another great trick for the list." Afraid of tripping on my own feet, I stared at him only for a second. "Are you keeping a list?" "I might." I shook my head, amused, but when I looked straight ahead and saw the school building, I forgot everything else. It looked like a 1,000-year-old castle, but on a smaller scale, with broken towers crumbling to dust. I was afraid that it would fall apart the moment we stepped inside. But before I could worry too much about that, Artan opened a side door and we slipped inside the school. Right into 2 revenants. Artan used his air magic to push them back to the nearest wall. Kane and Trina stepped forward and ripped through their throats. Their bodies slid to the floor. I averted my eyes, suddenly sick from seeing so much blood and so many dead bodies. When would this end? Kane knelt beside the revenants and finished cutting off their heads. "This is the only way to make sure they will remain dead." I averted my eyes as their thick blood pooled on the floor, my stomach feeling nauseous. "Where to now?" Artan asked in a low voice. Trina crouched down and stared at the floor for a few seconds. "This way." She shot to her feet and rushed through a long corridor. We marched after her for a long time, stopping at every corner to check incoming revenants. Twice we had to kill them before proceeding. We entered the school kitchen. "Are you tracking them, or just going around randomly?" Artan asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I rolled my eyes. Trina placed her finger over her mouth. "They are here." She beckoned to the door across the kitchen. "In the mess hall." We spied through the small rectangular glass on the top part of the door. My heart lurched when I saw them standing there. My mother, Theron, and most of the other tziganes, all huddled together in the middle of the room, inside what looked like a huge, dark red circle drawn on the floor, their hands bound behind their backs by some red glowing ropes. Felix was there too, lying to the side, his paws bound together as if he was a pig ready to be roasted. Even the soulless tziganes were there, seated in the middle, still looking like wax dolls. And dozens of revenants walked around them. "I don't think we can escape fighting now," I said, really dreading this next part. "Let's get this over with," Artan said. He nodded at us, then pushed the door open. Not missing a beat, the revenants turned to him. Artan threw his magic out, sending a strong blast that pushed the revenants back. Trina, Kane, and I entered the room behind him. "Mirella!" my mother cried. I didn't have time to look at her as the revenants lunged at us. "Get me out of here," Theron said. "I can help." I conjured fireballs and threw them at the revenants coming at me. Because I didn't know how long this fight would last, I was being careful with how much of my power I put into each fireball. Not enough to burst them to ashes in a couple of seconds, but enough to slow them down, to have them writhing as my fire spread and slowly killed them. A few steps forward, Artan alternated between his air magic and his sword, and to my side, Kane used his twin swords to slash through the revenants. Meanwhile, Trina knelt behind us, right at the circle line. She grabbed a glass vial from her satchel and let a few drops of blue liquid fall over the line. She did more things I didn't see since I was busy trying not to get killed. But soon, she broke through the circle. Next, she worked on the ropes binding the tziganes. Theron was the first one to be free. Although he didn't have a sword or magic of his own, he joined the fight. Next were Cora, Rye, Tomas, Sheila, Dolan, Darcy. One by one, they stood beside us and fought the revenants as well as they could. Even Felix joined us and tore through the revenants. Our group finished killing the revenants right when Trina cut through the ropes, tying my mother, the last one to be set free. "Mirella," she whispered, reaching for me. All the anger, all the sadness, all the lies. They flew out the window, totally forgotten. She wound her frail arms around me, and I hugged her back. I was so worried, I confessed. I heard her sob in my ear and only held her tighter. Darcy, Oscar, and Ryan took turns embracing Artan. Standing beside Sheila, Dolan, and Ellie, Theron looked around. "Where is Ramon?" he asked, confused. "Ramon is outside," Kane said. "He created a distraction so we could slip in here." Theron huffed. "Again?" I almost chuckled. "Again." Darcy glanced from Kane to Trina. "Who are you?" "I'm Trina Tene," she said quickly. "A tracker from the Panel enclave." "I called on her to help us find you," Kane said. Theron frowned at him. "And who are you?" Artan raised his hands. "All right, I know everyone has questions, and we'll answer them all. But right now, we should move. There should be more revenants and red alchemists arriving soon. We don't want to be here for that." Whispers of agreement spread through the group. Each of us held to a soulless tzigane and guided them through the hallways. In a few minutes, we exited the school through the same side door we had come in with almost no problem. We encountered 2 patrols who were quickly overcome by magic and swords. As if sensing us, Ramon rounded the back of the house and appeared before us. He shifted back into his human form, and Theron offered him his jacket. The 2 embraced for a quick moment. Dolan patted Ramon's shoulder, and he spoke. "I was able to guide the revenants away from the school, but they aren't that dumb. They will soon turn back and come this way. We should go before they do." Kane looked around. "But how? We have only 1 car. We won't all fit in Artan's SUV, and we can't possibly run through the forest with the soulless tziganes. We'll get caught." "We came in vans," Darcy said. "They must be around somewhere." "Stay here," Ramon said, slipping Theron's jacket off. "I'll go check it out." He wolfed out and ran. A minute later, Ramon was back. He sent an image into Theron's and my head. A parking lot at the back of the school, a couple of vans and cars there. Just then, lights illuminated the front of the school. "Headlights," Artan said. "They are here." "All right," I called out. "Follow me." I took the lead, running to the back, and the others followed me. Just as Ramon had shown in my mind, there were 2 vans and 4 cars parked in a broken parking lot. Without hesitation, tziganes started boarding the vans. "And the keys?" Trina asked. "I can do something about that," Clarita said. I hadn't talked to her much during all the months I had lived in Lovell, but I knew she could redirect electricity. She placed her hand over the van's hood and sent her magic in. The van roared to life, and we cheered. She repeated the process with the second van. "There you go." "Naitook," I said, grateful tziganes had all kinds of magic available. "I'll go around and get my SUV," Artan said. "No, that's too dangerous," Darcy said. "I'll be careful." And he was gone before anyone else could protest. Theron took the wheel of one van. Kane took the other. I sat in the passenger seat beside Kane, my mother right behind me, and Felix beside her, trying to curl into himself so he wouldn't use too much space. When everyone seemed to be accounted for, Kane looked back. "Ready?" Thankfully, there was a road leading to a back gate, and we were able to follow that path, instead of meeting the newcomers head to head. Tense, I sat with my back straight, clutching the seat with 2 hands and looking at the mirrors every 2 seconds. 5 minutes later, Kane placed his hand on my knee. "You can relax now. I don't think they are following us." I let out a long, relieved breath before turning around and facing my mother. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Her eyes filled with tears and she shook her head. "No, I'm okay. I was scared to death for you, but I was okay. They didn't hurt us, just kept us there like cattle." I reached over the seat and took her hands in mine. "I'm glad to have you back." She squeezed my hand. "Me too." Theron's voice invaded my mind. "Me, where are we going?" "To the enclave," I answered him. "I don't think we should. That's the first place they will look for us when they find out we're gone." It made sense. "Theron thinks we shouldn't go to the enclave." Kane gave me a side glance. "You're communicating with him?" "Yes, he's my brother. His mind is practically open to me," I explained. "He thinks the revenants and alchemists will go there looking for us." "Shit, I didn't think of that," Kane said, bumping his fists on the wheel. "All right, tell him to follow me. And you should call Artan, too." "Where are we going?" I asked. He offered me a lopsided smile. "You'll see." Chapter 19. Kane drove west for about 2 hours, the other van and Artan's SUV following us closely. "Are you going to tell me where we're going?" I asked again. He was probably tired of my nagging, but I was curious. "We're almost there," he said, his eyes on the road. I glanced at my phone. It was almost midnight. We had a full van. Half were soulless tziganes. The other half was so tired that they resembled wax dolls too. Despite some warriors getting hurt during the battle, when revenants and red alchemists invaded the enclave, like Rye and Tomas, there was no one critically wounded. But all the tziganes now sported rope burn marks around their wrists. Ryan and Darcy and Sheila, who were in the back of the van, were already working on healing those marks. During the drive, my mother told me they had been kept in that room the entire time, even the soulless tziganes. They had to sleep huddled together on the hard floor, and when they needed to use the restroom, each of them was escorted by 3 revenants, all with their hands bound. My heart broke for her. My mother, Theron, and a couple of others had stayed in that room much longer than the others, for almost an entire week, since they had been kidnapped earlier. It must have been terrifying. "Sorry it took us so long to figure it out," I whispered to her. She offered me a small smile. "To be honest, I thought it would take even longer. I haven't left the house much. I also knew Theron and you haven't gotten along well lately, and you don't usually talk to the others who had been switched." Her eyes filled with tears. "I'm just glad you're here now." I averted my eyes and blinked fast, trying to push back my tears. From across the seat, Kane slid his hand into mine and entwined his fingers with mine. I stared at our joined hands. What was happening here? At the moment, I didn't care. I didn't think about the logistics or why he was so sweet to me all the time, about my messed up feelings toward Artan and the incredible attraction I felt for Kane, about what this could lead to, about the fact that the Heart Maiden shouldn't be touched and I shouldn't fall for anyone. I forgot about it all. I just held his hand and enjoyed being by his side and feeling safe. Sometime later, Kane exited the interstate for a highway, and 2 miles later, he turned down a smaller road that seemed to lead directly into a snow-covered mountain. Though the gray clouds covered the night sky, the snow was too bright even in the dark. Closer to the mountain, Kane took us onto a private road. It went on for another mile until the road opened to a small parking lot, and beyond that, a large lake-like house with entire glass walls, inclined roof, and a wide rail-less porch at the base of the mountain. "Wow," I whispered, staring at the house. "What is this place?" Mine, he said. Well, this is the place I've been renting. He had told me about renting a place he could stay between his enclave visits, but I had imagined a small cabin in the woods or a studio over a shop in a small town. Never in my mind had I thought of a mansion in the mountains. It's gorgeous. Wait until you see inside. He opened his door. Come on. We all stepped out of the van as the other van and Artan's SUV parked beside us in the parking lot. Everyone gawked at the house, curious about it. Kane stepped on the low stone wall surrounding the parking lot. Welcome to my house. There are a lot of bedrooms, but I'm afraid there aren't enough beds for everyone. But there are couches and mattresses and comforters. I'm sure we can all rest here for a while. Trina stepped up closer and asked in a whisper, What about food? Shit, he mouthed. I'm sure you're all tired. So our priority is making the soulless tziganes comfortable, cleaning up and sleeping. There's a little food in the kitchen, so feel welcome to get whatever you want. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to a grocery store and buy us more stuff. Be sure to tell me your preferences, so I don't forget anything. Now, come on. He took the lead, Trina right behind him. Jealousy clutched at my chest. My mother hooked her arm on mine, and we walked together toward the house. She gave me a side glance. Who is he? Kane? She nodded. He showed up at the enclave a couple of days ago. He's a master slayer, and he's been helping us with this case. She frowned. Great timing. I rolled my eyes. Please don't tell me you suspect him too. Artan has already nagged us about that. I don't need more from you, please. She stared at me, serious. If you trust him, then so do I. Knots twisted in my stomach. I had trusted so many people who had betrayed me in the end. I should have learned my lesson. But I couldn't help trusting Kane. Something about him, a certain intensity, drew me in. Like a moth to the light. It was unstoppable. And do you like him? Mom, she grinned. I'm your Daj. I not only see it, I can sense it. Her smile faded. But remember, my dear Shay, you're not supposed to be touched. Can we not talk about that now? I just got you back. I don't want to argue. She held on to my arm. You're right. Of course, you're right. She smiled again. I'm just glad we're like this again. Me too, I whispered. And that was the truth. A couple of months ago, I thought my mother and I had made up and we were becoming not only mother and daughter, but friends. Until I found out she had lied to me again, this time about who my real father was. I still needed to hear an explanation about why she didn't want to tell me about that, but right now, I didn't care. Right now, I had gotten her back after believing I had lost her. Right now, all the problems could wait. My mother and I entered the house, and I gasped, turning in a circle and taking it all in. The place was surreal. The space was all one big room with triple-height wooden ceiling and big wooden and glass chandeliers. A spacious foyer, a wide staircase leading to a hidden second floor, a living room with fluffy rugs, comfy beige couches, and a stone fireplace taller than me, a dining room with a glass table for 10, a breakfast area with a long wooden table and benches, and a gourmet kitchen with beige cabinets and stainless steel appliances. It looked like I had stepped into a Barbie and the Dreamhouse episode, but with less pink and more elegance. And Felix made no ceremony. He found a spot in front of the fireplace and laid down there. First, Kane took Darcy and Sheila to the biggest guest bedroom, where they set up an infirmary of sorts for the soulless tziganes. Neil, Oscar, Kizzy, Shay, Brenna, Julian, and others were taken in there. Next, Kane showed the other tziganes around. He guided half of them to the bedrooms upstairs, an offset part of the house that had been built over the leveled mountain, while the other half stayed in the kitchen for food. My stomach growled, but I was too tired to eat. Besides, Kane had said there wasn't much. I would rather the others ate, since only St. Sarah la Kali knew when was the last time they had a meal. I could wait until tomorrow. I started for the stairs, following the group that had gone upstairs to figure out where I would crash. Mirella, Artan called me. I turned around and found him standing only a couple feet behind me. Yes? Can we talk? He asked, his tone softer than it had been in days. I stared at him. What did he want to talk about? Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Please. I sighed and followed him outside. It was even colder here in the mountains. I hugged myself and called on my fire to warm me up. A moment later, the cold wind didn't bite anymore. What is it? I asked, once we were down the front steps, on the stone path leading back to the parking lot. He ran a hand over his hair. I don't even know where to start. I crossed my arms, already shielding myself from whatever it was. Just say something and go from there. He gestured toward the house. I don't like this. I frowned. The house? Why? It's awesome. And temporary. No, not the house. Kane. I don't like Kane. Actually, I don't like you and Kane. My jaw hit the floor. What? You said you spent the night with him. His jaw ticked. You don't even know him. I'm having trouble trusting him on this mission because I barely know him. And you slept with him? Just like that? For a moment, shock silenced me. Then, I exploded. Who the hell do you think you are? You don't have a say in that. In fact, aside from Heart Maiden business, you don't have a say, period. I live my damn life the way I want to. And if I want to sleep with the first guy who crosses my path, I will. I marched past him, but he held my wrist and pulled back. Mirella, wait. I jerked my arm free. I haven't waited for a long time now, Artan. But I have. I froze. What? I know it's wrong. I know I shouldn't think about it. But I can't control it, Mirella. When it comes to you, I can't control my thoughts. I can barely control my actions. I miss you. He reached for me, and I took a step back. I know I hurt you one too many times, but everything has been so confusing and difficult. For a moment there, I was lost. I'm still lost, I think. But I can't deny how I feel about you. I raised my index finger. Stop, Artan. Please stop. I don't know how we'll work this out, how I'll break my engagement, how I'll make it up to you. But I want to try. I need to try. I need you. No, no. I shook my head, as if I could send the words I had heard flying out of my mind and forget about them instantly. This isn't right. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, we're done. We've been done for a while now, and you have to accept that. Kizzy is a nice girl, and she loves you. You have to marry her, learn to love her, and be happy. I know she's a nice girl, but I don't feel that way for her. He placed a hand on his chest. This way, I never felt for anyone. He reached for me again. I know I've been a jerk, but I want to beg for your forgiveness. Please, Mirella, forgive me. I retreated 2 large steps. No, Artan, I'll never forgive you. Not for that. I'll forever put up with you and do my best when we have to work together. But that's it. My best advice for you is to find a way to forget me and to love Kizzy. I don't want to love Kizzy. Too bad, because that's the woman you're marrying and will spend the rest of your life with. I sidestepped him and turned toward the mountains. Wait, Mirella, where are you going? For a walk. I need some fresh air. I sped up. Don't come after me. I mean it. I'll never talk to you again if you do. I didn't look back as I made my way through the trees at the mountain's base, but since Artan hadn't followed me, I assumed he had gone back into the house. And I marched close to the tree line that formed the perimeter of Kane's house, taking deep breaths, and trying to clear my troubled head before heading inside and going to sleep. But there was too much to think about, too much to consider. Artan and his recent words, Kizzy and her sweet smile and expectations, Kane and his intense presence, my mother and our broken family, and even Theron and our relationship, plus the Red Alchemists and the Revenants. We had to find out who their leader was and defeat them if we wanted to go back to our enclave in peace. But how? The thoughts whirled in my mind faster and faster, and I couldn't find a solution to any of them. I tripped over a raised root and fell on the snowy ground, my hands freezing in an instant. Shit, I muttered, pushing up to my knees. Just as I lifted my head, pain exploded in my skull, and I curled up in the snow, screaming my lungs out. The pain came fast and strong, followed by the tremors and the visions. And this time, I didn't have Kane around to make the demons go away. Chapter 20. Fire. Ice. Fire. Ice. I was lost in a sea of fire and ice. I drifted away, either burning or freezing, just moving along with the current, going with the flow, letting it take me, drowning, dying. Then something sparked in my chest, a pull, a tug, a calling. It started like a soft whisper, but it grew in intensity until it became a shout. Mirella! My body went rigid as I tried snapping from the power that took hold of me. There was someone calling me. I had to answer. Mirella, can you hear me? She's unconscious. By Saint Sarala Kali. Arms snaked under me and pulled me up. I was pressed against a warm chest. The scent of vetiver and wood and musk filled my nostrils. Home. It smelled like home. She's freezing, someone said. Mirella, wake up! Use your fire! Heat yourself up! Let's hurry up inside and heal her, the one holding me said. He held me tight as he ran. But where? I raked through my numb mind, trying to wake up, trying to remember. I clawed my way through the days, fighting for myself. I gasped as it all came back to me. Meeting Artan outside, his hasty confession, my rejection. Going for a walk to clear my mind. Being assaulted by symptoms of the Fireheart fever. And now, waking up in Kane's arms as he ran toward the house. Mirella, he called. I blinked and spied through my lashes. The brightness that came from the snowy mountains was too much for my eyes. You're awake. His arms tightened around me some more. Are you okay? My mother, Dolan, Ramon, Theron, and Ellie spied at me from Kane's sides. Felix ran ahead of us. You're awake, my mother said with a sob. You had us so worried. What happened? Ramon asked. I couldn't even find you through our mental connection, Theron said. Felix found you, Dolan said. You scared the hell out of us, Ellie chided me. That single word felt like a razor against my dry throat. I think it's best if we just take care of her for now and ask questions later, Kane said, his voice curt. My mind spun as they took me inside the house, past curious tziganes and into a large bedroom. Kane deposited me in a bed and crawled beside me. My mother placed a hand on my forehead. You're still too cold. Can't you use your magic to warm yourself up? I called upon my magic. A flicker answered, but I had no strength to hold on to it. She grabbed some blankets from the edge of the bed. Cover her with this. I'll make some hot soup. That should help. She exited the room, and after a worried glance, Dolan followed her. Ellie tugged at Theron's hand. I think we should help her. Theron and Ramon glanced at each other, then moved to the door. Yes, right, Ramon said. Felix, you too, he whispered. Felix let out a groan but went with them. The lion and the three of them left the room and closed the door. Leaning over me, Kane rested his hot hand on my chest. "You're too cold. Too damn cold." He picked me up again. "Sorry, but I can't think of anything else." "What?" I tried asking what he was doing, but I couldn't even finish one single word. "Shh." He took me into a bathroom, probably the size of my cabin, and stepped into a giant bathtub in the corner. He gently put me down in the bathtub and quickly took off his shoes and socks and shirt. Then he turned on the water. Hot, delicious water filled the tub, and I sighed in relief. Fire. It felt almost as good as my fire. But Kane wasn't done. Still moving as if time was of the essence, he slipped my boots off, then my wet socks and my drenched warrior's uniform. I didn't even have the strength to protest that I was in front of him in only my bra and panties. To be honest, I didn't care. With fast movements, he brushed his hands up and down my legs and arms, trying to warm me up while the tub filled. "Naituk," I whispered, my throat hurting in the process. "Quiet," he said. "Save your strength." He kept touching me, making me warmer, until the tub had filled up and the water was at my neck. Then he sat across the tub, his eyes shining with worry. "Tell me you're already feeling better. Just nod if it's too hard to speak." I inhaled deeply and let the scalding temperature of the water seep into me. I didn't know how Kane could endure such hot water, but I was glad he was in here with me. "I'm feeling better," I whispered. "Less numb." He let out a long sigh. "That's good." Then he rubbed the back of his neck and locked those worried eyes on mine again. "By Saint Sarah la Kali, you have no idea how crazy I was going while we were out looking for you. And then we found you 3 miles out and half covered in snow. I thought..." He pressed his lips tight and shook his head. "I'm just glad you're here with me, feeling better, and here with me." A new kind of warmth started deep in my chest. How come this man could bring such feelings in me, even at a time like this? "Me too," I whispered, being honest. I did feel better, because I was with him. The numbness was almost all gone, and I could even feel the flicker of my magic inside me. I was sure I still couldn't use it, but I was glad to know it was there. Holding my breath, I dipped under the tub, counted to 10, and emerged again. That single dip, being enveloped by the hot water, already had me feeling a lot better. "What happened?" he asked. "Wait, you can barely talk. Don't answer that." I was sure my throat wouldn't hurt as much anymore, so I said, "I had a fight with Artan, and I stayed out to clear my head. But there was too much in my mind. I ended up wandering too far. Then I was assaulted by pain and visions again." "Shit," he muttered. "We found you 3 miles from here, so now you know you can't go 3 miles from me." He paused. "What did you two fight about?" I averted my eyes. I didn't feel like telling Kane, but I had promised I wouldn't lie to him anymore, hadn't I? "Right after I became a Heart Maiden, Artan showed interest in me. I returned his feelings. But then I found out he had a fiancé at another enclave when she showed up for a visit." Kane cursed under his breath. "He didn't tell you he was engaged?" I shook my head. "No, and I think that if I hadn't cut things off, he would want to continue whatever it was we had." "That's..." Kane's jaw popped. "I know," I whispered. "For a while, we couldn't even talk to each other. We only argued. To be honest, we still do. He created such a push and pull. I was so dizzy I couldn't run away." I faced Kane, trying to show him my feelings. "Then you came along and I felt this." I placed a hand over my chest. "I don't know how to explain, but I felt attracted to you from the first moment I saw you." My cheeks heated with the confession. Kane's eyes darkened. But Artan is jealous. He can't let go of his feelings, and now that he sees my interest in you, he's coming at me again. When he called me outside, he confessed he wants to find a way to be together again. Kane's shoulders and neck went rigid. What? Don't worry, I won't get mixed up with a guy that is taken. I glanced down at the water, suddenly embarrassed for having told him about my feelings. Shit, I wasn't ready for a rejection. I cleared my throat and changed the subject. How did you find me? How did you know I was gone? Kane's brows furrowed. After I found beds for everyone, I came back to the living room to talk to you, but you weren't there. I looked around and couldn't find you. Then I asked your mother, who told me you had gone outside to talk to Artan. His eyes darkened some more. I found him in the kitchen, drinking a beer. Shit, if I had known what had happened, I would have killed him, or at least broken his nose. He shook his head. Anyway, he said you were outside still. I went outside with your mother to look for you. Called you, but you didn't answer. Felix looked bothered and kept pushing at your mother's legs. Dolan, Ramon, Theron, and Ellie noticed something was off and came to ask what was going on. When I told them you were missing, they tried reaching you with their minds, but they couldn't find you. They couldn't even sense you. It was as if your mind was turned off, they said. That's when I started panicking. Shit. I'm sorry for worrying you. But I was right to be worried. Who knows what would have happened if we had taken a little longer to find you? His voice rose with each word. You were freezing. You would have died out in the cold. I stared at him, surprised by how serious and exasperated he was right now. And it was all because of me. I'm sorry, I repeated, because I didn't know what else to say. Kane advanced toward me. I pulled my legs under me and swallowed hard when he stopped only a few inches from me. Don't you get it? He took my hand and rested it over his heart. It beat fast and strong. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to bear it. I don't know what is happening, but I can tell you, I don't want to be away from you anymore. I can't. He dropped my hand and retreated a little. But I don't want to come on too strong, especially now that you almost died. He exhaled through his nose. No, I won't think about that. You're here and you're okay, and that is all that matters. I watched him while he retreated. I stared at his beautiful eyes, the 5 o'clock shadow covering his chiseled jaw and chin, his sharp nose, the thick eyebrows. He was so handsome that it hurt to look at him for too long. And this hot, handsome man was retreating from me right now because he didn't want to push me. My heart squeezed. Letting my feelings speak louder, I crawled to him, sitting right in his lap, and rested my hand over his heart. I'm here, I whispered. Whatever this is, I'm here for it. His eyes widened for a moment. Then he let out a low growl, wrapped his arms around my waist, and leaned into me. I met him halfway, and still I gasped when his lips captured mine. His kiss started slow and soft and sweet, but once I teased him with my tongue, he let out a hiss and deepened the kiss, moving his lips against mine in a frantic rhythm. I clutched his shoulders, holding on to him, because this feeling, this desire, this warmth building inside me was something I couldn't explain, something I didn't want to stop. Kane dragged his lips down my neck, sending a trail of fire directly to my core. His arms tightened around me, stilling me. He brought his lips to my ear and whispered, "We have to stop. You should rest right now." I can rest later. I want this right now. I turned my head and nicked at his jaw with my teeth. He hissed again. I want you. Hell, I want you more. He pushed his hips up, pressing them on mine, and I gasped, feeling his erection. By Saint Sarah la Kali. He claimed my mouth again, and I melted into him, completely in awe of how much him, his body, his lips, his hands, felt so right, so perfect. It was like he had been made for me. I dove into his kiss and slid my hands down, touching all the muscles on his chest, the six-pack on his abs. Holy crap, how many muscles could one body have? If we weren't in the bathtub, I would have leaned down and licked his entire torso. And more. But for now, I was perfectly fine teasing all his muscles with my nails. I slipped a finger underneath the waist of his pants. Kane hissed and captured my lower lip between his teeth. I smiled and stared right into his eyes, and I slipped my hand all the way down. He let go of my lip and groaned, throwing his head back when I closed my hand over his length. I bit around the black hoop at his earlobe, licked his jaw, and planted kisses along his neck as I moved my hand up and down. "You're going to kill me," he muttered, before capturing my mouth again. His kiss was softer this time, but deeper. But when I sped up my movements and squeezed him harder, Kane grabbed my shoulders and pushed me back a few inches. "The hell? You're the patient here." He turned me around, sitting me back on his lap, but this time with my back against his chest. "Let me take care of you," he whispered in my ear, his breath washing over my skin, sending shivers down my spine. This time, Kane dragged his hot hand under my panties and instantly found my core. I gasped and rested the back of my head on his shoulders. "Like this." He slipped a finger inside me, and I moaned, sure I would explode at any second now. Kane slipped another finger inside me, and I squirmed. Oh. He hooked his free arm around my waist, trapping me against his chest. He leaned toward me and kissed my neck as he pumped his fingers inside me. I clutched his thighs as the friction worked its magic, and the tension inside me increased to an unbearable level. It was too much, and yet I wanted more. So much more. I got exactly what I wanted when Kane pressed his thumb to my clitoris. I moaned as the warmth spread through my legs and coiled low in my stomach. The sensation built up as he rubbed my clit and pumped his finger harder and faster. I cried out as I exploded into a million pieces of pure pleasure. Kane held me tight as my body trembled, then became pure jello. He chuckled in my ear. "I take it that was good." Holy. I cut myself off, pushed the blissful numb feeling aside, and acted. I needed more. I wanted more. I wanted him. All of him. I got rid of my damn panties and spun around. I pulled his pants off and crawled over him again. His eyes widened as I held one hand to his shoulders and lowered myself, taking him inside me in one swift movement. Oh. I stilled, trying to get used to him. But after a moment, it felt like it was too much and not nearly enough. I began moving up and down, taking him in as much as I could. "Fuck," Kane said through gritted teeth. Bringing his lips to mine, he reached around me and unclasped my bra. Then, while he threw the bra aside, his lips moved down my neck and collarbone, leaving a scorching trail in its way, until he licked the upper curve of my breasts. I hissed and moved faster, taking him deeper. He let out a groan before closing his mouth over one nipple and pinching the other. Pure ecstasy coursed through me, making me hotter, tenser, armed like a bomb. Holding onto his shoulders, I threw my head back and enjoyed the damn ride. I felt the pressure building again, and I moved faster. The water of the bathtub lapped around us, spilling to the floor, but I didn't care. This was pure bliss, pure heaven. All I wanted was Kane. Us. This, with you, Kane groaned. Fuck, I've never felt this way. I knew exactly what he meant. I had had sex before, but it never felt like this. This right. This perfect. There was a need in me, an aching and a longing for Kane that hadn't been there before. I couldn't fight it. I didn't want to. I know, I whispered, moving faster. Not yet, Kane said, wrapping his arms tight around me. Holding on to me, he stood up. I wound my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck to help him out as he stepped out of the tub and carried me to the wide countertop between the two sinks, setting me there. My turn, he snarled, before grasping my hips tight and pulling himself deeper into me. I stopped breathing as he thrust into me, going harder and faster, making me feel more and more. I held on to him, loving to feel his chest pressed to mine, of his hot and slick skin, and brushed my lips on his. With a growl, Kane closed his mouth over mine and kissed me just as hard as he thrust into me. Too much, too fast, too soon, too good. The pleasure and ecstasy swam inside my veins, built up in my core. I was raw. I was on fire. Feeling like it had suddenly gotten too damn stuffy in here, I broke the kiss and gawked at my skin. In my delirious state, I had lost control of my power, and now my fire was just under my skin, giving it a bright orange glow. Kane! I pushed on his shoulder as panic started to snake its way around my chest. A second later, he stopped and took a step back. His eyes widened when he saw the color of my skin. What happened? I glanced over him, examining him. Aren't you hurt? He had to be hurt. If I touched anyone like this, I would burn them. Maybe not too bad, but they couldn't have endured it without complaining, maybe even screaming and pulling back. By Saint Sarah la Kali, if I had hurt him, I would break down here and now, for good. Kane looked down at himself. He seemed normal, unhurt. No, I'm fine. Relieved tears filled my eyes. Didn't I hurt you? He reached for me, took my hands in his. No, I can feel you're hot, hotter than usual, pun intended. He winked, and I rolled my eyes. But you're not hurting me. It didn't make sense. How is that possible? He stepped between my legs again. Right now, I don't care about that. He slipped inside me, and I gasped. I'm just glad we can still do this. Holding me tight against him, Kane pumped into me. Once he started moving, I forgot all about the color of my skin, about my fire, about how he could endure it, and I melted into his arms. Kane cupped my neck with one hand and kissed me, a gentle flitter of his lips, in total contrast with the frantic way he moved inside me. But it had been that gentleness, that care, that sexiness, that filled my core with more emotion and desire and bliss than I could deal with. I held on to him as I climaxed, and 2 seconds later, it was his turn. He buried his face on my neck and inhaled deeply, brushing his lips on my skin as he rode down the wave, until the tremors lessened. Then, he pulled back an inch and looked at me. For a moment, he didn't say anything. We just stared at each other, our chests still moving fast and our breathing starting to slow down. The air between us felt charged. What was happening here? Whatever it was, I was afraid of naming it, lest it ruined it. For now, I just wanted to hold on to Kane and enjoy this new feeling. Finally, Kane spoke. Now, my beloved Heart Maiden, I'll give you a real bath. With a half grin, he scooped me in his arms and took me to the shower, where we washed for real. And then had sex again. Chapter 21. I stirred, and strong arms tightened around me. I smiled, sure this was a dream, because it had been a long time since I had felt this complete, this satisfied, this safe. In fact, I thought I never had. I turned slightly, getting closer to Kane and burying my face in his neck. I inhaled his scent, loving how it made me feel. "Did you sleep well?" Kane asked, his voice gruff. I chuckled against his skin. Did I sleep? I thought we had been busy. He pressed a soft kiss on the top of my head. "Oh, that too. But you actually slept for about 6 hours." I rose on my elbows and looked at him. My heart lurched. Shit. How could he be so handsome, so hot, so sexy? Heat spread through my body, and I forgot what I was going to ask him about. He tilted his head at me, and I blinked, trying to find my train of thought before I lost myself in him again. "What time is it now?" He picked up his phone from the nightstand beside his bed. "It's 10 in the morning." If I had slept for 6 hours, then they had found me in the snow between 3 or 4 in the morning. And because of what we did last night, or this morning, I hadn't eaten my mother's soup. Damn it. I hoped she hadn't come back to the room and seen us together or tried to open the locked door. My cheeks warmed. "We've been lazy." "No, you've been recovering." He stared at me, suddenly serious. "I should have refrained myself last night. You were still affected by the pain and vision, and then the cold. I should have let you rest. I'm so—" I sat up. "Don't you dare say you're sorry for sleeping with me. Are you trying to make me feel like shit? Besides, I started it. I wanted it." He sat beside me, his torso twisted to face me. "Well, I wanted it too." He leaned into me and brushed his lips on mine. I sighed. "I still do. I'm very, very glad we made love. But still, we weren't careful. You were weak and could have fallen ill again." Made love. He said we had made love. My chest seized. I had never made love before. I had had sex before, only a handful of times, but never made love. And when I remembered his hands on my body, his lips on mine, our bodies tangled, him inside me, our breaths mingled, I knew he was right. We had made love, and I was looking forward to the next time. I cupped his face and brought my lips back to his. With a groan, Kane wound his arms around me, pulled me to him, and deepened the kiss. His tongue sneaked into my mouth, and I moaned in his arms. In a flash, Kane twisted us around, placing me on the bed and lying over me, his body pressing down on mine. By Saint Sarah Lachali, how this simple act, just having his body over mine, could feel so divine. I ran my nails down his back, tracing the many muscles there, and making a note to explore his ripped body with calm later. I wanted to lick each one of his muscles, commit them to memory, idolize them. Kane broke the kiss and pulled back a little. I tugged on him, wanting his mouth back on mine. He chuckled, but stood firm. "We need to go," he said. "Theron and a couple of others went to buy the groceries for everyone. But we still have to figure out how we're going to find the other tziganes." I pouted, wishing I could pause this Heart Maiden and tzigane stuff for a day. But I knew he was right. Now that we had taken more than half the tziganes, the Red Alchemists and the Revenants would be on high alert. They could speed up whatever their plans were, just to make sure we couldn't find them before they succeeded. Just that thought made me sick. "All right, let's go," I mumbled, feeling like a child whose lollipop had been stolen. Kane didn't move. He stared at me with those deep hazel eyes. "I promised you I wouldn't leave your side, and I already failed once." His jaw popped. "But I swear, I'll never let that happen again." I smiled at him. "I know you'll do everything in your power to keep your promise." He nodded. The fierce gleam in his eyes was too much. Finally, he broke the stare and pulled away. "Come on." He grabbed my hand and helped me up. The fact that I was naked bothered me a tiny bit, at least until Kane embraced me and glued my body on his. "You're gorgeous, you know that? Your stunning face, your luscious hair, your hot body. I can't get enough." He pulled back. "But you're the most beautiful in here." He placed the tip of his index finger 2 inches above my left breast. "I'm proud to be by your side right now." My eyes filled with tears. It was him, his intensity, his fierceness, his hotness, his stares, and his damn words. Everything about him took my breath away. And when he turned that fierceness and those stares and those words toward me, I choked up with emotion. How could I feel this way if I had only known him for a handful of days? This was crazy. Blinking fast to avoid the tears, I took a step back. "We better get ready." I found my still damp warrior's uniform and boots in the bathroom. Now that I was better, I used my magic to dry them. It took less than 2 minutes. Then I put them on, pulled my messy curls into a ponytail, and went back to the bedroom. Kane was zipping up a black vest over his black shirt. To match, he had put on black pants and black boots. I smiled. Well, what could I say? He did look amazing in black. With a half grin, Kane stalked to me, stopping only when he was in my personal space. He leaned into me and brushed his lips over mine. "I don't really want to leave this room, but we should go." I melted into him for a brief second, then I inhaled deeply and put on my game face. "You're right, there's still a lot to do." Kane opened the door and gestured for me to go first. I nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room, feeling a little sad for leaving that safe haven, and for not holding on to Kane right now. As we walked side by side toward the kitchen, I felt the urge to take his hand, but I knew I shouldn't. Not because I was ashamed of my feelings, I really wasn't. But everyone here knew about the rule that the Heart Maiden shouldn't be touched. I didn't want to cause any trouble for Kane. Almost everyone was out and about. Tziganes sat in the living room, talking. Some were at the dining table having breakfast, while others were outside, taking a breather. My mother was in the kitchen with Sheila and Darcy. When she saw me approaching, she raised her eyebrows at me. She must have known what happened, or at least that Kane took care of me by himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be looking at me like that. I averted my eyes before she saw my red cheeks. Sheila fussed over me, helping me sit down at one of the stools around the kitchen island and bringing me enough food to feed an army. Kane didn't sit down, though. He went to the fridge, grabbed some milk, then took a couple of bagels from a paper bag and retreated to the back wall, where he kept an eye on me and everyone else. I felt the heat creeping up my cheeks again, so I broke his stare and looked around, and found Theron in the living room and Artan at the back of the dining room, both staring at me as if I had gutted them. I didn't really understand why Theron was looking at me that way, other than he might still feel a little betrayed by the whole brother and sister thing, though I had hoped that dust had already settled. Now, Artan, I could understand. But that didn't give him any right to be mad at me. He was the one who was engaged, and the one who had to break free from me. Now, I was finally able to get over him, to find happiness with someone else. I wouldn't let his hateful stares put me down now. Ramon walked into the kitchen, his knowing eyes on me. Holy shit, would they all make me feel uncomfortable today? Why not write a sign and hang it over my head? Mirella slept with Kane last night. I would add, twice, and it was amazing, thanks for asking. Stopping right beside me, Ramon spoke up. So, we should talk about what we're going to do next. Agreed, Kane said, walking closer. The last couple of days have been intense, Darcy said. Let's just give everyone time to have breakfast and recover. How about if we meet in the living room in about... She glanced at the clock on the microwave. It was 10:30 in the morning. In 30 minutes. Everyone agreed and dispersed for now. Sheila and Darcy went to check on Ryan and Cora, who had been watching over the soulless tziganes. and my mother went outside. She stopped at the edge of the wide wooden ledge overlooking the mountain and took a deep breath. We hadn't talked properly since I didn't even know when. Before the main mission in November? Almost 2 months ago. That was a long time of miscommunication, of misunderstanding. After I took my cup and plate to the sink and washed them, I walked out in the chilling cold and stood beside my mother. She glanced at me, surprised. "My sweet me, what are you doing here?" My gaze trained on the snow-covered mountains. I shrugged. "Just wanted to see how you're doing." My mother didn't answer right away. She sighed, as if trying to get rid of all the bad karma with one single breath. "Walk with me," she finally said, "but just around the house." She pointed her finger at me. "No wandering through the forest or mountain." I smiled at her. "I'll do my best." She went down the stairs toward the ice-covered garden, and I followed her. She walked slowly, looking up and down the mountains and leafless trees around it. Here the gray clouds were gone, and a bright sun shone atop of the mountains, making the snow brighter. After a minute of silence, I whispered, "I'm tired of arguing and fighting." "Me too," she said without hesitation. "My Shay, I'm so sorry I kept so many things from you. In my mind, I was really just protecting you." "May I know the reason you didn't want me to know that Dolan is my father?" She flinched. "That one, it just snowballed. You grew up thinking your dat had abandoned us. When you found out you're a tzigane, you believed your dat was a gajo. I didn't see any reason to let you believe otherwise. It wasn't like knowing what your dat was would have made any difference. He was still gone and out of the picture. Until Dolan walked into your life." She rested her hand over her chest. "I knew, deep in my heart, I knew I wouldn't be able to keep this from you forever. But telling Dolan and you, I would have to relive days of my past that I would rather forget. I would have to admit to all my lies and flaws and shortcomings. Besides, we were finally starting to get along. I knew the moment I told you, you would be mad at me for keeping the truth from you for so long." She stopped and looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. "I was afraid of your reaction. I was afraid that once more you would be mad at me and pull away from me. And I was right. The moment you found out the truth, you stepped away from me." I swallowed hard. "I'm trying to understand, but you also have to try to understand my side." She nodded. "I'm trying. I swear I'm trying. And I can only imagine I would react the same if it had been my mother keeping these things from me." She took my hand in hers. "Because of that, I don't blame you for your feelings, for your hatred for me, for—" "I don't hate you," I blurted out. "I never have. I was hurt, I was upset, and I was angry. But hate you? No. Even when you embarrassed me in front of my classmates, I don't think I ever hated you." A tear rolled down her face, and she offered me a small smile. "I wasn't trying to embarrass you." I know that now. It's just the way you are, and I've come to learn that is okay." I frowned. "But please, Mom, don't lie to me again. If you have another secret, tell me now. All of them. I can take them, and since I'm asking, I won't be too mad at you. Well, maybe only a little." "No more secrets," she said in a whisper. "I'm not hiding or keeping anything else." Good. I embraced her. "So now we can start over. Again." She let out a soft chuckle. "That would be great." Her arm squeezed my middle. "Naituk, my sweet me." I pulled back and waved her off, a little awkward with these kinds of gestures and confessions. Hand in hand, we resumed walking through the path cutting across the garden. There was still a few minutes for the meeting, and even though it was cold, it was nice out with the sun. She gave a side glance, and I could practically read her mind. "Say it," I urged. "I know you have something to say." She pressed her lips into a thin line before caving. What's going on between you and that master slayer? 1, he has a name, Kane. 2, I don't want to talk about it. Her face fell at my words, and I felt bad. Wasn't I the one asking her not to lie to me again? Here was my opportunity to be completely honest with her, too. Sorry, that was my knee-jerk reaction. The truth is, I think I like him a lot. And it seems he likes me, too. But Mirella, you know the rules. You're a sacred being to our people, and you're not supposed to be touched. I know. I looked at her. Would she understand if I told her about the whole Fireheart fever thing? That Kane seemed to be the only one who could save me, for whatever reason? And that he wanted to save me? Mom, a feeling rushed through me. I couldn't even finish speaking a simple sentence. Something warm started deep inside my chest, a warmth that wasn't mine. It grew and grew, becoming something tangible, a power that was too much for me. Gasping, I fell on my knees. Mirella! My mother crouched beside, clutching my shoulders. What is it? What happened? Knowing exactly what it was, I inhaled deeply. The scent of sweet flowers filled my nostrils. The warmth surrounded my heart, and I smiled to my mother. It's the heart flower. Chapter 22. My mother's eyes went wide. What? You mean now? You're feeling the call of the heart flower now? I stood, giddy that I was feeling it again. After so long without hearing its call, I had been wondering if the first time had been a fluke, if I would ever hear the call again. But here it was, strong and powerful, and taking me over. And this time, I was sure I could follow it. Yes, it's the flower, I said, breathless. She glanced around. What do we do? The pull of the flower tugged, and it was painful to stand there and not follow it. I have to go after it. Through the forest? Do you remember what happened last night? I do, but this time will be different. I'll be following the flower and be awake. I'll keep my mind open to Theron and Ramon. Just tell them to follow me. Wait, you're not going alone. I have to. I can't wait. The pull was too strong. It would hurt me if I didn't give in to it soon. Just go back to the house and tell the others. Tell them to follow me, in case I need help when I get there. Meaning, if Damara was there. My mother grabbed my hand. Mirella, no. Mom, I have to go. The warmth in my chest increased, and for the first time, it was painful rather than comforting. Just tell the others and come, please. I freed my arm from her grip and ran into the forest. True to my word, I kept my mind open to Theron and Ramon. Though I was so focused on following the line that tugged at my chest and propelled me forward, I could barely send them rational messages. All I saw and felt was the orange line that appeared each time I blinked my eyes. It was me and the call and the heart flower, nothing else. I had lost track of time and place while I ran as fast as I could through the snow toward the heart flower. Finally, the string pulling at my heart stretched too much and snapped. I almost fell down with the hurt it caused me, with the lack of air it brought me. I knew what came next, though. I stepped through the trees and into a clearing, a ledge of iced rocky ground that ended in a huge cliff. And right at the edge was the heart flower. In Damara's hands. My blood went cold. A wicked smile stretched on her lips. What took you so long? How did you know? She shrugged. I've been alive for over 200 years. My power is beyond your imagination. I can sense the flower as soon as it begins forming. She gestured to the bright red heart flower in her hand. Unlike you, who only hears its call once it's open and ready. She could have taken it before and left, but she had waited for me. Sick, evil lady. She tapped her temple. I like how you're able to block me from your mind. I see you're growing stronger. I fisted my hands and channeled my power. If you know that, then you should hand me the flower before I kick your ass. Her laugh brought goosebumps to my arms. That was so funny, as if you could defeat me. I steeled my resolve and shooed away my fear. Let's give it a go and find out. Let's say you could kill me. Damara twirled the heart flower in her hands. You shouldn't do that. If you do, then you'll never find out where the rest of the tziganes are. I gasped. You! She bowed her head. The one and only. I'm leading the revenants and... what is it that you call them? The red alchemists. Against all tziganes. I'll take control, then I'll use them like cattle, breeding and enslaving them for the revenants and the red alchemists, so they continue to do my bidding. They fear me, you know, and I'm going to use that fear and become their queen. You're sick, I hissed. No, Mirella, I'm powerful. You might be powerful, but you're not bright. The revenants and the red alchemists won't work together forever. They will turn on each other. Let them try. She rasped each word. As long as they get all the tziganes for me, torture them and make them my slaves, the revenants and the alchemists can do whatever they want. I knew she was crazy, but this was senseless. Why? Why are you doing this? Her eyes shone, turning orange with her fire. When I gave my all to the tziganes, when I needed them the most, they shunned me and tried to kill me. They killed the love of my life and left me in pain and insanity. They didn't even want to hear me out, to try to understand. All they wanted was my power, and when that wasn't enough, they threw me aside like trash. This is the only way I can get revenge in a way that will satisfy me. When I have all tziganes under my thumb and make them suffer, as I have. I had always known she had been taken by the fire heart fever, but it was during moments like this that I realized she wasn't only crazy. She was crazily powerful. She was a pressure cooker, ready to explode. My brain spun as I tried to think of ways to stop her for good, but I pushed all those thoughts away. Right now, the only thing that mattered was getting the heart flower from her. I could worry about her being the queen of our enemies later. You talk too much, I said, throwing a jet of fire at her. The game was on. Chapter 23. As I expected, Damara stepped aside, dodging my blast. But that had been a distraction for the real strike. I conjured a fire whip and sent it at her while she was distracted with the jet of fire. The whip hit her hand and closed around the flower's green stem. I tugged on the whip. By then, Damara realized what I was doing and sent another fireball, this time toward my whip. The heart flower floated in the air for about 3 seconds. Then it fell on the icy, rocky ground, right between us. It won't be that easy. Damara threw her hands up and a huge fireball hurled toward me. I opened my arms, parting the fire, feeling its heat as it licked the air an inch from my skin. Using that momentum, I guided those 2 fire funnels around the perimeter, toward Damara again. She had her hands up to send me another spell when she saw the funnels coming at her from the sides. To dodge it, she stepped back, closer to the cliff. Before she could retaliate, I sent a fireball at her. With a smile, Damara spun out of the way. Look at you. My little Mirella is finally learning some new tricks. You might just become a great warrior, don't you think? I gritted my teeth. You're Mirella? Who do you think you are? I'm the true Heart Maiden, she said, her words even, certain. The most powerful Heart Maiden that ever existed. I threw another jet of fire at her, and another, and another. She laughed and dodged them all. Now she knew what to expect and didn't fall for any of my distractions. I knew it was useless, but I had to try. I conjured my fire snakes and sent them her way. "Tell me where the other tziganes are." Her laughter echoed off the cliff walls. "And what's the fun in that?" Her gaze hardened. "But you know what's fun? When you underestimate me." She raised her hands, bringing up a huge wall of fire right in front of me. I threw my arm out, protecting my face, and took a step back. It still amazed me that my fire couldn't hurt me, but hers could. And vice versa. I got ready to part the shield. Damara jumped through the firewall and grabbed my wrists. "Give in to me," she said, sending her senses into my mind. I jerked from her grip, but with her fire heating my wrists, her mind pushing into mine, there wasn't much I could do. When she was in contact with me, she could rip through my mind's walls as if they were made of paper. "Just give it all to me!" I screamed as a nightmare began in my mind, the same one from before. Damara standing at the fountain, revenants and red alchemists in the main square, holding the tziganes like they were wild animals. "Stop!" I tried screaming, but I could only rasp through my dry throat. Pain and tremors followed, but this time they seemed different. They didn't come from inside me. They came from Damara's magic. "Stop it!" I tried again, but I didn't have a voice anymore. Then the nightmare changed. From the top of a large hill, Damara laughed while fire and blood washed over the revenants, the red alchemists, and the tziganes fighting below. I could smell the fire, the burned flesh. I could feel the stickiness of the blood, the heavy air. I could hear the screams and shouts and cries. It didn't feel like a nightmare. It didn't feel like a hallucination. It felt like a premonition, a picture of the future. Arms wrapped around me, and a thick voice broke through my mind. "Mirella, wake up." The arms tightened around me. "Answer me." I blinked as the nightmare, the pain, and the tremors faded away. It took me a second to realize I was in Kane's arms, and my family and friends surrounded us. My mother, Dolan, Sheila, Darcy, Artan, Theron, Ramon, Trina, and Felix. All of them battle-ready with their weapons raised and their elements gathered around their hands, and eyes on Damara, who stood at the edge of the cliff. "If it weren't for your friends, I would have killed you," Damara spat. "Stolen your power and destroyed you." With Kane's help, I pushed up to my feet and stood beside my family and friends. A strong line against that damn crazy bitch. "That's the difference between us, Damara. You don't have anyone besides your crazy mind." "You're wrong. I don't need anyone. I'm too strong for that. And because I'm stronger, I'll always have the upper hand. Unlike you, I don't fight the madness. I become it. Because of that, you'll never win." Tired of her empty words, I gathered what magic I had left and threw it at her. Laughing, Damara jumped off the cliff. I gasped. "She's mad," someone said. I ran toward the cliff's edge and spied out. The bottom was rocky ground, but she wasn't there. She was nowhere to be seen. "How did she do that?" Ramon asked, glancing over the cliff by my side. "She's just too damn powerful." When I turned back, I found Darcy staring at me with her knowing eyes. Shit. She had heard Damara. "I don't fight the madness." I bet Darcy now thought I knew about the Fireheart fever and was hiding the symptoms from her. I cleared my throat. "Where's the flower?" "Right here," Theron called. He and Artan stood in front of the heart flower, like a human shield to protect it. Since I was the only one who could touch it, otherwise it became a red liquid that vaporized in seconds, I picked it up from the rocks and stared at it. Red, velvety petals that met in a heart-shaped bud and a long green stem. So bright, so beautiful. My second heart flower in a little over 2 months. I wasn't doing that bad. "This will come in handy," Artan said, his eyes trained on the flower. "It's gorgeous," Trina whispered from a few feet to the side. Her wide eyes were on the flower, too. Sorry, my first time seeing one like this. I get it, believe me. The first time I saw one, I was like that, too. Without a place to store the flower, I held on to it, careful to not let it touch anyone else. Thank you for coming to help me, I said, looking at everyone standing around me. For some reason, I knew she would be here. If you guys hadn't come, I pressed my lips together, remembering the nightmare, the vision, or whatever that was called. Kane put a hand on my lower back. You're safe now. I glanced at him and nodded, glad to have him by my side. My mother rushed to me, but stopped short when she saw how I was cradling the heart flower. Are you all right, my Shay? Her eyes rummaged my face. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine, I said. Although I was a little emotionally drained, I was fine. We should go back to the house and begin our meeting. We had already started the meeting when Marisa called us, Artan said. Theron had an idea and we couldn't wait to try it out, Ramon said. My eyes widened in curiosity. What is it? Ramon entered my mind and prodded my memories, Theron said, his voice hard. I knew firsthand how he hated having someone inside his head. He found a memory of when I was too dazed to remember anything. Yeah, I pushed through it and heard when the revenants shifted and talked about where the other tziganes were located, Ramon said, his chest stuffed. He was proud of himself. I smiled, proud of him too. So, do you know where they are? Theron and Ramon nodded. Yes, they answered in unison. Then we have no time to waste, I said. Let's go. We all turned to go back to the house, but Kane held my elbow. I faced him while the rest of the tziganes marched on. He stared at me with his fierce hazel eyes. Are you sure you're all right? I showed him a soft smile. I am. A little embarrassed at having let Damara get the best of me like that, but glad you guys arrived in time and helped me shoo her away. Other than that, I'm fine. I promise. Careful with the heart flower, Kane leaned over me and pressed his lips to my forehead. 2 scares in less than 12 hours. You're gonna kill me. I laughed, though I knew he wasn't joking. I elbowed his ribs. Come on. I put my game face on. Let's go save some tziganes. Chapter 24. Handling a bunch of people during a battle could be a disaster. Handling a bunch of hurt people could be even worse. Because of that, only a handful of us were eligible to go on the rescue mission. Artan, Theron, Ramon, Trina, Kane, and I. When I asked Felix to stay behind and protect everyone, he didn't object. On the other hand, Ellie had argued, wanting to come, but Theron insisted it wasn't a good idea. Ryan and Cora weren't hurt like Tomas and Rai, but I knew they wanted to stay beside their pairs. And they probably still remembered how terribly the main mission ended. I didn't blame them. If I could, I would stay away from missions too. But this was my life now. As the Heart Maiden, my main duty was to find the Heart Flower. But as the supposedly most powerful tzigane of all, I had to help in any way I could. After I left the Heart Flower inside a drawer in Kane's bedroom, we got ready and left. Artan took the wheel of his SUV, as usual, and Ramon sat in the passenger seat. Theron and Trina took the second row, while Kane and I took the third. The animosity between the males inside the car was palpable, and I was glad the ride wasn't long. It was mid-afternoon when we arrived at the abandoned prison, where the other tziganes were supposed to be. Another great place for a horror movie. What was it with these revenants and red alchemists? Couldn't they occupy a nice house in a nice neighborhood? It would have been less scary to fight them there. Something is wrong, Artan said, as he slowly drove the car up the main road leading to the prison's entrance. Ramon looked around. There's no one here. I glanced out the window. The prison grounds were deserted, as was the perimeter and the front gates. Where are the red alchemists? They were supposed to be the ones with the rest of the tziganes, but the place looked eerily abandoned. No red alchemists, no revenants. "This smells like a trap," Trina said. Kane's eyes shone orange. "We should be careful." I sighed. Horror movie settings and traps. Did these two things have to become a daily occurrence? Artan stopped the SUV right in front of the main gates, and we exited the car, all of us apprehensive about this. "Regardless, we should check it out," Theron said. Ramon inhaled deeply. "The prison might be deserted, but I think this is the right place." He pulled out his vest and tunic. "I'm gonna try to locate them." He began shifting. And I glanced around, expecting the red alchemists to jump at us at any moment. "This is so weird," I whispered. "I know," Kane said from my side. "I don't like this." He took my hand and tugged me toward him. "Stay close." I wanted to argue I could defend myself, but I also liked how protective he was of me. It warmed my core in a way nothing else did. Well, maybe not as much as when he kissed me, or when he made love. I shook my head, freeing my mind from such thoughts and focusing on the mission. Ramon let out a growl, letting us know he had a scent, and we followed him inside the prison. The air inside the place was stuffy and rotten, and I had to fight the urge to clamp my nose. Instead, I raised my hands and conjured flames to illuminate the dark hallways. At every turn, we stopped and checked, but the place was empty. No red alchemists, no revenants. And maybe no tziganes? "Can you smell them? The tziganes, I mean?" I asked into Ramon's mind. He sent an image of the corridor ahead of us, and I interpreted that as yes, he could smell them, and this was the way. I didn't question him any more as we followed him down 2 wide staircases, through 2 locked metal doors — I melted the locks — and entered a wide, dark corridor with a long row of bars on each side. Prison cells. And inside those cells were people. Tziganes. Relief and joy filled my chest. I felt like I could cry. I raised my hand, projecting the light from my fire farther. "Ramon, you found them." I turned to the cell on my right. "We're here. We've come to rescue you." The tziganes in the cell stood huddled in the center, their backs to us. "Guys? Nico? Shay? You here?" I didn't waste time. I melted the lock on the cell and moved on to the next one. "Why aren't they answering?" Theron asked. I melted 2 more locks and opened the doors. "Come on, people. We need to leave." Ramon let out a howl. Theron went rigid. Kane's eyes shone orange again. "Ramon thinks there's something wrong with them," Theron said. "There's definitely something wrong," Trina rasped. Artan reached for his sword. "I don't like this." I opened the last cell, and a chill ran down my spine. Keeping my flame high, I stepped back and stared at the cells. A low hiss began. The tziganes turned. My heart went to my throat, and I jumped back. They weren't tziganes anymore. They were zombies. Damara's undead army. "It's a trap!" Theron cried as the undead lunged at us. I called for my fire, but when Nico reached for me with his graying fingers, I couldn't move. These were our friends, tziganes from our enclave. I couldn't hurt them. Swinging his twin swords, Kane stepped in front of me. In a clean move, he cut off Nico's arm, then plunged the sword into Nico's chest. I felt sick to my stomach. Kane turned his orange eyes to me. "It's their bodies, but it's not them. Not anymore. Fight them." I knew it wasn't them, but I couldn't kill them. I couldn't deliberately hurt them. Kane grabbed my hand and pulled me behind him. But the undead were coming from everywhere. An undead, I refused to name them, otherwise it would make it all worse, came from my back. I conjured a wall of fire, half an inch in front of me, before the zombie could get to me. I heard its hiss as it was burned and pulled back. My jaw hit the floor when the zombie's arm appeared in the middle of the fire shield. What? I gasped. As if the fire didn't hurt one bit, the zombie walked through the wall and came toward me, its body turning orange from the fire consuming him. The zombie slowed down, but it didn't stop until Kane turned around and cut off its head. I steeled myself, ready to get scolded again, but he spun to the other side and kept cutting through the zombies like they were worms. "There's too many," Artan shouted. I glanced at him and saw as he killed Dika's daughter. Again, my stomach turned. "We need to get out of here," Theron said from my left. The sea of zombies kept coming toward us. I had no idea how many there were, but so far, all of them had familiar faces. Deformed faces, with graying skin, yellowish eyes, falling hair, darkening teeth, but still recognizable. "Make your way to the entrance," Trina shouted. Kane pushed me back as he faced the zombies and kept them back. Inch by inch, we stalked toward the door at the end of the hallway. "Wait," he said, as we were a couple of feet from making it out. "We can't leave them here. What do you suggest we do? Take them and try some kind of exorcism?" Artan swiped his blade wide, cutting an undead right in the middle. I pressed a hand over my mouth, trying hard not to barf. "We have to kill them," Trina suggested, her voice hard. "What?" I squeaked, shocked at her words. "She's right," Theron said, serious. He glanced at Ramon beside him. "Ramon agrees. They are gone. We can't do anything for them. Leaving them like this is cruel. Not to mention, they could get out and hurt innocents." Shit. I hated that his logic made sense. Artan let out a long breath. "Let's do it." With renewed energy, he stepped forward, meeting the undead who were charging toward us. A hiss started from behind us. I glanced past the 2 open doors and up the stairs, and regretted it. More undead came rushing down, their arms raised and aimed at us. "We need something bigger," Theron said, looking at me. Kane cut the head of a zombie off and turned his orange eyes to me. "Mirella, create a firewall." "But you just saw it," I said, my voice low. "The undead went straight through it." "I know, but if you make it big enough and strong enough, they will get burned through before they can catch up with us." Kane aimed his twin swords to the new zombies coming from the other side. "We'll open a path through the newcomers so we can escape." "Wait." "Do it!" Artan shouted. I fisted my hands into balls. "Please, Mirella, do it," Theron asked. The defeated tone in his voice broke me. With tears brimming my eyes, I called on my power and raised a thick firewall between the undead inside the corridor and us. Like before, some crossed right through it, but as we advanced to the exit, I made the fire bigger, stronger. I closed my eyes and sent it to the back until there was no empty space in the hallway and cells. Only fire. The guys and Trina cut through the opposite wave of undead, either killing them or throwing them at the fire behind us, and slowly, we made our way to the exit and the stairs. I glanced up and saw the next floor a few feet from us. In a few seconds, we would be able to turn and run, if there weren't any more zombies waiting for us up there. I shuddered at the thought. Finally, Kane spun around and kicked the last zombie on the chest, sending it into the firewall. "Done," he said, out of breath. The glow in his eyes faded. "Mirella, if you can, make the fire even stronger so none of them can get out." Focusing, I sent more of my magic into the fire. It roared, covering every inch of the lower level. The heat licked our skin, causing my friends to sweat. The building creaked, its structure weakening. "We better get out of here before this place falls on our heads," Artan said. I turned to run when I saw it. A couple of inches from me, a zombie coming through the fire, reaching forward, grabbing Ramon's hind leg. Ramon let out a yelp and was pulled back into the fire. The world stopped. "Ramon!" Theron cried. He went for the fire, and Artan held him back. "Don't be stupid," Artan snarled. "But—" The words got stuck in my throat. It couldn't be. It didn't happen. Ramon hadn't been pulled into the fire by an undead. He hadn't. I had seen something wrong. "Ramon!" I called out, as if he could simply walk out of the fire and bare his wolf fangs at me, showing me he was all right. With this much fire, this much magic, he couldn't be all right. My chest hurt. It was hard to breathe. It couldn't be happening. The ground shook, and the ceiling above us cracked like a whip. Time to go. Kane hooked his arm around my waist and hauled me from there. My mind was in a haze as Kane dragged me out of the building, and a good distance from the building. Beside us, Artan and Trina had to hold on to a screaming Theron so he wouldn't go back after his brother. Our brother. A sob ripped through my throat, and I fell on my knees. "No," I whispered. The fire spread, and soon it could be seen from the broken windows. Dark smoke filled the darkening skies. The prison creaked, trembled, and collapsed. Theron's scream echoed through the night. We had come to rescue the tziganes, and now they were all gone. And Ramon was gone. We had lost. Chapter 25. I was barely functioning as Artan drove us back to Kane's house. When we told everyone what had happened, while they cried and grieved their loved ones who had perished only a couple of hours ago. Nobody slept well that night, and I barely closed my eyes. But I was tired. Tired and hurt and broken. I hadn't been able to save the tziganes. I hadn't been able to save Ramon. Morning came, and I heard Darcy, Dolan, Sheila, my mother, and other elders in the dining room talking about the next steps. It was soon decided we were going back to our enclave, and the first two things we would do was reinforce the magic around the perimeter of the enclave so no enemy could enter so easily, and figure out what to do with the soulless tziganes. Again, my mind was numb as we drove back to the enclave. Kane helped me out of the van as the others exited and walked to their places, but I couldn't move. I just stared at the ice and snow. It was cold here, the coldest I had felt in a long time. Or maybe it was me. I was cold. I felt cold. Inside. Kane placed a heavy arm around my shoulders and tugged me closer. "Everything will be all right," he whispered, before leaning down and kissing my forehead. I pushed him away and glared at him. "Are you crazy?" I glanced around, but Darcy and everyone else seemed too busy with their own sadness to pay any attention to me at this moment. Even so, this was dangerous. What if they see us? You know the rules. I can't be touched. And yet, I'm not about to stop. He pulled me to him again and pressed another soft kiss to my head. This time, I didn't have the energy to argue. I let him embrace me and guide me through the streets. I still felt numb while the affected tziganes were taken to the infirmary, and when the elders assigned two groups, one of powerful magic users who would go around the enclave and work on the perimeter, and another one who would go to the library and research how to bring back the tziganes' souls. Kane was still steering my sorry ass when I stored the heart flower in its special case in the elixir-making room in the main building. Then, Darcy called a meeting in the Elder Council room. Felix, who had been following Kane and I around since we got to the enclave, lay at my feet as Theron, Artan, Trina, Kane, and I stood in front of Darcy, Sheila, Dolan, and my mother, who were acting as temporary Elder Council members, since all the other members were either soulless or dead. I felt sick again. "Unfortunately, this last mission didn't go as we wanted," Darcy started, her voice deep, sorrowful. She had also lost friends in this mess. She was also hurting. But I was told Trina had something to share with us. I glanced at her, curious. I had no idea when and how Darcy had heard about that. Chest proud, Trina stepped forward. You still don't know how to heal the soulless tziganes. It was a statement, not a question. But I think I know how. Darcy perked up. How? Mirella just found a heart flower, Trina said. I think we can create a potion using the heart flower to restore their souls. Darcy stared at her. Create a potion? But that would be alchemy. Yes, I'm talking about alchemy. A murmur started around us. Trina cleared her throat. I studied alchemy, and I'm confident I can create a potion to save the soulless tziganes. You're suggesting we destroy a heart flower to try to make a potion you have no guarantees will work? Darcy sounded offended. That's absurd. You know we need the heart flower to remain well, to remain living. Not to mention you're talking about doing alchemy, which is forbidden. How did you learn that? Never mind that, Trina said. I frowned, watching their exchange. The important thing here is that I know I can save them. Please, let me. Artan scoffed. It's foolish to use a heart flower that way. We need it. It's decided. Darcy stood from her seat. The heart flower will be used to make the heart elixir and to protect our livelihood. We'll find another way to save the affected tziganes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed at the infirmary and at the gates. Without another word or glance, Darcy spun around and left the room, followed by Sheila, Dolan, and my mother. Artan and Theron stalked away, probably to help with the border, too. That was it? Everyone would walk away and leave it like that? What if we didn't find another way to save the soulless tziganes? We had lost 1/3 of our enclave when they became zombies, and now we would lose another third when they perished without their souls for too long. I couldn't deal with that. Determined, I grabbed Trina's wrist. Come with me. Chapter 26. Tell me what you'll need, I asked Trina as we exited the main building. She stared at me with narrowed eyes. You mean, we're doing it? We're creating the potion? Hell yes, I whispered. There were some tziganes coming and going from the infirmary. I didn't want anyone to rain on my parade before Trina and I were done. Mirella, I'm all for it, but think how much trouble you're going to get into with the Elder Council, Kane said. He was a step behind us, Felix by his side. I glanced at him from over my shoulder. I'll worry about that later. Right now, it's more important that we save the soulless tziganes. Thankfully, he didn't argue with me. Unlike Artan and Theron, and maybe even Ramon, if he were here. The three of them would tell me it was a bad idea and try to keep me from doing it. But Kane got it. He understood me. He supported me. And that was all I needed right now. All right. Trina halted in the middle of the square, away from any prying ears. First, we'll need the flour. We'll go get it in a second. Then I'll need a mortar and pestle, some fire. I showed her my already orange fingers. Red perilla, borage, lovage, winter savory. She rattled a dozen or more kinds of herbs. And small vials so we can put the potion in. Go get the flour, Kane said. I'll get the rest. Sounds good. I couldn't help the small smile that spread across my lips. Kane was too good to be true. Meet me at my cabin, please. He bowed his head to me, then marched straight toward the infirmary. I watched his long and determined steps, his straight back, his lifted chin. He was the embodiment of intensity and bravery. Sometimes I felt like he was too much for me. I'm not surprised you fell for him, Trina said, her voice low but serious. I snapped my head to her. She had a soft grin ready for me. He's a great man. I'm glad he found someone he cares about, and who cares for him, too. For a moment, Trina reminded me of Kizzy, who always found me around the enclave and insisted on talking about Artan to me. What was wrong with these women? I vowed never to do that to another girl. I held her gaze. I'm glad to. Then I jerked my chin to our backs. We had just exited the main building, and now we were going back in. Let's go get the heart flower. Surprisingly, entering the elixir lab in the main building was easier than it had ever been, with all warriors worried about protecting the enclave from new invasions, and the older tziganes in the infirmary trying to keep the soulless ones healthy. The heart flower was practically unprotected. We waltzed into the room, and I took the heart flower from its pedestal. As easy as pie. Careful not to crush it, I hid the heart flower inside my jacket. With Trina and Felix by my side, we marched to my cabin at the edge of the enclave. All the while, I felt like someone would jump in front of us and say, "Aha! You thought you could have snatched the flower and no one would notice." But no one came. The path was eerily deserted. It was strange entering the cabin now, knowing the revenants and red alchemists had been so close to here. I wondered if I would be able to sleep here alone every night. I doubted it. Trina tightened her jacket around herself and glanced around. Cozy place, but too damn cold. I threw my hand out toward the fireplace, and fire roared into life. There. Felix didn't waste time and lay down before the fire. He didn't come here often, but now I was thinking I would have him move in here. It was that or I would have to move back to my mother's house. Nice. She winked at me before heading into the kitchen and gesturing to the small dining table. This will do. Let's start. Trina instructed me to break the heart flower in small pieces, while she opened her satchel and got out several ingredients and instruments I hadn't seen before. So that was why she carried that satchel around, because it had her alchemy stuff. After spreading everything on the table, she got salt and other things from the cabinets. I stared at the flower in my hand. It was hard to believe I was going to destroy it, but I was sure it would be for a good cause. My chest constricted with each small piece I broke from the flower. I had finished and deposited the pieces into a glass bowl when Kane arrived with a heavy leather bag. Here is everything you asked for. He deposited the bag on the table beside us. Trina dove in the bag and fished out the mortar and pestle. You crushed the heart flower. She handed them to me. We can't risk having me touch it in any state and ruining the potion. Right. I got the mortar and pestle from her, transferred the broken flower pieces into it, and began crushing the flower. Meanwhile, Trina pulled out the other herbs and ingredients from the bag, and Kane placed the many small vials on the kitchen counter. I glanced at Trina, who seemed focused as she separated the quantity of herbs she would use. When did you learn alchemy? And why? Her hands stilled. It wasn't long ago. I thought we would have an advantage against the alchemists if we knew exactly what they were doing. It made sense, but I couldn't help get goosebumps each time I thought about it. I imagined Trina in a black robe and a black mask over the lower half of her face, her eyes dark, a shadow sword hidden somewhere. I shook my head and sent those thoughts away. It didn't matter. Because she knew alchemy, because she had defied the elders and the rules, we now had a chance to save the soulless tziganes. I'm glad you know it, I said. And to my surprise, I really meant it. She glanced at me. Me too. Clearing my throat, I dropped the pestle and passed her the mortar. I think this is done. Please, put it in here. She gestured to the larger glass bowl where she was mixing everything. Using my fingers, I spilled the crushed flour into the mix. Now for the second most important part. She grabbed a knife from my utensils drawer and without ceremony, cut her palm. I stared at her with wide eyes. What? It's not alchemy if it doesn't have blood from tziganes. I pressed a hand over my suddenly queasy stomach and averted my eyes. It's okay, I told myself. It's to save a bunch of tziganes. While Trina finished the potion, I grabbed the first aid kit from the bathroom and prepared a bandage for her. Kane stepped to my side. "You're taking all of this better than I expected." I picked up a vial with a healing elixir made by my mother. That was where our elixirs differed the most from the alchemist's potions. All of theirs needed our blood, while our elixirs only needed the right ingredients and our magic. Did you know that she knew alchemy? I knew she had been interested in it, but I didn't find out she actually studied it until after we were divorced. The word divorced rang in my ears. I didn't like thinking of him and Trina together, even if it had been a brief, loveless marriage. They had been together, and I was immensely jealous of that. I sighed. "She seems like a nice girl." He tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "She's pretty, strong, a great warrior." His eyes widened for a brief second. "You're jealous." "No, I'm not." Damn it. I responded way too fast and too loud. I cleared my throat. "There's nothing to be jealous about." Kane leaned toward me. "Exactly. With you, there's no competition." He placed a soft peck on my cheek, then grabbed the bandage from me and went back to the kitchen. I rested my fingers where his lips had touched. Could he be any more direct? Any sweeter? And hotter at the same time? At this rate, I would soon believe there was really nothing to be worried about. I exhaled a long, steady breath and joined them in the kitchen. After announcing the potion was done, I helped Trina bandage her hand. Then she separated the potion into small vials, about 1 ounce in each flask. That should be enough. We sealed them all and put them into a bag. Trina patted the bag. "Shall we do it?" "Here goes nothing," I muttered. Together, the three of us headed to the infirmary, Felix following our every step. Nobody seemed to care when we came in. Felix stayed outside, though, and looked over the 28 soulless tziganes lying in the cots. Some were alone, some had family members hovering over them, and some had healers trying anything they could to help them. "What do we do?" Trina asked. "Get some vials, go to one of the tziganes who are alone, and pour the liquid inside their mouths," I said. "But do it on 1 or 2 and watch. If they react, go around the rest. If it doesn't work, we give up." Trina nodded and spun around, going for the nearest tzigane who was alone. Rye. I was thankful that for whatever reason, Cora wasn't beside him right now, but my heart stopped as Trina tilted his head, causing his mouth to open slightly, and poured the liquid down his throat. I held my breath, watching, waiting. Trina glanced at me, her eyes hard, as if she was blaming herself and apologizing for the not-working potion. Until Rye drew in a sharp breath. His fingers moved, he blinked and looked around. What happened?" he asked, his voice a faint rasp. Everyone turned to stare at him. In an instant, Darcy was on him, examining him and asking how he felt and what he remembered. Once I was sure Rye was indeed Rye, I nodded to Trina and Kane. With everyone distracted with Rye's sudden recovery, it was easy to sneak around the room and give the potion to the rest of the affected tziganes. In no time, all the tziganes woke up, baffling the healers. Across the room, Darcy had her hard eyes trained on me. "It was you." She marched toward me. Oscar and Dika, who had woken up, came to stand at her side. Kane and Trina stood at mine. "You defied my orders. You destroyed the heart flower." I stood my ground. "Yes, I did. As you can see," I opened my arms and gestured to the tziganes waking up. "It worked. That is all that matters." "It was wrong," Darcy snapped. "We saved them now, but in a couple of months, they will all fall sick again, this time for lack of the heart elixir." Frustration and rage swept through me. "I'll make sure to have another heart flower by then." "You can't guarantee that." Darcy closed her eyes for a minute. "Mirella Reyes, you'll be punished for what you just did." Ryan pushed through the crowd gathering around us, with Tomas beside her. Paridaj, you're being too harsh. Her eyes wandered around and landed on a specific place. I made the mistake of following her gaze. On a cot nearby, Kizzy woke up, and Artan stood by her side. Mirella just saved them all. Once Ryan spoke, many voices joined in, telling Darcy that she was wrong, that I shouldn't be punished for saving them, that they trusted I would find another Heartflower, that they believed in me. My heart swelled with their words, and for the first time in forever, I was proud of being their Heart Maiden. Finally, Oscar raised his hands, silencing everyone. Our Heart Maiden showed us that certain risks are worth taking. She was able to restore the souls of our friends and family. He looked at me. And for that, she won't be punished. I sighed in relief, and a low cheer rang through the room. Darcy's cheeks grew red as she swallowed her rage. Her eyes zeroed in on me, and I knew. Oh, I knew this wasn't the end of it. I was sure she knew I was already battling the Fireheart fever. That, plus my defiance, there was only so much she could take. If I knew her, she wouldn't wait until I snapped. She would come after me and act. She would stop me, kill me. Soon. Huffing, Darcy whirled on her heels and stomped out of the infirmary. Thank you, I whispered to Oscar. Much of his heated stare toward me had come from his mother, and now, for the first time, he had defied her. But it hadn't been for me, I was sure. It had been because of the tziganes. Almost everyone had supported my decision. If he and Darcy continued defying me, it would cause an uproar. He nodded, then turned back to his cot. With my mother by his side, Dolan stepped forward. As if he was a newly appointed Rombaro, he looked out at the crowd. Tonight, we celebrate. Tomorrow, we grieve and pay our respects to the lost ones. The crowd went silent, remembering what had happened a few hours ago. By St. Sarah la Kali, all the tziganes who woke up had no idea about the kidnapping and the undead army. A pang cut through my chest just remembering it all. After accepting many thank you speeches from the affected tziganes and their families, I exited the infirmary. Out in the main square, I took a deep breath, letting the cold air fill my lungs and bring some clarity to my mind. I wasn't perfect. I never would be. So far from it. I could only try to make the best decisions with what I had available. I didn't regret destroying the Heartflower to make the potion, but now I was a little worried. What if it took a long time for me to find another flower? What if tziganes started falling sick again? What is it? I'll fix it. Hands in the pockets of his jacket, Kane stepped to my side and offered me a sweet smile. Or at least, I'll die trying. I glanced at him, still amused and confused and enthralled by him. His words, his presence. Not caring about who saw us, I leaned onto him, resting the back of my head on his shoulder. Half a second later, his arm snaked around my waist. Thank you. For? I shrugged. Trusting me? Being on my side? By my side? He planted a quick kiss on the top of my head. My pleasure. He tugged at my waist. Now, come on. I'll make you some dinner and give you a massage. You deserve it. He started walking toward my cabin, taking me with him, and all I could think of was that a girl could get used to this. Chapter 27. I cried during the ceremony to honor the dead the next morning. I cried for all the tziganes we had lost, but I cried more for Ramon. I couldn't believe he was gone. To my right, my mother held my hand tight. She couldn't disguise the tears filling her eyes, even if she refused to cry. Dolan, though, let the tears come like a silent waterfall. He stood on my left, with Theron and Sheila beside him. Our enclave had lost almost a third of its tziganes. Everyone in the main square attending the ceremony had lost a loved one, if not 2 or 3. It had been a tragedy we couldn't fix. But I was damn sure going to try to prevent it from ever happening again. Once the ceremony was done, my mother didn't let go of my hand. After we greeted the other tziganes, saying sorry every 2 seconds, she steered me toward her house. But before we were out of the square, I faltered. Ryan held on to Darcy. "This." She shook a paper in front of Darcy. "It's his note. He left as the ceremony started." Wait, who left? Artan? "Read the note. He said he was taking Kizzy to visit her parents at her enclave, and he would stay there with her for a while." Darcy got the note and read it. "That was unexpected." "He has never visited her enclave before," Ryan said, her voice breaking. "Something must be wrong." My heart squeezed, and I wasn't sure why. Because I missed Artan? Because he had left without telling me? Because we had fallen out of love so quickly? Because in the end, he rushed to Kizzy's side? And who was I to care about that? Hadn't I found solace and peace and comfort with Kane? I couldn't feel the sting of betrayal, if there was none. "What is it?" my mother asked, tugging me forward. I snapped out of my daze and resumed her normal pace. "Nothing, I'm fine." We walked in silence for a minute, until finally my mother glanced at me. "I was wondering, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? I can make one of your favorite dishes. What do you want?" I smiled at her. "How about that tomato-based beef and vegetable you used to do for me when I was little? I haven't had that in years, and I remember loving it." She chuckled. "That's yanniya, a famous tzigane dish." My jaw dropped. "Are you kidding me?" Her chuckle turned into a smile. "I'm glad you like it. I'll cook that then." "But on one condition," I said. She raised her eyebrows at me. "I'll come if I can bring Kane and Trina with me." I couldn't believe I had said that. I didn't like having Trina between Kane and me like a third wheel, or an ex-wife. But I felt bad for leaving her alone. She didn't know anyone here, not yet, and since the word that she knew alchemy spread through the enclave, she had been receiving some hateful glares. "They helped me cure the tziganes yesterday, and I would like to say thank you somehow." She patted my hand. "That's a great idea. I hope they like my yanniya. If they don't, then I'm sure they will pretend they do." My mother shook her head, but even then a smile tugged at her lips. I left her at her house's front door and kept walking toward my cabin. It was so odd not being followed anymore. I was sure that was temporary. We had just come back from such a huge battle and loss, and the enclave was still recovering and adapting. For now, the warriors were watching the perimeter, making sure the new defenses held. But once that was done, they would be back to being my bodyguards. I was sure of that. For now, though, I would enjoy my freedom. I glanced up to the sky. The sun shone high, breaking through the cold air. It was almost tolerable outside. Almost. "Running away from me?" Kane's voice brought a smile to my face. "Only if that's what you want," I said, lowering my gaze. Kane appeared by my side, his arm brushing mine. "Never." Warmth started in my chest, and that had nothing to do with my fire. I glanced at him. "I only saw you before the ceremony started." Kane had stayed back, probably feeling like an outsider while everyone in the main square cried their eyes out. "Did you stay until the end?" "I did, but I lost sight of you once you and your Daj started mingling with the crowd." He slipped his hand in mine, drawing me closer. "Are you okay?" "I will be," I whispered. Since the beginning of this new journey as the Heart Maiden, my life had been a roller coaster. Ups and downs and twists and turns and loops, and I honestly believed it would never change. I just had to endure it, to do the best I could, fight for what I believed, and keep going, trusting I would be okay. Kane opened up the cabin's door for me and let me walk in first. I conjured fire in the fireplace and stripped off my jacket. After closing and locking the door, Kane stepped right in front of me. "Want to talk about what's worrying you?" I sighed. Too many things worried me. My craziness, my heart. Damara worries me, I confessed. She was high on my list. We just learned she's working with red alchemists and revenants, stealing souls of innocents and making an undead army. Our enclave isn't the only one out there. She might have lost here. Sort of. She had taken many tziganes from us. But she might succeed some other place. It's just a matter of time before she's even stronger and comes back. We need to figure out a way to take her down. Kane ran his big hands up and down my arms. "I'm sure you'll find a way. We will. I'll help you however I can." Speaking of which, and to top it all, I'm sure Darcy knows I've been hit with the Fireheart fever. I have to be careful not to show the symptoms. I locked my eyes with his. "I need you to stay beside me." One corner of his lips tugged. "That's good, because I never want to leave your side." He leaned into me, and I found myself standing on tiptoes to meet him halfway. "I'll be with you. I'll take care of you." His lips captured mine, and his hands snaked around my waist. He splayed his fingers, pressing my body flush against his, and I melted into him. With a moan, I parted my lips and let him deepen the kiss. I clung to him, afraid of the intense feeling in my chest, of the desperate desire within me, of the safe way he made me feel. I had never been this consumed before, and I couldn't resist it. Hell, I didn't want to resist it. Sliding his hands down my hips, Kane picked me up and carried me to my bed, where he showed me how well he would take care of me. This has been Soul Wanderer, The Fireheart Chronicles, Book 4, written by Juliana Haygert, narrated by Joanna Roddy. Copyright 2021 by Juliana Haygert. Production copyright by Juliana Haygert.